many other states up there in the Northeast. We will continue to follow all weather developments for you right here on News Now from Fox. One morning in particular, I get to be a weather broadcaster. I'm not a meteorologist. Our Stephanie Weaver out in Los Angeles is, however. So let's get you all up to speed with your morning brief right here on News Now from Fox. First and foremost, President Trump held his first cabinet meeting since May yesterday. He also spent a lot of time watching the Senate committee hearing on election irregularities and praising the committee's chairman, Ron Johnson. Fox News correspondent Kristen Fisher has the story from the White House.
There was fraud in this election. I don't have any doubt about that. There was fraud. We just don't know the extent.
Republican Chairman Ron Johnson defending his decision to hold today's hearing on examining irregularities in the 2020 election.
The question that follows is whether the level of fraud would alter the outcome of the election.
The top Democrat on the committee called the hearing dangerous. Senator Gary Peters accused Republicans of giving oxygen to claims that have been repeatedly tossed out in court, noting the 50 lawsuits that the president and his allies have lost since November 3rd.
Whether intended or not, this hearing gives a platform to conspiracy theories and lies, and it's a destructive exercise that has no place in the United States Senate.
So help you God.
I do.
On the witness stand, the Trump administration's former top election security official, Christopher Krebs, who said today that he stands by the statement that got him fired by the president, calling the 2020 election the most secure in history.
I think we're past the point where we need to be having conversations about the outcome of this election. The trick about elections is that, you're not so much trying to convince the winner they won, it's the loser that they lost.
If he had not been fired, Krebs would have been at the center of the government's ongoing response to the suspected Russian cyber attack on at least 5 U.S. agencies. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency issued an emergency directive on Sunday, ordering all federal civilian agencies to disconnect or power down SolarWinds Orion products immediately. That is the network management software that is believed to have been compromised by hackers close to the Kremlin. The breach is bad enough that National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien cut short a trip to Europe to lead a meeting of the National Security Council this morning.
We are taking a hard look on this and obviously take any sort of cyber hacks very seriously.
And the full scope of this highly sophisticated attack could take years to assess. The State Department, the Department of Homeland Security, and parts of the Pentagon have all been compromised. At the White House, Kristen Fisher, Fox News.
So much for that live report, Kristen. Again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. Good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. I just realized I didn't click that go live button on the platform that has a chat feature. So I wanted to say hello again. I wanted to say good morning. I wanted to let you all know that we are continuing to monitor all of the updates of the nor'easter that has essentially slammed the Northeast. This is a live look at radar right now for you here. The storm still impacting parts of New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, other states up there in the northeast part of the country, and I will continue to follow all of the updates for you here. But again, I wanted to say good morning. I wanted to let you know that we are keeping a very close eye on the weather. The storm has brought heavy snow, high winds, and dangerous driving conditions. Unfortunately, we've learned of 2 people who were killed in a pileup in Pennsylvania. So I will continue to monitor all updates for you here this morning. We also have a gorgeous live picture of Times Square in New York City. Looks a lot different. We've heard that Central Park has gotten 6.5 inches of snow. It's in the 20s out there, and here is another live look at traffic conditions out in New York as well. I have reached out to our sister station, Fox 5 New York, trying to see if we might be able to get a live reporter out there who is going to brave the weather for us right here on News Now from Fox and let us know about the conditions out there. But again, good morning. Thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias, and we are happy that you are here with us. We're continuing on with your morning brief. This next update I have for you, top story. More senators are revealing what negotiations are like right now on Capitol Hill for another coronavirus relief package to help the country struggling financially. And there is a strong push to include direct checks to working families. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan reports.
I think it is in the oven being baked as we speak, and I hope it comes out soon.
It smells like money in the congressional kitchen. Lawmakers are mixing together the final ingredients for what could ultimately be a $2.3 trillion pie. A little more than $900 billion for coronavirus relief and $1.4 trillion for 2021 government spending.
We agreed we will not leave town until we've made law. The American people need more help. It's that simple.
The relief will include $300 billion for small businesses and the Paycheck Protection Program, tens of billions for food and rental assistance, and an extra $300 a week in unemployment benefits. They're still trying to work out how much money to give in direct payments to Americans, if anything. That could mean convincing lawmakers to reduce the check amount from $1,200 to $600.
I think there ought to be direct payments, stimulus checks, because the American people are still struggling.
I think it should be $1,200. I think we should do at least what we did in the CARES Act.
Democrats are now accepting multiple offers they've previously denied because they said it wasn't enough. The reason? President-elect Joe Biden is promising another package when he takes office.
But it's a down payment, an important down payment.
The Federal Reserve is also trying to boost the economy by announcing interest rates will remain near zero and they'll likely stay there until 2023. Ray Bogan, Fox News.
Ray, thank you so much. I definitely loved those live pictures, or not the live pictures, but the pictures in that story of snow falling in D.C. A little bit different than we are used to seeing every time we show you these live pictures. This is the Capitol, U.S. Capitol on Capitol Hill. It was kind of a major day yesterday with a hearing that a lot of people tuned into right here on NewsNOW from Fox. And so this next story brings up that hearing yet again. There is increasing concern about what will happen to the investigation into Hunter Biden's business dealings after Joe Biden officially enters the White House. Fox News senior political correspondent Mike Emanuel takes a look.
At a Senate hearing focused on election security, tempers flared between the chairman and ranking member over the committee's Hunter Biden investigation.
You lied repeatedly in the press that I was spreading Russian disinformation, and that was an outright lie, and I told you to stop lying, and you continue to do it.
Mr. Chairman, this is not about airing your grievances. I don't know what rabbit hole you're running down.
You
right
talked
now.
about
love
Russian
going down rabbit
disinformation.
holes.
Senator Paul.
This is simply not.
Separately, Fox News has obtained June 2017 correspondence between Hunter Biden and Yi Jianming, the chairman of CEFC, China Energy Company, offering best wishes from the entire Biden family and urging Yi to quickly send a $10 million wire to properly fund and operate Biden's joint venture with the now bankrupt CEFC. Some allies of President Trump are saying it may be time for a special counsel to look into Hunter Biden's business dealings, concerned a Biden administration may not be interested in a serious criminal investigation.
I'm absolutely calling on a special counsel to look at all things Hunter Biden to see if he presents a conflict for the Biden administration regarding his business dealings in Ukraine.
The current regulations say the Attorney General, or in cases in which the Attorney General is recused, the acting Attorney General will appoint a special counsel when he or she determines that criminal investigation of a person or matter is warranted and when it's in, quote, the public interest. If President Trump decides he wants one, he presumably needs acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen to take action.
To me, it's kind of a last resort, but in this case, if we don't see action prior to President Trump leaving office, this special counsel might be warranted.
One of the top Senate Democrats today says it is not needed.
I hope that the selection of Attorney General by President Biden makes it clear that a person of honesty and integrity can take a first look at this and handle it properly.
A Democrat from Biden's home state of Delaware says enough already.
We need to turn the page and move on. There are hundreds of millions of people in this country that need to be vaccinated.
Senate chairman leading this Hunter Biden probe on Capitol Hill admit with an active criminal investigation they are not getting full access from the Justice Department to the relevant materials. So they are anxiously waiting to see what the U.S. attorney in Delaware digs up in this high-profile probe. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much for that update. Hey, we've had double boxes here on NewsNOW from Fox for years. I know because I've been a NewsNOW from Fox host for 3 years. We've had triple boxes for years, but this is a quadruple box, and I'm able to bring it to you live right here from the NewsNOW from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. Hey, you guys ask, and I listen. I tell you time and time again that I chat with you on the platform that has a chat feature, and that I can't give your screen name specific shout outs, but I ask where you're watching from all the time because I can say those locations. And I do pay attention. I chat with you, I listen to what you ask, and we had a NewsNower this morning ask that I cover Boston weather, and that's because they're getting hit pretty hard by this nor'easter. So you're taking a live look at radar on the left-hand side of your screen. Top right-hand side of your screen is Times Square. Middle right-hand side of your screen is a look at traffic in the New York area. Bottom right-hand side of your screen is Capitol Hill. So you asked, I listened, I looked it up. There is a winter storm warning in Massachusetts active for the next 7 hours as a result or from the National Weather Service. Again, until 1 Eastern this afternoon. They're saying that heavy snow, additional snow accumulations of 3 to 9 inches, and winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. Portions of eastern, northeastern, and southeastern Massachusetts and northern Rhode Island are going to be impacted again until 1 this afternoon, so there's still hours to go. It's going to impact travel. It could be very difficult to nearly impossible. The hazardous conditions could impact the commute. Gusty winds could bring down tree branches. Again, in the Boston area, moderate to at times heavy snow will continue into the rest of the morning. A brief period of above freezing temperatures early this morning will cool rapidly by mid to late morning with a rapid freeze up of roads. Snow ends by this afternoon. They are saying, the National Weather Service, if you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency. So the current temperature right now in Boston, Massachusetts, 32 degrees. That's the freezing mark, which means snow is falling. Again, this is News Now from Fox. We are your source for everything. Breaking news, events in their entirety, live, raw, unfiltered, weather, politics, coronavirus, everything that you want and need to know. We are your one-stop shop right here on News Now from Fox. We're also now a 24/7 operation, and you can always find us by going to newsnowfox.com. We got a News Now. We're checking in from Detroit. Good morning. I'm trying to see if anybody else has checked in. Again, thank you so much for tuning in and watching, everybody. My name is Pilar Arias. We're going to continue on with our morning brief. This next story I have for you, there is actually, even in a pandemic, the Salvation Army is doing its part to help those in need this holiday season. Fox's Lindsay Eaton explains how it will look a little different this year and some of the precautions they're taking.
How you doing? Bags and boxes of toys lined up, ready for Hoosier families in need.
Every gift that's in this room is donated by generous donors throughout the community.
This is day 2 of the Salvation Army's Angel Tree distribution. This year was one of the first times every single kid on the Angel Tree was adopted.
Hoosiers are willing to rally around Hoosiers.
Okay. Just like everyone else, Vinyl Lee with the Salvation Army in Fountain Square says they've also had to make changes to the Angel Tree program due to COVID.
It's a drive-through style, which is different from years past. We can't have people in the building touching the gifts. We have to have less volunteers.
Salvation Army's other big holiday project is the Red Kettle campaign. Organizers had to make adjustments to keep bell ringers and donors safe.
Bell ringers are wearing face coverings. In some locations, they're also wearing gloves. They're making sure that there's social distancing from the site, so if they're seeing a donor come, they'll step back so that we can create some safe space between that.
Bells, aprons, and red kettles are sanitized daily, and sometimes between each donation. This year, there's the same number of red kettle sites, but just not as many bell ringers.
Most of our volunteers are in a high-risk category, so we've lost a number of volunteers, so we've had to do a lot of recruiting this year.
Without the Red Kettle campaign, the Salvation Army wouldn't be able to do all their other programs throughout the year, from summer day camps to senior adult ministry, giving those who need a helping hand every day and during the holidays.
To see the smile in a parent's eyes, to hear the thank you, to have that moment of interacting with them and sharing with them why we do what we do, makes all of it worth it.
Merry Christmas. In Fountain Square, Lindsay Eaton, Fox 59 News.
Lindsay, thank you so much for that update. Any Friends fans out there? It's one of my favorite shows of all time. And I just so happened to yesterday see the rerun, the replay, however you would like to refer to it, of the one where Phoebe is a kettlebell ringer. And that's one of my favorite episodes. All of the holiday ones, essentially. So I just thought I would mix things up and give you a little bit lighter of a story, a little bit of personal story. We like to get to know each other here on News Now from Fox, right? Again, everybody, good morning. We are almost to the weekend. Those of us who are still working during this pandemic, whether actually on the job or remotely. Those of us Monday through Friday who have the weekend off, who are so fortunate to have the weekends off. And we're closer and closer to Christmas. Believe it or not, it is already next Friday. This year just seemed to have flown by, despite all the changes, all the differences. And maybe that's why, because we were adapting so much to our new way of life, the new normal, that it just made time pass so quickly. But again, regardless, we are so happy that you are here watching News Now from Fox. Thank you. And we have a little bit larger of an audience than we normally do this time in the morning. On the platform of the chat feature, there's currently 409 of you watching. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. I've got at least 2 more top stories ready to go for you here in today's morning brief. This next one, it turns out, unfortunately, that more families across the country are seeking help this holiday season. Nonprofit groups like the Salvation Army, like you just saw, and the Samaritan House have reported an increase in people visiting their donation centers. Fox's Rob Roth has the story.
Car by car, people pulled up to the Contra Costa County Salvation Army headquarters in Concord Tuesday for food and holiday toys for their kids. Many are facing economic hardships they've never known before.
People that thought they wouldn't be here are now here.
I don't have so many hours to work, and that's why I came here for a little bit of help.
This Salvation Army chapter planned on feeding 550 families and distributing toys for about 1,400 kids. Economic conditions were rough before the pandemic, mostly because of impossibly high housing costs. But that was then, this is now.
Since COVID's been going since March, we've been doing double the amount of food boxes of normal, so the need for us is greater than ever.
Because of COVID, the Salvation Army has set out only half the number of red kettles as usual to collect the donations that pay for events like this. The organization now relies more on online contributions.
Our donations have gone down, so it's made it harder than ever to really help all the people we can.
Across the bay in San Mateo, people were also coming to the nonprofit Samaritan House to help them survive.
Yeah, I'm 72, and I don't work anymore. I need food.
Samaritan House was celebrating the expansion of its children's clothing center. The overall need for help has about doubled since last year.
What we're seeing is 5 times more demand across our county for financial assistance to help people pay the rent than we had before COVID. So we get as many calls in a day as we used to get in a whole week.
But Samaritan House says it could get worse once the California eviction moratorium runs out in January.
It is going to be quite a tsunami of need, but it's already been one.
But for now, many are just trying to make it through the holidays, even if it takes some help.
At least I have a relief that my daughter doesn't feel like helpless, because I cannot give her whatever I want.
Rob Roth, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, everyone, we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on the radar here. The nor'easter essentially starting to move out of the country, but we're hearing that at least Bostonians could be impacted until 1 this afternoon. Again, this storm definitely hitting the Northeast very hard, bringing heavy snow, high winds, and dangerous driving conditions. We are working on look lives and other stuff to bring you right here on News Now from Fox. So thanks to our sister station, we're going to have a lot more coverage of this for you today. I'm just getting a look, or I'm just being told, excuse me, that our sister station Fox 29 in Philadelphia has provided us some content from Lauren Johnson. As soon as I can get that for you, I will bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, though, one more top story in this morning brief on News Now from Fox. Retail shopping takes a hit because of the coronavirus pandemic, and employees are getting their booze on while working from home. Fox business correspondent Connell McShane has these stories and more in the Fox Means Business report.
Well, shoppers seem to be cutting back ahead of the holidays. The government says that retail sales fell more than 1% in November. That was a bigger monthly drop than analysts were expecting. The rise in COVID cases across the country, that's the big reason why. Well, that news not really impacting stocks too much on Wednesday. In fact, the NASDAQ closed at yet another all-time high. Investors happy to hear the Federal Reserve is committed to helping support the economy going forward. 'Tis might be the season to be thankful for social distancing, at least when it comes to holiday parties. 7 in 10 Americans who were surveyed by the food company Velveeta say they're secretly relieved that they won't have to host one this year. Now, who needs a holiday party when apparently you can get bombed at home? A different survey put out by the company Hop WTR finds that nearly half of all Americans who are working from home have secretly signed off early to have a drink. And around the same percent admit to having an alcoholic beverage during their workday. So there's that. That's business. I'm Connell McShane.
Connell, thank you so much. Again, everyone, here's another live look at Times Square in New York City. It looks freezing. It looks still dark, and there's lots of snow on the ground there. I have been fortunate enough to have been to Times Square in New York City twice in my life. When you want to talk about iconic tourist destinations, you want to talk about all the sights, all the sounds, all the good food. Yes. Please, give me all the New York City. Give me Times Square. Cannot wait until this pandemic is over and we can all start traveling worldwide again. I don't know if you want to talk about the little bit of silver lining or talk about the glass half full, but I know those who have chosen to travel during this pandemic, there's a lot of people who've decided to stay domestic, which means right here in the U.S., kind of explore their own backyard, not go very far, socially distance, wearing masks, being safe as possible, or just driving around the U.S. and checking out spots that they never would have because, you know, when our international borders were open and free, a lot of people went to Europe, a lot of people went to a lot of other places. So now a lot of people are staying at home and exploring. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Good morning. We are so happy that you are here. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be listening in on Connecticut Governor Lamont's briefing on COVID-19 and the winter storm. The latest from Connecticut. Again, you are watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Thank you so much for being here. 2-minute commercial break coming up for some of you right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Joined by some folks at our virtual Emergency Operations Center. We're going to give you an update on where we are with the snowstorm and what we're doing to address that. If you just give me 3 minutes to give you a brief COVID update. Sorry to be late. We just were meeting virtually with Vice President-elect Joe Biden and the governors. President-elect started with the old Reagan joke, 12 scariest words in the English language. I'm here from the federal government and here to help you. And those words maybe can be disturbing when things are going well, but in a crisis, people need the federal government. And that was the message I heard from governors on both sides of the aisle, especially now. And the federal government's done a good job in logistically in getting the vaccines out, getting them shipped on time, all the different contingencies there. We've already vaccinated 350 people. All the vaccines for this week have been delivered, so they won't be upset by the snowstorm happening. And we'll be one of the first to start vaccinating folks in nursing homes as early as Friday. I can tell you just briefly, the positivity rate ticked up again. It's 7.4%. It's a little more than the 7-day average. Hospitalizations down 15. So don't be a day trader, but you can sort of see a trend. Unfortunately, in the hospitalizations, it's not going up like a hockey stick. It's controlled for now. But 40 fatalities, that is going up. The other thing the President was talking about, and the governors are talking about, the need for fiscal support, in particular for small business, in particular for vaccinations and more testing as they're going on. The President-elect said it looks like the bill is not going to be coming out of Congress today, maybe as soon as tomorrow. It looks like they're going to make good progress on this, with the exception of state and local aid and the issues regarding liability. As I explained earlier, the state's going to do what we can to help our small business and municipalities. We're releasing the final $45 million to our municipalities. We're sending out $5,000 checks to 10,000 of the smallest businesses, those that probably did not get in line for the PPP program. And we've recently announced another $25 million for larger businesses, hopefully a bridge to the federal program, which we'd like to see set up by early next year. I could sense some urgency in the voices of many of the governors. That said, let me just talk briefly about the snowstorm. Weather Channel and ski resorts sometimes overhype snowstorms. I think this is a real one. You'll hear from James Ravella and Bill Hackett, who are manning our Emergency Operations Center, Joe Giletti, our great Commissioner of Transportation, the 600 snowplows that are on the ground, working with contractors, because 100 of our folks at DOT are down with COVID, so we have to work around there. Working very closely with Eversource and Avangrid. We've got Craig Hallstrom and Frank Reynolds here from Eversource and Avangrid to answer any questions you may have. The main update I can give you is our state offices will be closed tomorrow. And that means that telecommute, if you can telecommute, if you have that option, do so. The offices are closed. As you know, though, we have an awful lot of essential workers in state government. And they are police and they're fire. In addition, as you know, doctors and nurses, a lot of people who have to be on the ground, Department of Corrections, corrections officers, people taking care of folks with disabilities. Some of these things can't be done remotely. That's reason number 5, that you've got to make sure if you don't have to be on the road, do not be on the road. The snow is going to start dropping heavily later this evening, and we want you safe at home well before then, and call in to any seniors or folks alone and make sure they're okay. Let me leave it at that, and maybe Joe, if you want to give just 3 minutes on where we are in terms of getting the snow plows out, and James, you can just tell a bit about what we got at the Emergency Operations Center, then we're here to answer your questions.
Yes, Governor, glad to. First off, all of our trucks are out. They've been out through the day today. They've been pre-treating the roads. The snow has already started on the western portion of the state. We are anticipating a tremendous heavily drops of snow between 1.5 inches and 3 inches an hour beginning after 8 o'clock. The governor and I have discussed, the governor is going to put out a tractor trailer ban between 9 o'clock tonight and 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We also will have a travel advisory out for all other vehicles. Our crews are out there. The governor mentioned the issues with COVID. With the exception of 37, we have those crews back. We have contractors that are working with us. We have up to 200 contractors that are available to go and assist as we're going down the roads. It's going to be a long process through the night. Our construction projects and equipment have been secured for high winds and significant snowfall. All districts of bus services across the state will complete their regular runs tonight and will not start up again until afternoon tomorrow. Pay attention to Metro North as well, because they're looking to cancel their late night trains, anything around 11 o'clock. So please monitor what's going on at Metro North and pay attention to cttravelsmart.org, where we'll keep everything posted on how we're doing. Thank you, Governor.
Hey, thank you, Joe. The tractor trailers, they're banned. We've done that in coordination with New York, perhaps some of our other neighboring states. Very important, as you can imagine, if a tractor trailer goes off the road, that can slow up snow plowing, that can slow up emergency vehicles, and they can take a lot of manpower from other pursuits having to deal with that issue. With that, Commissioner Ravella, are we ready?
Yes, we are, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone, and to everybody on the call, good afternoon. I've brought some folks from emergency management side with me today, Principal Attorney Brenda Bergeron, Deputy Commissioner Rush Kittle, and Director William Hackett. So, folks, pre-COVID, we used to have 30 to 40 individuals from all the various state agencies and our utilities inside the EOC. And, you know, we've been talking about how do we get more technologically advanced and move into the age. So we didn't go easy. We were kicking and screaming as we went into the virtual age, but COVID really forced us there, right, folks? So what you're going to see is we practiced this event, and if you recall, the wind and rainstorm that passed through New Haven, Guilford, Brantford area and caused a lot of damage. We were totally virtual as an EOC that day. Now, our EOC has been open since March because of COVID, but we operated a weather event totally virtually, right? And we dispatched urban search and rescue units. State police did escorts. The National Guard came out for us that day, and we supported communities with communication trucks and portable radios, and it all went smoothly. So moving down the chain a little bit, in November, we had all the state agencies that usually report to the EOC along with our utility partners practice this, and Deputy Commissioner Rush Kittle conducted that exercise, and we feel we're very ready. We operate off a Teams platform. We have redundancy built into communications in different areas. So we open our event today at 8 p.m. It'll be on our web EOC platform also, and that's our communication for the municipalities to make requests for emergency services or materials or equipment as needed. So we feel we're ready for this. We also, I'll reiterate what the governor said. Hey, listen, stay home. Because if you get into a crash out there and something happens out there, I have to dispatch emergency folks to get there, and we endanger those folks. And just on a more personal note, please knock on the doors of your neighbors today and make sure they're going to be okay and they're shoveling, and if they're going to be prepared also. So with that, Governor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, the commissioners are here to answer questions, as is folks in our virtual EOC. That's Director Hackett and Craig over at Eversource and Frank at Avangrid. Happy to take your questions.
Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, just a question for our friends over at the DOT. You know, with 100 people out sick, the state hired around 200 more private contractors. How available were they? Was it easy to get them? And do you foresee this being an issue all winter long?
Again, to clarify, out of the 100 that were COVID positive, only 36 remain out right now. So we're okay on our workforce. Our people come in, the men and women of the DOT work hard. They're in the trucks. We keep those trucks running all the way through the storm, and they won't stop until Friday. In terms of the outside contractors, we've always maintained a list of outside contractors to go and assist depending on how the storm is. This one, we're starting right off the bat with at least 20 of those outside contractors because of the way that the storm is hitting and how severe it's going to be. So it's not anything that's extraordinary. This is actually something that's been in place. It's ready to go, and we're working it right now.
And a question for the governor. I just wanted to kind of get your thoughts on some of the districts using snow days when the remote possibility is still out there. Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, this will extend the school year for some of these districts, correct?
I find the idea of a snow day a little antiquated in this day and age. We have virtual learning. Over half of our kids have been doing virtual learning on sunny days over the last several months. And we've made a big effort to bridge that digital divide. So I would like to think that our kids will continue learning tomorrow. It'll be virtual learning for another couple of days, or perhaps right through the vacation now.
News 8. News 8. NBC Connecticut.
Good evening. Can you talk a little bit more about the impact the pandemic is having on your response to the storm, especially your cold weather protocol? How are you ensuring these warming shelters don't become hotbeds for spreading the coronavirus?
Bill or James, do you want to take that?
Bill, you want to jump on that one?
Sure, I'll take it. Good evening, everyone. Bill Hackett, State Emergency Management Director. Today, Governor Lamont activated the cold weather protocol. This is a multi-state agency collaboration with partners, including 211, the Coalition to End Homelessness, among others. The protocol is activated as a result of forecasted blizzard-like conditions, and the protocol is going to be in effect from 3 p.m. on Wednesday, December 16th, until noon on Friday. 211 is going to act as a clearinghouse to ensure that shelter space is available. And all of the shelters and all of our municipalities have received instructions from the American Red Cross and our agency on how to conduct sheltering safely with social distancing during this COVID operation. So there may be some shelters that aren't open because of the storm. Some COVID shelters aren't open. So we're recommending the public call 211 and they'll find you a shelter.
So will they be mandating masks, taking temperatures before people walk in the building?
Yes, they will. That's part of the protocol.
Okay, and Governor, you mentioned the stimulus package under discussion right now in Congress is expected to exclude funding for state and local governments. So I'm wondering how that impacts Connecticut as we go forward and continue to fight this pandemic.
Well, as you know, all the CARES Act money runs out on December 31st. What is that, in 12 days or something? We'd like to think there's going to be another supplemental passed in the next few days. We've been thinking that before. Look, we're in pretty good shape. Not only do we have a rainy day fund, we've allocated some resources, so we're going to be able to keep going. I can tell you, just hearing from other governors, some are out there borrowing in the short-term market right now. As you know, a number of our states are doing a real layoffs. The idea of laying off people in the middle of a pandemic, not to mention a snowstorm, is, let's say, very complicated. Connecticut's not there. I think we're in pretty good shape, through this, certainly through this calendar year, I think through this fiscal year. And I'm pretty sure the federal government's going to step up. Really important that they step up and help the small business. That small business is just struggling right now. We don't have to close things down. I'm afraid snowstorms and post-Christmas, a lot of things are going to slow up. And that's why we're doing what we can in terms of relief funding for restaurants and other small business, but I hope it's a bridge to what the federal government's going to do.
And speaking of relief for restaurants, what is your reaction to the State House Republicans' efforts to provide their own pandemic package and the plan they unveiled today?
Well, look, I think we're all on the same path, to tell you the truth. I'm the guy that has to allocate the CARES Act money. I just can't make up numbers. But what we've done for the very smallest businesses, which we announced, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that money is going out now to 10,000 small businesses, and then another $25 million for businesses, say 10 to 100 people, including a lot of restaurants and bars that have been without for a while. That's a bridge. Is it enough for everybody? No, but I hope it's a bridge to what the feds are going to do.
Thanks, Governor.
Fox 61.
Hi, Governor. Could you talk about if at any point could or would the storm warrant a state of emergency here in Connecticut?
Yeah, Bill, should I follow your lead on that?
Sure, Governor. The governor can declare a state of emergency depending upon the conditions in the state. That will give him enormous powers to handle the emergency, and we are prepared for that. Everything is actually drawn up in case we have to use that.
And at what point would there be a switch over to a state of emergency, possibly?
As soon as our resources are taxed, we have a lot of incidents. We're monitoring through our virtual interface. Our interface from the State Emergency Operations Center virtually is through our municipalities and tribal nations, emergency management directors. So we rely on situational awareness. We'll be getting reports throughout the virtual EOC, and we're tied in with state agencies, including the military, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector, including our utilities. FEMA is embedded with us, and we'll be watching this entire storm very closely.
WTIC 1080 News. WTIC 1080 News. The Associated Press.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Governor, are you able to say which 5 nursing homes will be able to begin early vaccinations, possibly as early as Friday, under this program with HHS?
I can't tell you that, Sue. I can tell you, though, that the vaccines have arrived, so we're not going to be slowed up by the snowstorm, but I can't tell you exactly which ones they are. Sorry.
And also, are you able to talk about the plans to reopen the Connecticut Convention Center as a field hospital? And will similar facilities that we had before as field hospitals, would they be reopened in other parts of the state?
Yeah, certainly at the convention center. I think we're going to start rolling that out over the next 48 hours. That could be 600 beds. That's purely precautionary. As I said before, right now we still have pretty good capacity, but let's be prepared. So we'll have that up and operating, I think, within a few days.
And how about the other places? I know we had some in other parts of the state before.
We're certainly ready to go there. There's no need at this point, so the convention center is our first priority.
Okay, thank you very much.
News 12 Connecticut.
Everybody, Commissioner Ravella, can you tell us how many additional state troopers are going to be out?
Some of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We will continue to listen in on the update from Connecticut here when you return.
Staffed, the colonel has assured me that they'll have adequate manpower to address any emergency situations, and along with the special teams, they'll also be available.
So are you having people work extra shifts, come in on their time off?
I actually leave that to the discretion of the colonel. Some of the processes he may use is holdover shifts or call shifts in early. That's certainly at his discretion, pending the need.
And Craig, can you just sort of address what Eversource is doing to prepare for power outages?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon. So we've been monitoring the weather for the last, several days. We made commitments to resources yesterday, so we would have boots on the ground when the storm hit. Although the forecast is for significant snow, the good news from utilities perspective is that it is a drier snow. But nevertheless, we are watching the forecast, especially in the areas along the coast where the winds will be a bit higher. But we have approximately 475 or so line workers, restoration crews ready to go, another 250 or so tree crews, and then about 120, 130 damage assessors. So we're very well positioned. We've opened up our incident management command center, and we have decentralized into our smaller regional work centers, all with the idea of staying off the road, getting in place for when and if the restoration needs to start.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Frank, is the answer similar for UI?
Yes, Governor, the answer is absolutely similar. We are definitely prepared down at UI to handle the storm and respond quickly and safely as our customers expect of us. We've been monitoring the weather for the past several days to make sure that we're prepared appropriately. We have the resources secured for this event in terms of equipment, personnel, as well as material resources. And we've opened our call center. We've mobilized our emergency management team. And of course, we're working alongside the state as well as other municipalities that we serve to make sure we understand what needs are there. So we're ready, we're prepared and ready to respond to this, Governor.
Thank you.
The Connecticut Mirror.
Regarding the convention center, was there any particular metric that caused Hartford Healthcare to request the opening of the convention center? I'm talking about overall capacity, particularly ICUs.
I think it certainly was within Hartford Healthcare's domain. That was an imperative for them. Obviously, get some scale. We've done it before, so I think it was mainly precautionary, Paz.
All right. And did the president-elect give you any comments or any advice about the part that's not in the package that's being announced or being negotiated, and that is the direct aid to municipalities and states? What's his assessment of what you can or cannot expect come first of the year?
What he did say is pass what you can get past now, given the urgency. That's not going to include the liability protection. That's not going to include a state and local aid. But he said that will be a priority for me as soon as I'm president.
How long did this meeting take, sir?
It got going a little late, which is why I was a little late, and I left a little early. But I was there for 45 minutes.
And this is a video meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Hearst, Connecticut Media.
Thanks, Max. Governor, I think you mentioned this before, but I just wanted to confirm all the vaccine doses from Pfizer that the state expects to get today, have those all been delivered at this point so the storm won't impact those?
Yeah, Peter, that's my understanding.
Thank you. And then do you have any notion of why those nursing homes have been scheduled for Friday as opposed to Monday, as you've previously reported?
Yeah, I'm told that the feds found 4 states that they want to prioritize. Thankfully for us, Connecticut was one of those 4 states, so we did get the vaccine shipment a little earlier, and we got Walgreens and CVS ready to go.
Thank you. And then one other question. What considerations have been given for mandatory vaccines for children attending school, or what about teachers? And would that be left up to local municipalities as reopenings have been?
I think that's very premature. I mean, frankly, right now, none of the testing has even included kids under 16, so the FDA approvals is for 16 and over. So let's let this sort out. I think, for the next 3 or 4 months, we're going to find that demand certainly outstrips supply. And I'd like to think, and I heard this from the governors on the phone, that while there's an awful lot of trepidation about the vaccine theoretically 3 weeks ago, a week ago, now a lot of TV, a lot of nurses lining up to get the vaccine, a lot of doctors, they think that some of that anxiety is maybe going to dissipate.
Thank you, Governor.
The Hartford Current.
Hi, Governor. I know you said that the convention center site is just precautionary, but given the pattern recently in hospitalizations, I'm just wondering, is this some kind of signal that you or that Hartford Healthcare thinks that hospitalizations are going to continue to increase in the coming weeks or months?
Alex, to be blunt, we don't know. I mean, we do know that infections went up due to a lot of testing and due to Thanksgiving and universities and the such. We look at the Christmas holiday season. We see the potential for social gatherings, so we want to be ready.
Got it. And another thing, the governor of Illinois, I guess, said that their vaccine shipments were reduced by the federal government pretty significantly, and I'm just wondering if you know anything about that, or if anything like that has affected Connecticut.
Our numbers were on time and the correct numbers, so we're in good shape there.
Got it. Thank you.
The Waterbury Republican American.
Thanks, Max. Governor, could you please clarify, are you contemplating using any of the remaining CARES Act funding or any state funding to provide direct aid to the restaurant and bar industry in the state? Because I'm not sure, you indicated last week that you were, and I don't know from your answer today if that's still a possibility.
Yeah, first of all, we sent out $5,000 checks to 10,000 small companies, the smallest companies, to be blunt. And this next tranche of $25 million, that's for bigger 10 to 100 person companies. that will be, a lot of those will be bars, restaurants, and those other small businesses that have been particularly hard hit. A lot of it is based upon what we can track by a loss of revenue, so we can do what we can to make up for that and hopefully give them enough firepower to get through to the federal relief or get our economy going again thanks to the vaccine.
But nothing specifically for the restaurants. There's not going to be a $5,000 grant program for restaurants that can, or bars that can demonstrate X, Y, and Z.
No, but this is a grant that will go to those small businesses most in need. I think you're going to find a lot of them tend to be bars and restaurants because they've been particularly hard hit.
Okay.
Before we get to the top of the hour, some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, News Now from Fox will continue our nor'easter coverage right here.
Well, it can't be the Moderna.
I believe that's right.
Okay. Okay. All right. Earlier today, Matt Ritter, the incoming House Speaker, indicated that he'd be willing to take a look at your powers under the Civil Preparedness Emergency Act to sort of law, to sort of reduce, perhaps look at reducing the duration of these from 6 months to maybe 60 days, 90 days. Is that something that you'd be open to discussing with the legislature?
Yeah, no, I would be open to discussing that. You know, hopefully we're going to get back to a normal course of business, but let's see if COVID behaves. We've got till February 9th. Obviously, the shorter the duration, the less long-term certainty I can give to small businesses and other things based upon the executive orders. But frankly, it makes a certain amount of sense to me.
Okay, thank you very much.
CT News Junkie.
Yeah, thanks. Governor, yesterday a group of mental health providers, they sent you a letter asking for a number of things, including clarification on where they stand in line to get the vaccine. I was wondering if you had any response to that letter, if you'd seen it, and what you make of what they're asking for.
Yes, I think they're in the certainly in the 1B group. They did make reference to some of the regulatory hurdles that could slow things up, especially during a pandemic like this. So we've asked our legal team to take a look at what we can do to facilitate there. So we did pay attention to that and appreciate what they're doing. The mental stress that people are going through right now, including the mental health workers, is tangible.
Okay, thanks. I was also hoping to get a clarification from the transportation commissioner. He had said that 100 DOT employees had COVID. I was wondering, do they have COVID now, or is that the total number of employees of DOT who have had it over the course of the whole thing?
For clarification, we had well over 100 and another 100 that were awaiting tests. Where we're at right now is 37 that are currently positive. Of that 37, 24 are in highway operations. So we are looking good. Every day changes. So for the time being, I'm making it clear that yes, we have issues there, but we're very, very grateful to the men and women of the department because they return as soon as they can, and we are going to keeping these plows going 24 hours.
Thanks. And how many contractors are out there now, and how does that compare as to like a non-COVID snowstorm?
I would turn and say there's 20 out there right now, and that compares to a normal heavy snowstorm. So I would not call it that it's a COVID snowstorm that's causing this. It's a heavy snowstorm that's causing it. We can go up to 200 contractors. So I think the best way to go and say this is that we're prepared, and if we need it, we have plenty of resources to call in on this. So we're hoping we can stay ahead of this storm, but it is a major storm we're looking at.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Well, look, my thanks to the commissioners and the folks from Eversource and Avangrid. I don't want to downplay what's going to be a heavy snowstorm, but after having an emergency for the last 9 months where we had to learn along the way every day, This is an old-fashioned emergency, a type of snowstorm we were used to here in New England. It's a big snowstorm, but I think you have a sense that this is a group that has been here before, knows what to do, and give you a little bit of confidence that if you stay safe, stay home a little bit longer, 24 hours, I think we're going to be okay. Thank you, everybody.
Old-fashioned emergency. That's what Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont just said. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. We are starting our 7 o'clock hour of coverage. I have some exciting news for you. I'm super excited to bring you here in just a few minutes. Here's a live picture in Astoria, Queens, for those of you familiar with New York City. And we are actually going to be speaking with Regan Medji in just minutes. But before we do, I want to bring you a report from our sister station, Fox 29, in Philadelphia.
Main Street, Manioc, right outside of Philadelphia. Picture perfect, right? Looks just like a winter wonderland. Everything you would want for the holidays. The lights are up, the snow has fallen, the chill in the air. But you have to be careful if you're navigating the roads. Jared and I made the trip over from Center City, Philadelphia, so about a 20-minute drive usually. Took me about 40 minutes trying to be as careful as possible. Some of the roads that you would think would be easy to navigate were still snow covered earlier this morning. So that's going to be the challenge for anyone who has to get out and about today. But the real message from city leaders is to stay home if possible. When you think about it right now, a lot of our emergency responders, first responders, healthcare workers, frontline workers are dealing with the coronavirus pandemic. And so adding to that would not be the best thing for them at this point. So they don't want anyone to go out and about, get into any accidents or anything bad happen. So stay home if possible, enjoy it from the inside. We'll tell you about what's happening here on the outside. For now, reporting from Manioc, Lauren Johnson for News Now.
All right. Thank you so much for that update, Fox 29 Philadelphia. I'll tell you who's not enjoying the storm from inside, and that's Fox 5 New York's Regan Medji. Excuse me. She's getting her gloves on, and she's preparing to go live here on News Now from Fox. Good morning. How is it out there?
Hi, Pilar. Yeah, no, so I'm glad that you're likely cozy and tucked in inside. Yeah, out here, it's really blustery. And you know what? I enjoy the snow, so I'm going to take you on a little walk and talk exactly of what's going on. We're here in Astoria, Queens, and we are on the corner of Ditmars Boulevard and 31st Street. You can see that some people are trying to brave this out in the elements. We're being told that the MTA is asking people, and the sanitation department as well, stay off the roads, go for that mass transit. They're prepared, they're clearing off the platforms. But when it comes to the drivers, they really need everyone to stay off the road so they can start plowing and making way for people who are like the essential workers, the doctors the nurses who need to get into the hospitals. Some people also are not even dealing with walking on the sidewalk, instead walking in the middle of the street, as you see this person is. That's basically because the sidewalks aren't plowed. And Pilar, I'm actually going to walk with me, if you will. If you look over here, you can see this is what you're going to be walking through if you're in Astoria, Queens, and basically any parts of the 5 boroughs. You can see this up to my ankles. So if you're going to be walking, this is what you're going to deal with. So you want to make sure that you have those high boots on, maybe snow pants. I'm dressed like I'm going skiing, really. We're actually by also a MTA bus stop, and we may see one of the buses come and fly through here slowly, if you will. They also have chains on their tires to make sure that they're going to be driving carefully, protected along the streets. But you can see it really looks like a winter wonderland. And I did speak with one person. She's from Colorado, and Pilar. I said to her, so got all this snow. What is it like compared to Colorado? She goes, this is a Colorado winter. Back to you.
Regan, I am loving this. And I have to ask, is anybody like New Yorkers out there? I know it's a pain. You got a lot of shoveling. There's a lot of ice, dangerous driving conditions, but it's a winter wonderland. It's right before Christmas. Is anybody loving this?
Well, I am. I feel like you are too. I can hear it in your voice. And I know probably my family who's watching. Not too bad because, yeah, you talked about Winter Wonderland. So let's look at this real quickly. In Astoria, this is gorgeous here. They have, you know, everything decorated. They have the lights that go along Ditmars Boulevard. And then you even have off to the left of those lights, you have a Frosty the Snowman that's on the top of the Christmas tree shack. That woman there, Sarah from Colorado, she is still selling those Christmas trees. That is our local Christmas tree farm, if you will. So it does look, if you get this nice picture, it does indeed look like a Christmas winter village here in Astoria, Queens, in New York City. Can you imagine? For one moment, we're at a ski lodge.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Lodge
interrupt you.
Astoria.
We have the radar up. We can see that it's still snowing there. When is it supposed to clear out?
Yeah, at this point, it's supposed to. We should kind of start to see clearing soon. We're really through the bulk of all of this snow. You can see that the flakes, yes, they're still flying down, but then it's eventually going to move out of here. There's a travel advisory that is expected to be lifted around 1 o'clock this afternoon. But that doesn't mean that you're going to see black pavement. You're going to start seeing a little bit more in the way of that, but you're really asked to stay off the road likely for a majority of the day. In the schools, because of remote learning here in New York City, those public school students, you're still going to school, but the Archdiocese of New York, you got a snow day.
Fox 5's Regan Medji, thank you so much for being live right here on News Now from Fox. Stay safe and stay warm.
Thank you, you too.
All right, everyone, that was a huge success, I would say, that live shot there. Thank you so much to Regan yet again. Here's a live look at Times Square in New York City. Oh, man, it really is. I love just looking at it. I am a little bit grateful, though, that I'm not in it. I have experienced heavy snow before. I have been in snow conditions. Believe it or not, it does snow in Arizona, northern Arizona, just 2 hours away from Phoenix. And there was one time when I was going to Northern Arizona University, I was running to a final exam in knee-deep snow. Have you ever done that? Yeah, I have. Again, everyone, this is News Now from Fox. It is an exciting time here. Yes, it is a little bit of a headache. Yes, it's not experienced that often. Yes, it can cause some serious driving conditions. Unfortunately, we've learned of a pileup in Philadelphia or in the Pennsylvania area that claimed the lives of 2 people. That's the type of news that we don't want to hear. But when you look at it, you get to play in it, you get to take beautiful pictures. It's just, especially this time of year, it's welcome by some people. So again, I wanted to show you that we are staying on top of all of this weather conditions across the Northeast, all of these weather conditions, and that it's impacting so many of you News Nowers worldwide. So we wanted to bring you the latest. When and if I get any additional updates, I will bring them to you right here on News Now from Fox. If you happen to miss Regan's report, I will clip it on the platform that has a chat feature. You can like, share, subscribe, send it off to your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know. The more the merrier, right? Snow flurries still falling in New York. I'm going to keep us in New York, everybody, and get the latest from Governor Andrew Cuomo. He talked about the storm and COVID-19, just like many of the latest Northeast updates. This is News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Good morning, 7:07 in the morning. Thank you for being here. Some of you are actually going to see a 2-minute break, and we'll see you when you return.
Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx. There's no reason for that. Staten Island is not as crowded, it's not as dense, doesn't have as much mass transit as some of the other boroughs. There's no reason for that. So we're continuing to focus on Staten Island. Where is New York overall? Compared to the rest of the nation, we are doing very, very well. We're still lower than anyone besides Maine, Hawaii, Vermont, which is extraordinary. Remember, this is an international phenomenon. It's a national phenomenon. That tide goes up. We're a boat on the tide. Somehow, we have resisted the surge of the tide, and we're doing better than almost any state in the nation. God bless New Yorkers. I believe in New Yorkers, and that's what that is. You look at the headlines, New York is on a path towards full shutdown, New York headed for shutdown, shutdown coming after Christmas, prepare for shutdown. Is a close down possible in January? Yes. Yes. First of all, anything is possible. Second of all, you look at these increases nationally, of course, it is possible. You already see states, other states closing down, big states closing down. Why are they closing down and we're not? Their numbers are higher than our numbers. That's the chart I just showed you. So the states with the higher numbers are already closing down. But there's a big but, and that's a big but, big B-U-T. But no one knows because it is up to us. What will happen in 3 weeks? What will happen in 4 weeks? You tell me what you're going to do over the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and I'll tell you what's going to happen, right? We know there's been an increase over the past few weeks, but that doesn't determine what happens going forward. I put on a pound a week for the past 4 weeks. Well, then in another month, I'll weigh 4 pounds more. No, it depends on what you do. And that's where we are. There's a great quote. Don't speculate about the future. Create the future. You know who said that? A.J. Parkinson, right. Don't speculate, maybe this, maybe this, maybe this, maybe that. Create the future. It is all in our control. New Yorkers can stop a shutdown. New Yorkers can save lives. It depends on what we do, and we just have to do it. And New Yorkers are good at doing it. Slow the spread, manage the hospitals, administer the vaccine. Slow the spread. Personal responsibility, small home gatherings. It's happening in your living room. Personal responsibility. I'm not going out. I'm just staying home and inviting friends over. Danger. Alert, Will Robinson. You have to be smart, personal responsibility. Local governments, do your job and enforce the rules. Enforce the rules. And get the information to the general public. We're starting a new series of PSA campaigns. Celebrate the holidays smart. Be smart. Healthy holidays. You know they always say happy and healthy holidays? Focus on the healthy this year. Healthy holiday season. Hospital management. Dr. Zucker is sending a letter to all the hospitals. Hospitals have to shift to crisis management mode. Crisis hospital management is a different state of mind for hospitals. Hospitals run as individual hospitals or as systems, and they don't really interact that much with each other. That culture has to change 180 degrees. And what has to happen is a hospital system, meaning a hospital group that has more than one hospital. They have 7 hospitals, 10 hospitals, big ones, 30 hospitals. You have to operate as a system. One hospital is an area where you know there's a high COVID rate. Start to transfer to this other hospitals. Well, that's not how we work. Well, it's how you have to work now. Also, form an agreement with a neighboring hospital system that if one system starts to run into capacity, you can cooperate with the neighboring hospital system to share the burden, what we call patient load balancing. Balance the load so you don't have one hospital getting overwhelmed, which is what we saw in the past. We had one hospital overwhelmed, and 5 blocks away, we had a hospital with plenty of capacity. That can't happen again. And then you have some hospitals in the state that are just individual hospitals, and they don't have, they're not part of a system. They are the most problematic because they don't have a system to fall back on. In Dr. Zucker's letter, he says to them, you must form an alliance with a system. So if one hospital gets into trouble and they don't have any other hospitals in their system they control, have a relationship with one of the other systems so you can go to them for capacity. And then what they're looking at is the same math that we're looking at. They know what zip code they're in. Look at the increase in your zip code, factor it out, and make sure you can manage that, and make sure you can load balance. They need to watch the numbers, and they need to be prepared. Greater New York Hospital Association, Ken Rasky, is a real pro. He's going to be working to coordinate the downstate hospitals, find the individual hospitals' partners, and making sure the systems cooperate. Haney's B. Grouse, likewise, is an experienced professional. She's going to be coordinating with the upstate hospitals. They're going to be working with Dr. Zucker. Northwell Health is the largest hospital system in the state of New York. Michael Dowling, a former health commissioner, so he understands it from both sides. And he's going to be providing technical assistance statewide, and we appreciate that. Also, I want hospital managers to know that this is serious. It's one thing to run a hospital on a sunny day. It's another thing to run a hospital in the middle of a pandemic. They have to run hospitals in the middle of the pandemic. We went through the spring. This is not a case of first impression. We learned lessons from the spring. I understand it's a culture change. I understand the bureaucracy doesn't want to do it. I also understand they have to do it. And if they are competent hospitals.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is just moments away.
Third piece, we have started phase 1 of the vaccinations in New York. I believe we did the first vaccination in the United States. Out at Northwell, Nurse Sandra Lindsay. This woman is a champion. I don't know her, except her face did not flinch when she took that needle, and I respect that. I remember when I had to take the COVID test on TV. It is very hard to have someone poke you, probe you, and show absolutely no emotion on your face. So good for her. What's happening now is, as the vaccinations go up, COVID will come down. But it's a foot race. And it's a foot race over a 6 to 9 month period. We have to get the vaccination out as soon as we can. That will start to bring the COVID rate down. But it's just a question of logistics and supply and making it happen. And making it happen is hard. The priorities are, we have to have a public education campaign because, as I've said before, we have to hit the 75 to 85% of the population has to take the vaccine to hit what they call herd immunity. Right now we have 50% of the population who says they won't take it. You cannot get to 75% without the number 50. So we need a real public education campaign. We have to make sure it's fair, and we have to reach out to the communities that paid the highest price, the Black community, Latino community, poor community, and we have to expedite the distribution and administration, and that is just 9,000 logistical pieces that have to work. That's trains, planes, automobiles, everything working. It's the most ambitious governmental operation that has been undertaken, period. And we have been planning for it, and we're now implementing. We so far received 77,000 doses yesterday. Total, we've received 87,000 doses. That's about the 170,000 doses that we were speaking about from Pfizer. We expect an additional 80,000 in the next few days. That will go for residents at nursing homes, and that's part of that 170. Pending approval, we could get another 346,000 doses from Moderna. What happens is the state gets the vaccine, the state then distributes it proportionately to regions. Don't double count numbers. When you listen to a lot of broadcasts or read the stories, Buffalo got 57,000 vaccines, New York State has 87,000 vaccines, New York City has 42,000 vaccines. No. The only number that we have is the number that the state has. We then distribute that to Buffalo, New York City, North Country, et cetera. So it's a little misleading as to how many vaccines we have. We have the 170 from Pfizer, and then we're hoping for an additional shipment from Moderna. Those are all allocations of the 170. And this is all in phase 1, which is vaccinating priority healthcare workers, congregate care workers, et cetera. We will then move to phase 2. Phase 2 are essential workers and priority general public. What's priority general public? General public who have underlying health conditions, et cetera. How are we going to do that? Good question. Glad I asked it. We're setting up regional vaccination hubs. They're going to be led by local hospital systems. Why? Because this is a medical operation, not a political operation. If you remember with the COVID testing, there was a lot of back and forth, well, who got it first, and was there favoritism, et cetera. Medical professionals are going to administer phase 2 by state guidelines, but it's going to be done by medical professionals. The state has done guidelines for phase 2. Those regional hubs, we call them, will create a regional plan for that region for phase 2. Again, it will be done pursuant to the state guidelines and then sent back to the state. The state approves or disapproves that regional plan. We have designated the vaccination hub coordinators. So Finger Lakes U of R is going to manage the vaccination starting with phase 2. Catholic Health System, Western New York, United Health Services, SUNY Upstate, Westchester Medical, Greater New York Hospital Association in New York City. They will be administering the vaccination. Northwell on Long Island. It's a medical procedure. It will be handled by medical professionals. There'll be no political favoritism, et cetera. These hub coordinators will all coordinate with the local stakeholders. They will work with the city government. They will work with the county government. They will work with the community-based health organizations. They'll work with community-based organizations to outreach to communities that are hard to reach. But they'll come up with a plan that meets the needs of that region. You're dealing with the North Country. That's different than when you're dealing with New York City. So the regionalization makes sense. And they'll have a plan that's tailored to their area. Again, the state will then approve the plan. The state will provide the logistics, the support that they need to actually get it done quickly. They're going to put in their plans the first week of January. The Department of Health will go through them. We want to be in place and ready as soon as we get to phase 2 allocation. When do we get to phase 2 allocation? Right now, we're talking about probably late January for phase 2. The dates tend to change with the federal government. It's not a criticism. I know they're trying to move a lot of pieces and big pieces very quickly. But the one piece we need to start the chain is we need the delivery of the vaccines. And on the current schedule, we think we get to phase 2 late January. Our goal, best vaccine program in the United States of America. Why is that such an ambitious goal? Because we are New Yorkers and we always set the bar high on ourselves. We want to be the first COVID-free state. This state paid more than its fair share for COVID and what we went through in the spring. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to be the first state to kill this beast. So people have questions. When can I get a vaccine? How much will it cost? What comes next? We have a website you can go to that has all the information, Vaccinate New York. It's a one-stop for all information. That logo, New York Tough, that is supposed to be a Band-Aid, a bandage that would go over a vaccine. If you look at the other picture, see that bandage? That's what that is supposed to be. I don't think anyone would get that. But that's what that is. There it is, the bandage again. But here's a very important point. New York State, in New York State, no person will have to pay a penny for a vaccination. No person will pay a penny for a vaccination. We want people to get vaccinated. It shouldn't be about wealth. No one will pay a penny. And the New York State Department of Financial Services is putting out a directive today saying the insurers must cover any cost of vaccination. We're getting the vaccine from the federal government. But theoretically, an insurer could say, yeah, but I had to pay the nurse, I had to pay this one. State Department of Financial Services saying the insurers have to pay that cost themselves. So there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but it's a long tunnel. We have to hit 75, 85%. Don't relax until that happens. You have to follow the same rules. And by the way, that means all through the holidays. And that's the problem. Another topic, state finances. Newspapers today suggest that Congress suggests no state and local funding. This is a major problem. It's also a major disgrace. We have been talking about this for months, since before the election. And then after the election, people were supposed to put their politics aside and actually do their job. Apparently that hasn't happened. This is a purely partisan debate. Again, I'm chairman of the National Governors Association. I talk to governors on both sides of the aisle. Many Republican governors received a lot of funding early on from the CARES Act. As a matter of fact, they received so much funding that they need flexibility to be able to spend their money. The Democratic states that were hardest hit have run out of that money and need additional funding, like New York, like Michigan, like California, like Illinois. Some people in Washington say, well, bankrupt the states. Bankrupt the states. If you bankrupt states, you bankrupt the nation. You really want to bankrupt New York? What would that do to the nation's economy, bankrupting New York? And you want to bankrupt New York now, in the middle of this pandemic, when the numbers are spiking? When we're just about to start this ambitious vaccination program, where I need hospitals and nurses and National Guard to do this unprecedented operation? Now is when you want to bankrupt New York? It is madness. Madness. Hyper-political, parochialism, madness. You know how important New York is to the overall economy. You know how important California is to the overall economy. Chicago, Illinois. How do you just say, let these states go bankrupt? How do you expect me to administer the vaccine? And you know that unless we crush this virus everywhere, we don't crush this virus anywhere. Virus is a national pandemic. Infected people from one state are going to the other state. That's the problem. I've been fighting this fight for months. I believe President Biden will correct the situation. He has said it publicly, privately, he gets it. The problem is he has to get into office. So you're talking about February, March of next year. The question is, what do we do to get from now till next February, March? We can't lose essential workers and essential organizations, especially with what we're doing now. So the state is going to advance $1.5 billion to organizations that need cash flow between now and next February, March, when we expect the federal government will tell us that they're going to be helpful and what that amount of funding is. But we understand we have to get from here to there, and we need them to function. So we'll have up to $1.5 billion that we will advance until that point. Some people are talking about doing a tax increase. Look, at this rate, we're going to need tax increases. The question is, how much of a tax increase? And to determine how much of a tax increase, you have to do that in the budget, because a tax increase is only one mechanism to close the hole. You have a $15 billion hole in the budget. We need $15 billion. Well, we can do some in taxes. Okay, how much? And how do we fill the rest of the hole, which is going to be in cuts? You have a $15 billion hole. You want to do $5 billion in taxes? All right. Then we need to cut $10 billion. Where do we cut that $10 billion? And who do we cut on that $10 billion? You want to raise taxes? Fine. From who and where do they go? You want to do cuts for the rest? Fine. From where? Education? Housing? Health care? And are there other ways to get revenue? How about marijuana? How about sports betting? Marijuana, we were supposed to have done for the past 2 years anyway, and would raise revenue. So if the legislature wants to do the budget now, we can do that. But we have to do a budget, not just a tax increase, because you can't do a tax increase in abstract. You have to do a tax increase relative to the budget. We could do a whole budget now, but then we're going to close a $15 billion gap now. And it is going to be devastating to people because you would have to do massive cuts and massive tax increases without the federal aid. But those are the choices. You do the budget now with no federal aid and you solve for a $15 billion hole. That would lay off thousands of workers. The tax increase would be extraordinarily high. Also, doing the tax increase now gets you no additional funds than doing it in the beginning of next year. Legally, that is not correct. We've done tax increases in 2009 and had them retroactive, and they've been upheld. Or we wait until next February, March, we do a budget when we know what the federal funds will be, and then we do the tax increases and the cuts to actually balance. Those are the two choices. We can do it either way. I favor waiting until next year, because if we close the $15 billion hole this December, I can tell you the cuts to education are going to cause school districts to lay off teachers all across the board. I can tell you hospitals are going to have to lay off workers. I can tell you government is going to have to lay off workers. Just when we're doing vaccines, just when we're fighting the pandemic. And then Joe Biden takes office and comes up with a federal aid package to the states. Then what do? Call back the school and say, oh, by the way, now I can give you funding? And the school's going to say, I just fired 500 teachers. How do I get them back? So that's where we are on that. But a bridge to here and there is the state advancing $1.5 billion until we know where we are on the other side. If Joe Biden, as president, doesn't provide state and local funding or can't get it passed, we're going to have to close that $15 billion on our own. If we have to close the $15 billion on our own, it is going to be devastating. You're not talking about the tax increase they're talking about. You're talking about multiples of that tax increase. You're talking to cuts in almost every service. This would be the highest deficit in the history of the state of New York. And this is no time to be savaging essential services. Look, this is all hard. This is all hard. And I know hard. The times test us, creates pressure. Pressure finds the crack in the stone, little crack, but you put it under pressure. And then the pressure explodes the crack, the weak crumble. But pressure also forges diamonds. And New Yorkers are diamonds. We're a necklace of diamonds, different shapes, different sizes, different colors, but a necklace of 19 million diamonds. And that's why we're New York tough and smart and united and disciplined and loving. By the way, just if you think we didn't have enough on our plate, big storm coming, nor'easter coming. Primarily downstate, which has the warning, a watch upstate. State of emergency, we may declare at 6 p.m. in those counties in the Hudson Valley, because they are supposed to be the areas that are very hard hit. This is a weather projection, very specific. It's like purple haze, Jimi Hendrix, also pointing to two very specific areas with very high snowfall, 18 to 24, that's the dark purple. What is that, Ulster and Sullivan, it's like Monticello. Very specific that those areas are going to have the highest snowfall. I once said that the weather forecasters were incorrect the next day, and I got savaged by the weather forecasters from across the nation for saying that their forecast was incorrect. So I am going to learn a little bit and not do that, but that is a very specific forecast. So we'll wait to see how that turns out. But it's a statewide situation, which makes it difficult for us, because normally when it's just a region we can deploy. This is going to be statewide, so we're going to have to be all across the state. We have been gearing up large numbers of everything, plus I will be out there with my shovel, and I can shovel vast quantities of snow, and Rob Mahika is going to join me, and Dr. Howard Zucker. So if I fall over from a heart attack from shoveling the snow, Dr. Zucker will be right there, which I appreciate. Questions?
Thank you, Governor. If you'd like to ask a question, please use the raise hand function at the bottom of your window. We'll take a moment to compile the Q&A roster. Governor, you now have Andrew Siff from NBC4. Andrew, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, Governor, and everyone gathered. My question has to do with the possibility of a shutdown or pause. Mayor de Blasio has said he believes it will be necessary right after Christmas. I'm wondering why that timing and how close you believe we are to that reality.
You are asking, Andrew, for a crystal ball projection. nobody knows what New Yorkers will do between now and Christmas and how they'll act on Christmas week. The numbers are not predestined. The numbers are a reflection of what we do. That's what I just said. You can't say how New Yorkers are going to act. If New Yorkers are smart, and if they celebrate smart, and if they focus on healthy holidays, and if they're careful, the rate will come down. I think what the mayor, I think a helpful warning is right, saying to New Yorkers, look, if we don't do anything different and these numbers keep going up, you could see a shutdown, I say probably in January. But that's if all the numbers go up. The answer to that equation is don't have the numbers go up. And we have seen many places, Andrew, where New Yorkers get it. They got it in the spring, they changed. They got it in Brooklyn and the number came down. They got it in Orange County and the number came down. They got it in Monroe and the number came down. They got it in the Southern Tier and the number came down. They're getting it in Western New York and the number's coming down. So we know that we can change the numbers. I believe in New Yorkers. I believe they're going to be more prudent through Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, etc. Because I think they saw what happened in Thanksgiving, right? We predicted a Thanksgiving surge, but I think they actually saw that happen. And I think they're going to be more careful through this next holiday season. And called me a foolish optimist, but I think New Yorkers are capable of getting us to the point where there is no shutdown and getting us to the point where we save lives. I think New Yorkers are that good that that can happen. We need New Yorkers to be personally responsible. We need the hospitals to step up and be in crisis management mode. And we need to start communicating with people with PSAs, et cetera. But I believe it's possible that there's no shutdown. It's purely a function of our action. Nobody has knowledge. These are all opinions. I talk to 50 experts a day. Some say it goes up, some say it flattens, some say it goes down. They don't know, because the intangible is how people act. I'll tell you this, in the spring, nobody believed we were going to flatten the curve. Nobody I talked to. Nobody believed you could have a population react as responsibly. I'm an optimist. If New Yorkers are responsible, if the hospitals do their duty and step up their game, we might not have a shutdown, period. And we'll save lives. So that's where we are. Now, to the extent elected officials want to say to people, you need to be careful unless, I understand that. But that's what that is. And I think the warning, which is what I've been doing also, we have to be careful or else. But or else is not an inevitability. It's not a foregone conclusion. Next question, operator.
Governor, you now have Andrew Donovan from Channel 9 in Syracuse. Andrew, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Andrew Cuomo, Andrew Sif, and Andrew Donovan. 3 Andrews in a row. That's a good start.
Yeah, well,
Governor,
Andrew Donovan, did you see your numbers? You have to get to work, Andrew.
we're watching very closely. Congratulations on your projection of December 15th. The Chancellor watched proudly as SUNY Upstate administered the first vaccines in Syracuse. My question is for the other hospitals. When can they expect shipments of vaccines? I know some need other storage, and Moderna will come in helpful when the storage, with the storage side of things. My second question, the cash advances that you're offering, are those for agencies already expecting state money and you're just giving it to them sooner?
Those are state agencies. No, those are agencies that would get funded from the state, but have a cash flow problem through January and February. And the state would advance up to $1.5 billion to get us to January and February, which is the point where we can actually do a responsible budget, because you know the numbers, Andrew. To do a budget, you have to make all the decisions at once, right? You have a financial crisis in your household. All right, we're going to get rid of the dog, so we save on dog food. All right, but before you decide that, is there something else you can do? Is that going to really make a difference? And why don't we come up with a whole plan about how to stabilize your household income before we get rid of the dog? Because, by the way, we like the dog. That's why I say any tax increase cuts, it has to be done in the context of a whole budget. And I'll do the whole budget right now. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm ready. But I think it's smarter to do it in February when we have the federal money and we don't have to cut schools, hospitals, et cetera. But Rob Mika, on the $1.5 billion for agencies that have essential cash flow, did I say that correctly? How would that work?
Yes, Governor, that's right. So many agencies are concerned about the withholding or concerned that the state hasn't made payments because of that. So what we're going to do is make sure that those agencies that have critical needs.
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. There's only 12 minutes left in this update from the state of New York.
By the way, this state and local discussion is just starting. I have a conversation with the governors this afternoon with President-elect Biden, and our number one agenda is going to be state and local financing. And the president, I've spoken to President-elect Biden about it before. He gets it. We're going to talk about it again today. The problem is he has to get into office, right? And then he has to propose a budget. So we're looking at February, March, which then puts us right in timing for our budget, which is March. But we have to win the state and local financing. And I am confident with Joe Biden we will. Next question.
Governor, you now have Michelle Bocanegra from Politico. Michelle, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Governor. Can you hear me?
Faintly, Michelle, if you could just speak
up.
up.
I'll speak up a little. So good morning. I just have a question about mayoral control ahead of the assembly hearing tomorrow. As you know, the current extension that's been granted to Mayor de Blasio is expiring in 2022. So I just wanted to ask if you're going to push for another extension when the time comes, and also, in your opinion, has it been a helpful tool during the pandemic, given the ever-changing situation, or do you feel like it's just accelerated worsening tensions between the mayor and families and educators, et cetera?
Yeah, Michelle, I have not weighed in on that. I thought it was something the council was considering weighing in on, but I have not offered an opinion. Do we know where that is, anyone? Is that, when would the legislation need to be?
Control extends through Mayor de Blasio's term, and then it expires.
And then it would require a new law.
That's right. And the Assembly's doing a hearing on it tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, that's right. The Assembly's doing a hearing on it. We'd have to pass a law next year. So we have plenty to talk about right now, and we haven't gotten to the topic with the legislature. But I'm sure that the Assembly, especially because the Assembly is predominantly from New York City, I'm sure the Assembly is going to have very strong feelings about that. And then we'll have a conversation. I just haven't had that conversation. Thank you. Next question.
Governor, your next question comes from Kesha Kluge from Bloomberg. Kesha, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Governor. Thanks for taking my question. Just first of all, how many vaccines were actually given yesterday? And then also, are you expecting any delay in the vaccine process with the snowstorm coming?
We do not know if there's a delay. Well, let's go back. Are we expecting any deliveries in the next couple of days? We are. Larry?
I mean, the next allocation, which would be the first Moderna allocation, is tentatively slated for December 22nd. As you know, we received the first Pfizer allocation that went to 90 hospitals, and then the first allocation from the Moderna drugs vaccine is tentatively slated to be distributed to all hospitals here in New York State on December 22nd.
So hopefully by December 22nd, the snow is not an issue. And, you know, this is UPS, this is FedEx. They're very good at getting goods to their location, and we supplement them. If they can get it to an airport, we can get it from the airport. So we don't anticipate this at that time. I don't know that we have these. Dr. Zucker, how many vaccinations have been done so far?
4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
About 4,000. Can we take one more question, operator?
Governor, your last question comes from Paul Liotta from the Staten Island Advance. Paul, your line is now open. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, Mr. Governor. Thank you for taking my question. Obviously, we've had a lot of issues in Staten Island, and some of our local electeds have been calling for your authority to be reined in terms of shutdowns. I just wanted to see how you'd like to respond.
Paul, yeah, this politics. Then there's facts. Facts. Put up the Staten Island slide, please. This is the fact, Paul. Staten Island has the highest infection rate in New York City. Why? It's less dense than the other boroughs. It doesn't have the subway service of the other boroughs. It doesn't have the crowded office buildings of the other boroughs. It has less sidewalk traffic than the other boroughs. Why? And you know what I focus on? I focus on the states, parts of the state that have the worst problem. Western New York for a long time had a problem. Early in the spring it was New York City. There was no reason for this. And this to me is just sad. Because when people get infected, they go into the hospital. And when they go into the hospital, they die. And I don't think there's any reason for it. I think it's politics. It's also sad because there is no political difference. Donald Trump recommends stricter in-house guidelines than New York State. Donald Trump recommends stricter in-house guidelines than New York State. Donald Trump says only immediate family members in a household. Only immediate members in that household. So no inviting over Uncle Joe, Aunt Nancy, none of that. That's the Trump administration's guidance. Our guidance is less than that. So both the Trump administration and the Biden administration agree on the same guidance. Why do people want to play politics with it? And then it's ironic. Politicians are funny. My father didn't like politicians. And I tell the story, we're in a delicatessen one day, and my father was in office, and I'm standing next to him, and somebody comes up and starts to chat and says something about, you're a politician. And he got all bristly. He could get bristly, my father. God bless him. And we get back in the car, and I said to him, you know, Dad, she said you're a politician. But you are a politician. You know, you can't get, no, I'm not a politician. Politicians are people who say whatever they have to say. They blow with the wind. Yeah, just yes men to make people happy. That's not who I am. That's not what I am. He had a real distinction. Politician had a negative connotation. A friend of mine is talking to a politician on Staten Island who's been very vocal. This is a hoax. There is no coronavirus. Don't worry about it. Free Staten Island. Don't worry about a mask. Don't worry about anything. Everything's good. This is the governor, over-restrictive. You know what the politician was interested in? Getting a vaccine. If there was nothing to worry about, like he told the people, why would you want a vaccine? Right? So it's the facts. Just focus on the facts. And let's be safe through the holidays, and let's get the numbers down, and let's make sure New York doesn't shut down, and let's make sure we save lives. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, that was the latest from New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. We're taking a live look now at Times Square in New York City, where snow flurries are still falling and the sun hasn't risen. It's still dark out there because of the storm. Looks a lot different than it did just yesterday morning. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll actually be watching a segment from our sister station, Fox 2 Detroit. They call it Fun Friday Features. That's next right here on News Now from Fox. And then you guys are going to have Rain Augustine for the next couple hours. And I will rejoin you from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern before passing things off to our friends and colleagues at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. And by the way, everybody, I have some huge news that I can finally, officially share. I've been dying to forever. Christy Larson returns today. Familiar face. She had a major milestone in her life that had her gone for several months, but she's back. She hasn't been on News Now from Fox since August. Exciting times. Those of you taking a break, we'll see you when you return.
2020's been crazy enough, so we couldn't not take them to see Santa.
Dressed in their holiday best, kids and their families wait in line at Laurel Park Place for some Christmas magic. At the mall in Livonia, Santa's ready to hear what's on Christmas lists this year.
I asked for a skateboard and a camera, a Nintendo Switch, and a skateboard and an American Girl doll.
I'm always nervous every year to meet him. So, and then every time I'm done with him, I can go again.
Yeah. Visiting St. Nick in 2020 looks a little different than years past. Families wear masks while Santa has a face shield. There's social distancing. The mall also asks you to make a reservation with walk-ups the first and last hour each day.
You will have Santa in his chair like he normally is, and then the families will sit 6 feet in front of him, and then the camera is positioned about 6 feet from that.
This isn't all about the kids. For some parents, it's a much-needed break.
It's been kind of different. Like, I haven't been in a mall since March, so it's been kind of crazy, and it's fun to just be out of the house for something other than work or grocery shopping.
Now, while 6 feet separates Kris Kringle from the kids, families still leave with lots of smiles behind their masks and pictures to remember Christmas 2020.
Seeing Santa is a big deal to our family. It's a tradition, and we look forward to it every year. And knowing that everyone's going to be safe while seeing Santa is a big deal. So we're really happy.
If you want to come see Santa here, they recommend you make an online reservation. We have more information for that on fox2detroit.com. We're in Livonia. Veronica Meadows, Fox 2 News.
David Smith is a second grader in Ypsilanti. He's also a self-published author. Going to school is fun, staying home is too, is the name of the book. And to kick off National Young Readers Week, David read the book to some of his classmates at East Arbor Academy on Monday.
Making music is exciting and a great way to be creative.
David started writing the book in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic when all of the schools shut down.
I want to say it was Mom's initial idea, and then we just sat down over dinner and just planned everything out and put it all together.
Yes. I was really surprised that he was so ecstatic with the idea, and he immediately got out paper and started jotting down, his character ideas and wording he was going to say.
David says the idea behind the book is quite simple.
I want to help other kids because the virus.
And from cooking to playing video games, the book talks about ways kids can have fun in safe ways during the pandemic.
This is at the top of my list in terms of things that have come out of it that is successful, and that would be him writing a book just to help his peers to get through COVID.
And David isn't ready to put down his pencil and paper.
He's already trying to work on another book.
Yeah.
In Ypsilanti, Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
Fox 2 cooking school right now with one of the best, Chef Isabella from WW. Chef, thank you so much. And first off, talk to us a little bit about how difficult it is for some people to maintain a healthy diet throughout this pandemic that we've been living through.
Yeah, definitely. Hi, Ryan, first of all. Definitely it's been a little challenging probably at the beginning, but, just like everything else, we kind of get used to the new way of living. And I'm all about encouraging people looking for recipe of the food that they like to eat. Mm-hmm. And learning how to modify the recipe because nothing is really written in stone. We're not really talking about baking. Regular cooking, look at a standard recipe and then modify things your own. The great things about being home is, or let's say a main rule about cooking is prep. You gotta prep ahead of time, when it comes to cooking, 95% is the prep, 5% is the cooking part. So if you chop, you peel, you cut up the vegetables, you make the sauces ahead, it's gonna make your life easier, basically.
No doubt about it. And one of the things we're doing today to eat healthy, you can eat ribs and still eat healthy, right, Chef?
Correct, which is one thing that, sometimes, especially members or people that maybe are interested in joining, the plan, they might think that some food is gonna be denied or so on. It's a simple matter of learning how to eat something like ribs, for example, so don't eat a whole slab of rib, okay? Please, just 3 or 4 bones, balance it maybe with a nice salad or some fruit. And when it comes to barbecue ribs, obviously the main problem is also the barbecue sauce, which has got a lot of sugar. So it's a simple matter of either making your own or use less, because you might be surprised, even if you use less, you still get the flavor of the barbecue sauce.
And we're gonna do that right now, correct?
Correct, so those are baby back ribs. So, there are 2 main ribs, the spare ribs and the baby back ribs. I like to cook the baby back ribs. They are smaller, a little more expensive, but, definitely, you can pick some with a nice meat and so on. So those have been wrapped with a wrap that you can make yourself, and of course the recipe is all posted and so on. And this was in the oven at 250, so very low temperature, for at least 2 hours. If I let it go for 3 or 4 hours, even better, okay? And this can be done the day before, no problem, okay? So the final things before you're serving it is basically I like to cut it, just like, I did it right here. You can do the whole slab on the grill, but if you cut it, you get a little more char from all the sides and so on. So what we can do is, I don't know if you want to do this either way, we were going to put this on the grill right there.
Sure.
Okay, so the grill on high, and obviously, the recipe might say 5 to 10 minutes, but you can let it go a little longer. So we'll do this, and then this right here, this is actually the cooking liquid from the ribs. So
when you pull them out of the oven.
Correct, which has got some apple cider vinegar and some broth and obviously the cooking juice. I let it reduce a little, and then I added a little barbecue sauce. So what we're gonna do with these, we're just gonna brush it over it, okay? And kind of
And Chef, that's one of the most important parts, because you mentioned barbecue sauce has so much sugar. If you just take the natural juices from the ribs and then add a little bit of barbecue sauce, you can essentially make your own.
Right, because there's also the flavor from the rub, you know, which has got the chili powder, there's got garlic, oregano, and onion, and so on. So there is a lot of flavor in it. So obviously, ideally, you want to close this down and let it go. This is just corn that I like to grill with a husk on, okay? And then it's a simple matter of peeling it and serving it like there. If it is small corn, it's nice and fresh and smaller kernel, it's super sweet. So you don't really need butter.
Yeah.
You don't need to load them out with extra stuff. Just eat it the way that it is. You can save some points. We're trying to encourage people that if they don't feel comfortable going out, they can enroll online. You know, they can attend Zoom meetings, they can talk to a coach, and so on. So we give it an option to regular members, but also to people that wanted to join. Have you gone out to eat to a restaurant yet?
I have been, yes.
You have?
I have been.
Yeah.
I have been to a restaurant. I've been to a few restaurants. I like to eat. I like to cook at home as well. So.
Yeah, right. Me too. I'm all about cooking at home.
Right.
And like I said, you know, for me, it doesn't take too long.
Right.
But it's fun to be with family and friends and entertain at home.
Well, for the viewers at home who may want to join or who may want to just learn a little bit more information, WW is the website. WW.com is the website. I know so many people who have had so much success on WW, and it has changed their life.
Yes.
And it it gives people their life back. So thank you so much for sharing some of your secrets with us.
My
Chef
pleasure.
Isabella, WW.com.
We're joined by Dave Claus now. Dave, it is so nice to have you on and back in Detroit with us. How are you?
Well, Detroit via Los Angeles, where I just woke up, but I'm so happy to be with you too, Jay. Thank you very much for having me.
It's been about 10 years since you've done some new stuff that fans can listen to in album form, and October 9th will be the big day. Tell us a little bit about, working on this album during a pandemic.
Well, I think that was it. I wasn't really planning on making an album, even though 1990 was when my first album came out, so it's really a 30-year anniversary time. But I hadn't really thought, okay, let me go into the studio until the pandemic hit. And I know how I use music and utilize the way that music can convey a message and a feeling more than words can. I know how that affects myself in my own life. So I knew kind of immediately what I needed to do, although I've never made a virtual album before. So it was a big challenge, I will say that. But I called a bunch of people. I even wrote the songs virtually, and then we started making the records virtually. The nice thing is that all my musician friends were at home because everybody was sidelined because of the they weren't doing what they were doing. So everybody was home, and the result is this very cohesive, very energy-filled piece of music called A New Day. It's not only a new day for me because it's my 30th anniversary, but I think, of course, given everything that we've been through this crazy 2020 year, it's a new day for everybody.
Normally, if we talked about a new album and you were on with us in Detroit, the conversation would be, hey, when are you coming to Detroit? When can people see you live? But you're going to do a virtual event on the launch day when this album comes out. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Well, we've had to try new things. Like, I'm such an analog guy in a digital world. Everything takes me a lot more time to grasp.
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this.
Being connected with fans in a different way. Detroit is one of my favorite places to play. We've been coming there for years. Of course, we'd love to do a concert in Detroit, but we can't do that right now. So we're trying different things. This is one good way of doing that. It's a virtual record release event where it will be live musicians and myself and a host, and there'll be Q&A, and there will be wonderful live music from the album and some hits from the past.
You said you'd play for us, and here we are in this virtual world, but listen, Detroit's going to love every minute of it, so what are you going to do for us today?
This is summertime in New York City. New York City was one of the first places in our country to get very battered by COVID-19, but they have come back, and as has the United States and as will the world. I know we're going to a better place. That's one thing I really feel in my heart, and that's what this album is all about. We are going to a new day, and let the music smooth the journey out while we're getting there. This is Summertime in New York, featuring your buddy and mine, Brian McKnight.
dancing in the dark. Summertime in New York. Summertime in New York City. New York City.
Good God, Dave, that's so good. That was so good. I love it.
Good morning, everybody. What a great way to start your Thursday morning with some smooth, mellow tunes thanks to our sister station Fox 2 in Detroit. Well, my name is Rain Augustine. I will be your host for the next few hours right here on NewsNOW from Fox. We are bringing you all the latest live events from around the country, all raw and unfiltered. We do expect to have a few live events today. Beginning at noon, Vice President Mike Pence will be in Georgia. We expect him to make remarks at the Defend the Majority rally there. He is campaigning for Republican incumbent candidates Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue as they will face Democratic candidates for the Georgia Senate, John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock. We also expect to hear from them later on today as they are campaigning as well. We will also bring you a live feed from Louisiana there. Governor John Bel Edwards will be witnessing the first round of healthcare workers to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. So a lot of moving things going on today on News Now from Fox, but we're going to keep things light for right now because it's the holiday seasons and service-based initiatives are still ongoing. So here's the latest from Fox 2 Detroit on how you can volunteer this holiday season.
This year, you won't hear a familiar sound on a street corner near you.
Get your Goodfellows paper.
A yearly tradition since 1914, COVID-19 has forced the Goodfellows to shift their major newspaper fundraising event from on the corner to online.
This year, everything is virtual.
A major goal of this fundraising event is to provide holiday presents for Metro Detroit kids whose families are in need. Take a look inside the organization's warehouse. Thousands of holiday boxes containing items to put a smile on a child's face are waiting for distribution, as thousands of other boxes have already been sent to a distribution site. But COVID-19 has increased the need for more boxes this year.
Demand is greater. We have been online registrations. We looked at our online registrations compared to the previous years, and we can see the number is much higher.
That's why Detroit Goodfellows hopes you will go to its website, Twitter account, or Facebook page to give and support its campaign, which runs through the end of this year.
Our goal is to raise $1 million, and right now we're at a little over $500,000. Since you're not getting like the newspaper, what you're getting is you're helping 30,000 kids out that probably wouldn't have a Christmas.
Organizers tell me that these boxes range in value from $35 for the younger kids to $65 for the older kids. But whatever you can donate, Goodfellows will appreciate.
No donations too, no, not at all. Our motto is no kid without a Christmas.
To learn more about supporting Detroit Goodfellows virtual fundraising event, go to fox2detroit.com.
Right now, we depend on all the help we can get.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
At 93, Jim Forbes still has a lifelong love for our country. You'll now find the World War II veteran collecting donated flags and participating in the Honor Guard at American Legion Post 346 in Farmington.
Well, it means a great deal because I like to help people, and we do help people.
Inside their hall on Grand River Avenue near Lakeway Street, pictures of each post commander are displayed dating back to 1923. They're a reminder just how long this American Legion has served the community. The post organizes the Memorial Day Parade, spreads the American spirit in schools, and much more. They even let some groups like the Boy Scouts use their hall for free. But that's not all.
I lost my wife 12 years ago, and without the American Legion, I don't know what that would do. It's family. It's everybody here knows everybody, and somebody to talk to.
This is one place veterans can lean on each other, which during the coronavirus pandemic is needed now more than ever.
Veterans are a special breed. They've been through something that not other people necessarily can relate to, and so having that camaraderie together, we're family here.
But paying to keep the lights on isn't cheap. With utility bills reaching $3,000 a month, this American Legion post is at risk of becoming the next coronavirus casualty.
Our primary source of income is renting out the halls. Since COVID hit, we were hanging in there a little bit with the higher amounts of people that were allowed to be in there, but right now we can't rent out the halls.
It's such a big part of the community that it's hard to express. I mean, if we have to close down, where are the Boy Scouts going to go? Where are the Cub Scouts going to go?
Stay with us. News Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Others needs help themselves. They're collecting donations and set up this GoFundMe. All money raised will go towards saving a piece of Farmington history, while making sure veterans here can continue calling this post their second home for decades to come.
What it means to me is helping and aiding other people and companionship. We're getting down on our number, but we're still worthy.
If it does close, I imagine we'll find some place to meet once in a while. But other than that, it would not be the same. And we could probably live with that, but the communities will be, the community of Farmington would be hurting very, very bad.
God bless you.
On a chilly fall day, people wore their masks and bundled up outside the Prayer Temple of Love Church in Highland Park. Here they're passing out fresh food to those in need.
It's a good thing in a bad situation.
Ivan King waited in line after falling on hard times 2 months ago because of the pandemic. He says he also picks up food for friends who don't have cars.
Unemployment and situations, and the COVID, like myself, my job cut off and on, so we band together and deliver a lot of food.
To show you just how many families in this community need help, take a look at this line. It stretches all the way down the street in front of the church. People we spoke to say this line has been this long since around 8:30 Monday morning.
The fact that we get to help be an integral part of helping to feed our community just gives us a lot of drive.
John Cole from Atlas Wholesale Food Company says the need has skyrocketed during the pandemic. Back in May, they got a grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to distribute 11 million pounds of food to hundreds of sites across the state. Just like this church, they've been busy ever since.
It's about 60,000 boxes each week that are getting distributed like this. We're so blessed to be able to use our resources, our assets, our employees, our network to be able to come together and do something that means so much to so many people in Michigan.
Great item for the holiday.
Now with Thanksgiving just around the corner, here there's a lot of thanks going around. Those receiving fresh food say they're grateful, while those passing it out say they're happy to help.
It's overwhelming. A lot of people, you never know how many people are really in need.
and to be able to help them out, especially during these uncertain times that we're living in, it's just truly a blessing.
In Highland Park, Veronica Meadows, Fox 2 News.
My memory has something bad, so I checked what that mean, what that happened.
It triggers you.
Yeah.
A loud noise or a sudden move can take Katrina Howell right back to the traumatic experiences she endured in Iraq, one of many Christians persecuted for her faith, a problem that only continued to grow after the U.S.-led invasion there toppled Saddam Hussein's regime in 2003, throwing that country into greater chaos.
They fight and kill a lot of Christians there, so I can be there more.
She spent a year and a half in a Turkish refugee camp before making her way to America in 2012.
It was very, very hard. It's no food, no money, no job. Yeah, nothing to help.
But upon arriving in the States as a refugee, there would be help from the Arab American and Chaldean Council. The ACC got Katrina a health assessment, helped her learn English, get job training, find a job. The list goes on.
Refugees are not a burden. They are willing to work. They are willing to be on their own feet. And many come back and ask, now how can I help?
That's Carmen Bordea with the ACC, which says it provides more than 500,000 services to more than 96,000 individuals. They never closed their doors during the pandemic as needs changed for refugees, immigrants in every community they serve.
The biggest need that we saw, or trend that we saw, was isolation. So many offices and refugee services, they had to close their doors, rightly so, to protect their staff and the clients, but they were isolated.
Besides reaching out to those families during COVID-19 and connecting them with resources like PPE, they continue to provide primary care, behavioral health services, and even infant mental health care. The circle of service continues. Katrina now volunteers every Thursday at ACC's Fresh Market Food Pantry, where more than 30,000 pounds of food are distributed each week, enriching her new country that provides her with safety and a fresh start.
This is my country, yes, exactly.
Hillary Golston, Fox 2 News.
Nate Hawes is at it again. His garage in Clarkston, now his furniture workshop. His specialty, making desks for students in need.
I realized it's got to be a struggle to have school-age kids and parents sometimes all working from home.
So many families working remotely, sometimes all in the same space, not very conducive to learning for a lot of kids already trying to do school virtually.
I thought, hey, if I can give some kids a dedicated workspace, especially families who can't afford a desk otherwise, that would be my mission.
So Desks by Nate was born back in September, and Fox 2 brought you the story of Desks by Nate, and soon Nate was overwhelmed with requests for help.
A lot of you guys have seen the Fox story that aired a few weeks ago, and this has really just exploded.
I mean, really exploded.
It was 24 hours, and my list went from 35 desks to 135 desks.
And it didn't stop there. Requests kept coming in.
My list went from 35 to about 285 over the course of a week. There was so many messages that I tried to, reach out on the page and just say, give me some grace as we get through these, because there was a lot.
But there has been a lot of support as well in the form of donations and supplies. Volunteers have come out to help build and paint, and this Saturday at Waterford Community Church, their first community build called Hammer Time, bringing volunteers together to make more desks.
This weekend, we're hoping to build 20 desks in a single day by using anywhere between 15 and 20 volunteers.
Nate says he should have enough volunteers, but people can go to the Desks by Nate Facebook page to sign up for other opportunities or to donate so they can keep building.
We definitely need donations to keep this thing going. So financial donations right now are the biggest help.
Nate says it's been great to see the smiles when children get their desks. It will take a few months to fulfill all the requests, but he's excited that he's also heard from people as far away as California and the Upper Peninsula who want to start similar programs in their communities.
It's been pretty unique to see the requests, the different places that people find us, and how widespread this has gotten. We're excited to see a lot of people just donate their time and put their effort towards something good right now.
She knows what it's like to have to choose between having food on the table for Thanksgiving or having a coat for the winter.
I thought that this would be a great opportunity to reach out and to give families a boost up.
A boost up and some warmth from the true heart of a Detroiter. Outreach coordinator for New Deliverance Ministries on Detroit's East Side, Tara Carter, falling on hard times herself, but now using her experiences to give others some hope, arranging a donation drive for Detroiters.
Well, things are really hard. It's hard for everyone right now.
Carter collecting monetary and clothing donations throughout the next month, planning to give away coats, hats, gloves, and masks to hundreds in need November 21st. She doesn't want parents to have to worry about letting their children down, because she knows how that feels.
Well, it's definitely hard for families that are lower incomes to have to figure out how they're going to keep their kids warm for the winter.
Carter says last year was a huge success, a mother even showing up to get her children coats, but Carter realizing she needed one herself.
And she was just so excited, and just to see the smiles on the kids' faces and how they were just so encouraged to come and get these new coats was just great.
But this year, the donations slowing down due to the pandemic. Carter hoping folks will open their hearts once again, and that those out there struggling will reach out.
Just know that this is a temporary situation. It doesn't have to be permanent, and there's help out there, so don't be afraid to ask for help.
Anything you can donate is appreciated. You can also donate online. We have details at fox2detroit.com. On Detroit's East Side, I'm Erica Erickson, Fox 2 News.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break. And for the rest of our audience, let's toss things over to Fox 6 Milwaukee for the latest on how COVID-19 is affecting unemployment rates.
Backlogged unemployment claims could be gone by the end of the year. That's what a top state official told lawmakers at Capitol today.
But when Fox 6's Brian Polson tried to ask her questions, she walked away.
Is there a reason you won't just answer some questions?
For someone who just delivered potentially great news to state lawmakers, Amy Pahacek wanted nothing to do with my questions.
Are you still in fact planning to have this backlog eliminated by the end of the year?
Pahacek is interim director of the Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development, replacing Secretary Caleb Frostman, whom the governor fired in September.
Can you see a plan to extinguish the problems?
On Wednesday, the legislature's audit committee grilled her and other DWD officials over the 39 million blocked calls and busy signals that plagued the system last spring.
People were trying to reach them 41 times each.
And the long delays in processing payments ever since.
I think the adjudication obviously is our bottleneck.
Republican lawmakers blamed the governor for failing to act quickly enough.
There should have been some anticipation that this would happen.
While Democrat Senator Tim Carpenter fired back at the GOP-controlled legislature.
8 months that we have not been in session when we could have been doing something.
Others said it was time to look forward, not back.
And put this nightmare behind us.
There are still more than 35,000 Wisconsinites with claims that have been pending more than 21 days. But Pahacek says they hope to catch up by the end of 2020.
That remains our goal, so we're headed towards it.
Were you surprised to hear that?
I was. I'm hopeful because, again, that would be the greatest Christmas present for a number of our constituents.
Whether or not the Department of Workforce Development is indeed able to eliminate that unemployment backlog is something we'll know soon. They are due to report back to the Legislative Audit Bureau in January. In Madison, Brian Polson, Fox 6 News.
35.
You are watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we're taking a live look at Baltimore. It looks like a plane has skid off of the runway due to the icy conditions in the area. The Northwest is still experiencing the nor'easter storm that is bringing heavy sleets and snow to the area. So we will keep you all updated on this as more information unfolds. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break. And for the rest of our audience, here's the latest on how COVID-19 may affect may have long-term symptoms on some of its patients.
Long battles against COVID-19 all too often and badly. But tonight, one Racine woman is home after winning her fight. Our Casey Cronus live with her meaningful homecoming and the difficult journey it took to get there.
That's right, Mary. Denise Saharda and her husband got sick with COVID in early April, but while her husband recovered, Denise would end up staying in multiple hospitals, including this one, before recovering at a rehab facility in Illinois.
There she is!
For nearly as long as we've adapted to life amid the pandemic.
Tell her we love her. I know, we will.
Welcome home, Grandma! Racine's Denise Saharda,
a lot of touch and go situations,
has been fighting to keep her own.
I went in on April 5th. I was intubated on April 7th. I spent 2 months in the hospital here in Racine, and then I moved to a hospital in Milwaukee. I was ventilated for 3 months. I don't remember any of that.
Saharda then spent the last 4 months in a rehab center, building back her strength.
I've worked very hard to get where I am right now.
On Wednesday, she's surrounded by loved ones.
A very big blessing, for sure.
After COVID restrictions meant they could only communicate by phone with the help of healthcare workers.
It was a lot of ups and downs, a lot of emotions.
Now, with a new lease on life, a message Saharda hopes others will hear.
I want people to know that it is serious. When you're in a situation like my family's been through, it is very serious.
Saharda tells us COVID-19 affected her kidneys, so she is now on dialysis and will also require home therapy. Her family has set up a GoFundMe page to help pay for those medical expenses. We have that link on fox6now.com. Reporting live in Milwaukee, Casey Cronus, Fox 6 News.
Wishing her a full recovery. Such a touching story, and what a lovely woman. Casey, thanks for that. Fox 6 long battles again.
Here's the latest from Fox 2. They spoke with a COVID-19 expert on what Americans can expect once the Moderna vaccine is approved.
Hi, everyone. It's Alex Savage at KTVU Fox 2 News here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and it was a monumental day in this country. We saw the first people here in the U.S. receiving the COVID-19 vaccine earlier this morning, and it was just remarkable to see. Joining us now to talk more about this, Dr. Vanila Singh, clinical professor at Stanford School of Medicine and the former chief medical officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. Dr. Singh, really great to get you on today on this historic day in this country. How big a turning point was this to see the first COVID vaccines being administered to people?
Well, good afternoon, Alex. Thank you for having me. This is such an important day, like you said, monumental, landmark in many ways, for so many reasons. One is we've been hit with one of the worst pandemics we've ever seen globally and in the United States. We are certainly seeing a surge. Could not come at a better time to watch the very first person get the vaccine today in the United States. And that's what really makes this monumental, because it comes on the heels of the US being afflicted by a brand new novel virus that showcased high contagion. It showed that it was definitely a virus to avoid if you were weak, if you were older. We saw many people succumb to it. But the best news out of this is that in record time, with scientists both in the public and private sector, and unlimited resources and a very important strategy from the administration, we were able to watch the development, testing, and now administration of this very important COVID-19 vaccine.
So we obviously hear about this first high priority group who is getting the shots as we speak here all across the country. And of course, that includes our healthcare workers who are on the front lines here dealing with COVID patients in hospitals and other facilities. And this also will include nursing home residents. And obviously, we know about the very serious outbreaks in those facilities as well. But when you get, further down to it, on the ground level, how are these decisions being made about which healthcare professionals, which doctors, which nurses will be getting the shots?
Yeah, it's a great question. This is something that has been considered from the beginning. CDC had its own independent advisory committee to actually review that for the past few months and then re-review it with the latest data from the clinical trials. And really what it's based on is what healthcare workers out there are getting the most likely exposures and are actually therefore likely to even get the virus. So it's two things. You could be exposed but still safe, but exposed and not so safe. So think about ICUs, critical care doctors and nurses. That's where you're going to see a lot of the moderate to severe patients with COVID, and they're obviously advanced, and they're also likely to transmit that increased viral shedding that they're having. You also think about operating rooms and surgeries where out of the lungs, the respiratory type of surgeries where the doctor, the anesthesiologist, or the surgeon in those particular cases are exposed more so. Those OR nurses are exposed more so. So they're going through this specialty by specialty and determining where are those who are at the highest risk of exposure and transmission.
Let me ask you to follow up on that, because, as we've obviously talked about the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, the one that's being administered right now, is a 2-shot vaccine. So what is the level of protection that a person who, the folks we've been seeing on TV today, what's the level of protection that they have after just getting that first shot?
Well, super question. This is what the company is stating, is that in fact, one should not assume they have protection, not only right after the first shot, but in fact, you should assume it not until 7 days after the second shot. The shots are given apart by about 28 days. Some cases, some people are saying somewhere between 21 to 28 days, but it's not really until your second shot is in place and perhaps a few days after to allow the body time to really get that antibody booster effect that we're looking for. Is there going to be some conferred immunity perhaps after the first one? Yes. But the kind of immunity that we're looking for, that you could say with much more confidence protects you against that virus, it would be a few days after that second shot.
All right, that is very important. And obviously, with that being said, that means that everyone, even if you're one of the lucky folks who's getting the shots right now, even after you get the vaccine, we're still wearing the masks. We're still trying to keep our distance from other people, and implement all those safety measures that we've been doing all along until obviously we hopefully reach that herd immunity. Let's talk about some of the potential side effects from the vaccine, because we do know from the clinical trials for the Pfizer vaccine that it was about 15% is what I read, about 15% or so of patients in those clinical trials, they experienced things like nausea, fever, chills. First of all, is this to be expected with the vaccine? And then second, do you worry that hearing about those side effects will scare some people off from wanting to get the vaccine?
Listen, if the COVID-19 vaccine didn't have side effects like the ones you mentioned and others, that would be really the news to make. Most vaccines have some element of side effect, which is not allergy, but side effect where you have pain on injection site, muscle aches, chills, nausea, different mild responses, because it is an external agent that your body is seeing. And so that's not unexpected, and it varies from person to person who's going to do that. But they're acceptable, they're very mild, and if you have it, just monitor it. I wouldn't tell your doctor unless, of course, it is something that you are thinking of as maybe perhaps an allergic reaction. We talked about how there were those 2 UK folks who had severe baseline allergies, and they're the ones who had the really severe reactions. But if you're in doubt, you can let people know. But overall, the bottom line is this: if you have a response, it's likely a side effect, and a mild one at that.
All right. Obviously, the shots are in high demand as we speak right now, but there are a lot of people across the country who are hesitant to want to get the COVID vaccine. Even once their turn comes up, how do you convince someone who is skeptical of the safety of this vaccine that obviously was rushed to market?
Yeah, so I just want to start by saying I understand people being skeptical. I think that's a normal, thoughtful look at things. because in all of this, of course, this is a novel virus, and you wonder if in fact we're cutting corners. The truth is, what was really rushed in this were things that we normally don't have access to, which is really almost unlimited resources were put to these companies, many of which had the expertise already. And that's often the rate limiting factor. How do you hire the staff? How do you hire the people to go and recruit or design the trials? There's so many aspects to this. And then secondly, some of it was outdated regulation, or regulation that doesn't pertain to an emergency situation where it's needed to be quicker. So those are the things that were really where the shortcuts were taken. The science of this that actually evaluates the safety and efficacy, all of these companies came together with the heads of different agencies to ensure to people that, look, we're not gonna not only not cut corners, but we understand the gravity of the situation and that people are relying on this, and we're here to combat the COVID-19 virus. So I would say to the skeptical folks that please go look at the data if you need to, but know that there are a lot of good folks in this A through Z who know that this was a national security, public health mandate of the likes that we haven't seen in a long time.
Obviously, the first round of folks to receive the vaccine, that makes a lot of sense.
You're watching News Now from Fox. As you can see, we're covering a few live pictures this morning. Well, we were before Sky Fox took off. We were showing you a live picture in Baltimore at BWI Airport, where a Spirit airplane slowly skid off the runway due to icy conditions. They say that it happened around 6:18 this morning, just as the plane landed from Las Vegas. No injuries have been reported, and airplane personnel are working to remove passengers from the aircraft to the terminal using airport shuttle buses. Spirit Airlines also released a statement saying that after safely landing and entering the taxiway this morning, the nose of the Spirit Airlines flight 696 slowly slid onto the grass while turning a corner and taxiing into the gates. All 111 guests and team members are safe and were transported by bus to terminal. So very dangerous weather in the Northeast. We will continue to bring you all coverage right here on News Now from Fox. Now, some of our audience will see a commercial break, and for the rest of our viewers, we will continue to listen in on this report on the latest COVID-19 updates.
People who even have more risk if they're in the long-term nursing homes or assisted facilities, and then combine them with medical comorbidities or even young people who have those comorbidities. So all of these have to be taken into account, and there's an intersection. You can be a firefighter who has diabetes and something else and puts at some risk. And so, you know, they're going to be clearly identified as people who need it. And, you know, if anyone feels maybe overlooked or somehow the system's not working, I always say be proactive in a very polite way. Go ask your doctor, find out, hey, you know, what do you think? And they may even explain to you, or they may go and have an opportunity to look at the CDC website and see what the committee came up with, what your hospital is coming up with. And you can rest assured, and I can tell you this, the thought that is going into this from all angles is vital. We know these doses are precious, and we also know the manufacturing capacity of this is being addressed as we see right now. They're amping it up. We're expecting 100 million to 500 million from different companies. Moderna is next week. They're going to be looked at by the FDA, and if they meet the criteria that's necessary, we'll have yet another company, and then Johnson & Johnson, and so on and so forth.
Right. Yeah, and that seems to be the key. I mean, you know, one of the keys is, you know, as opposed to leaving out certain groups that should be included here in kind of that second round of vaccines, the key is to just have enough vaccine to help get them all immunized.
Absolutely, and that's the goal, the broader population immunization. But recall one thing, the worry about a virus like COVID is the bad outcome, morbidity, or the worst fatal outcome, mortality. If we get a handle of those by going for the vulnerable, and we also get a handle of ensuring that our healthcare workforce is there to take care of the sick, and our supply chains for very essential services like food, etc., are there. We're able to maintain a calm while we're addressing the bad outcomes that are what worry us about a virus. And everyone else, yeah, it might, you might have a virus that doesn't feel good, but hopefully, knock on wood, most of us are capable of going through it. We just don't want to lose work, and we don't want to even have that worry. But it's breaking down what in the end of the day are we worried about. We're worried about a bad outcome, and we have to address those people first while we keep the rest of our society functioning. And I think we're going to be doing a great job of it. I am also hopeful that it won't take as long as we're thinking or it's being predicted, because they don't want to jump ahead. But the manufacturing capacity of these different vaccines from these different companies, my belief, they have been looking at this for months, and so I think it will go well. And then the dissemination with our pharmacies, our clinics, and other outlets will also be ramped up.
All right. Well, we're off and rolling in this country, and it's certainly, it's a proud moment. It's a hopeful moment, and to see the first vaccines being administered, and hopefully millions more to come as we try to beat back this pandemic. Dr. Vanila Singh, always great to have you on, especially on a day like today, as we make history in this country. Dr. Vanila Singh, clinical professor at Stanford's School of Medicine and former chief medical officer with the Department of Health and Human Services. Take care. Thanks for doing it.
How would you like to wake up to 9 inches of snow this morning? Not something that I think that I would be excited about, but that's what some residents in Pennsylvania are facing right now. Here's the latest from Fox 29.
Good morning from Allentown, Pennsylvania, where the nor'easter has pounded this part of the state. We got about 9 inches here in Allentown, the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania, about 60 miles north of Pennsylvania. Take a look at the roadways. Still snow covered this morning. We had snow through the night, near blizzard conditions about midnight last night, where the snow was coming down at a rate of about an inch to 2 inches an hour at a clip at some point. The snow has now stopped. The cleanup now begins. There are statewide vehicle restrictions on roads like Interstate 95, the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The snow has now stopped. It is now just a matter of the cleanup right now. Most schools are out today. They've given it a snow day, but some are now virtual, since a lot of students learned online this school year. There was no need for a school day, so some students, even though there was 10 inches of snow out there, still had to go to classroom in some form or fashion. The latest measurement here, unofficially here where we are, is about, well, this says 15 inches, but that is because of the blowing snow. We got officially here about 9.5 inches right near the airport, and as you see, slow going on area roads, but this nor'easter is still with us, and it will be probably through this day. In Allentown, Pennsylvania, Chris O'Connell for Fox News.
Whiteland Christmas. How about that? The snow has stopped falling, but it has not stopped drifting and blowing, and you can tell how it's blowing because it blew up onto the wall here and then stuck onto the letters here. How cool is that? Filling the W's and the H in the West Whiteland. So kind of cool here. And anywhere you walk, you'll be in 1 inch of snow, and then you'll be in nearly a foot of snow because it is blowing and drifting. So here we are, and you can look at that American flag, and that tells you how it's blowing. So I went from just 2 inches of snow to about 5 inches, and then closer to the wall, now about 8 inches. So it's hard to even gauge how deep it is, but how beautiful is their Christmas tree out here. Look at that. And just a moment ago, there were some ornaments that fell off. I was rehanging them because they got blown off. But closer you get to the tree, even into the underhang, the snow goes up to the front door, even though they've got a cover here, but it blew under the cover. And then closer to this tree, which looks like a Christmas card now. West Whiteland should come out here, take a picture, and send this as a card. But close to the tree, look at Greg's feet. He's now like calf deep. So very deep, but how beautiful is this tree? The sparkling ornaments reflecting off the snow, the lights, and you don't have to flock the tree now. It's got the real snow on there. Just beautiful out here in West Whiteland. So, boy, you don't have to dream about a West Whiteland Christmas. It's real, and I doubt this stuff's going to melt in the next week. right across the street, you got the big mall, the shopping area, and here we go. 7 shopping days left till Christmas. A week from today is Christmas Eve. How perfect does it look? And again, we're talking about driving being dangerous, but just walking is, because once the street is plowed, there's a sheet of ice everywhere, especially in the parking lot, or that gentleman has been plowing all night. But with the wind blowing, you get a nice sheet of ice covering it. So very treacherous till they put the salt down, folks.
You're watching News Now from Fox. As you can see, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Heavy snowfall and ice is taking over the Northeast. They're facing quite frankly blizzard weathers. As you can tell, we've been getting a lot of live reports and look live from reporters around the country as snowfall is continuing to come in the Northeast region. However, keeping things in the spirit of Christmas, I want to bring you all to Milwaukee, where Fox 6 is bringing us the latest on how local organizations are continuing the Christmas tradition, even though COVID-19 is affecting how we gather for holidays.
This year, holiday staples are on hold and many Christmas concerts have been canceled.
Fox 6's Bill Miston shows us how one Hubertus group is keeping its rocking tradition alive.
Swap a stadium for a sanctuary. Laser lights for Christmas lights. Sure, this group of more than a dozen isn't rock group Trans-Siberian Orchestra. But the Crown of Life Orchestra has been paying homage to the rock group's Christmas classics turned prog rock ballads for more than a decade.
2008, we played like 3 songs. So it went like from 3 songs to 5 songs to 10 songs to, to full concert, 2 hours.
The COL riffing on TSO's Christmas mainstays like Sarajevo and incorporating the Christmas story into the concert, while picking favorites of their own.
We actually do The Little Drummer Boy, which is kind of a Joan Jett version.
Bassist and Crown of Life Lutheran Church member Rick Youngman says while the Hubertus Church's TSO-esque tradition started small and progressed, its purpose remains the same.
Basically, that was always what it was about, was outreach to the community and stuff. And at this time of the season, especially this year, the idea of trying to bring a little joy, and normalcy back into everybody's life.
Because of the pandemic, this year's arrangement a little different. Instead of playing over 3 nights to upwards of 600 people, the 12th annual concert, a 2-night affair, playing live in an empty room, with cameras rolling, streaming it online for people to enjoy from the comfort and safety of their own homes.
Hopefully, again, we can bring that normalcy. I mean, people can be at home, watching either on a computer or, big smart screen TV and all that kind of streaming that. Get a fire in the fireplace or whatever, have some good family time, listen to some, good Christmas music. Just, again, like I said, try to bring some normalcy to it in a very abnormal year.
In a year with much to mourn, layers of melodies, harmonies, providing a reprieve.
We refer to it as being therapeutic time, because you kind of forget about everything else that's going on, basically, and you can just play and, have some fun.
And turn up the dial to 11. Bill Miston, Fox 6 News.
Dang, they are good. Crown of Life Orchestra's concerts took place last weekend, but don't worry, if you want to check out the performances, we have a link to them on our website at fox6now.com. Steph, I was not expecting that noise to come out of the Lutheran Church.
No, me neither. And man, they did it well.
Yeah.
Right?
You're watching News Now from Fox. We're going to bring you all to Polk County for the latest COVID-19 updates. All right, guys, we will bring you the latest updates from Polk County, Florida, but first, we're going to bring you the most recent update from Mayor Bill de Blasio out of New York City.
We're going to get started in this amazing historic moment. So happy to be here, and especially happy to welcome the mayor. And I want you all to know that during the darkest moments in March and April, I was on the telephone with the mayor 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and what his concern is, tell me about Elmhurst, how much equipment do they need, what is the ventilator situation, how many patients are there, and the work was all about how do we get them the staff they need, how do we get them the supplies they need. He very much felt the pain of Elmhurst. I know he was here a number of times during that period, and I want to thank him deeply for that effort, for that caring, and how great that now we could be here to make the pain go away, to be able to protect the heroes of Elmhurst. So, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, thank you. I want to thank Dr. Mitch Katz, who really has seen through this whole crisis, our extraordinary public hospital system, public clinic system. Health and Hospitals has borne the brunt of the coronavirus crisis. The men and women of H&H have done an amazing job fighting back this disease and deserve all the respect and appreciation in the world. And they had a great and persistent leader during it. So, Mitch, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all you did for this city during this crisis. We're here at Elmhurst Hospital, a heroic place, a place where something extraordinary happened. One of the toughest battles anywhere in the United States of America against the coronavirus happened right here. But Elmhurst Hospital held the line. The men and women who worked here, the healthcare heroes, did an extraordinary job against all odds. That's the story of Elmhurst Hospital. There's a lot to be proud of. You can clap for that. You can clap for that. Elmhurst Hospital has a lot to be proud of. Queens has a lot to be proud of. It is a great pleasure to be here with the new Borough President of Queens, Donovan Richards. Congratulations. And Donovan, you chose a good time to become Borough President because we're celebrating such an important moment here. The first ever vaccination at a New York City public hospital. And there's no more fitting place than here. This is the place where it should be, because this is the heroic place. I really want to emphasize that this is the heroic place. And I will tell you for the rest of my life, when I hear the words Elmhurst Hospital, I'm going to think of heroes, and I'm going to think of a battle that was fought and won. That's what I'm going to remember. So Elmhurst is part of what I can say with assurance is the leading public health care system in America, H&H. And this is the first, and we can say that for sure, can't we? And we're going to see the first vaccinations in an H&H facility. And the good news is you're going to be seeing more and more people every day getting vaccinated. In the last 48 hours since the vaccine arrived, over 1,600 healthcare workers have been vaccinated in New York City. That is a huge step forward. Now, why are we here? We're here to honor our healthcare workers. We're here to honor Elmhurst Hospital. We're also here to talk about how important our public healthcare system has been in this year. I'm going to be blunt. For a long time, HHC, then Health and Hospitals, were ignored in this city. They were too often put down, too often starved of funding. And a lot of folks, unfortunately, thought of H&H as something that wasn't their business. And H&H struggled for years and years. Several years ago, before we ever heard the word coronavirus, we made a decision to invest in H&H, billions of dollars, to make sure our public health care system was strong.
we made a decision that the future of New York City depended on H&H. No, we did not have a crystal ball. We did not know there would be a pandemic. We knew people needed health care. And we knew it wouldn't happen without H&H. So we spent billions of dollars. And let me tell you, that is some of the best money we ever spent. Because we needed H&H more than we ever knew. And when that moment came, when literally the city was on a razor's edge, H&H was there for thousands and tens of thousands of New Yorkers. H&H held the line. H&H Health and Hospitals saved New York City. And in this next battle, and this will be the last great battle against the coronavirus, I'm happy to tell you, this will be the last great battle against the coronavirus because the vaccine is here. We will need H&H again to help us fight back and defeat this second wave, but also because this is the place where so many people will get vaccinated. This is the place where neighborhoods will turn and will trust to come get that vaccination. So it's all going to be happening here. And that's why we're here today, to celebrate this important step, this crucial, wonderful moment. Let me say a few quick words in Spanish before this historic moment occurs. La salud es un derecho humano. Y nuestros hospitales públicos están aquí para proveer ese derecho. En estos edificios se han peleado duras batallas contra el virus. Y aquí mismo vamos a pelear la batalla final. Millones de neoyorquinos van a recibir una vacuna segura, efectiva y gratis en nuestros hospitales para acabar.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
This pandemic part of our past. Let's get rid of it once and for all. And with that, I will now tell you, we're so pleased to be here with Veronica Delgado, who is a lead physician's assistant in the emergency department, and William Kelly, a service aide in the environmental services department. And to assist them, Dr. Eric Way and Dr. Dave Choksey, Dr. Eric Way of H&H, Dr. Dave Choksey, our health commissioner, have stepped forward. And you have office jobs now, but you still know how to doctor. So get ready for the big moment, everyone. on, everyone. This is a standing ovation. It doesn't get better than this.
You didn't blink at all. Well done. Down for a strong. Thank you. Thank you. Didn't feel it at all. And it wasn't embarrassing at all.
We're going to be here for all your medical appointments. You both did a great job. All right, everyone. First of all, again, to William and Veronica, it is not typical to have 100 people in the room for your shot. So you both did an incredible job staying cool under pressure, and thank you.
You're watching News Now from Fox, and as we are bringing you the latest headlines from around the country, we want to bring you all a live feed. The governor of New Jersey is addressing the public when it comes to the nor'easter storm that is dumping a lot of heavy snow in the region. So let's take a live look at that.
All state offices until 11 a.m., and this includes motor vehicle commission offices. All in all, and I think my colleagues would agree with this, the storm pretty much met the forecast. Over the next couple of hours, weather activity statewide will begin to wind down, and this storm system will push its way out of New Jersey. The winds will also begin to die down as the day progresses. Most of the winter weather advisories and watches from the National Weather Service are set to expire at 10 a.m., though those of you in Passaic, Bergen, Essex, Union, and Hudson counties, again, Passaic, Bergen, Essex, Union, and Hudson counties, won't be in the clear, so to speak, until 1 p.m. Along the coast, the coastal flood warning from Monmouth all the way to Cape May is in effect until 3 p.m., as is the coastal flood advisory for the Delaware Bay, along the Cumberland and Salem County coasts. Looking ahead weather-wise, it's going to remain cold, so we should expect not only minimal melting over the next 24 hours, but whatever does melt may refreeze overnight. So we want everyone to remain cautious when venturing out. I will tell you, I'm looking outside right now. It's snowing, and there's a lot of ice on the ground. So we're moving out of this, but we're not out of it yet, so please be careful. Diane will be able to give you a better picture of the situation on our roads and the work completed by the DOT's crews. The commercial vehicle travel restriction she declared in advance of yesterday's storm also remains currently in effect, and I believe you're going to keep that in effect, Diane, until 11 a.m. And more on that one in a minute. For current road conditions, your fastest resource will be to find the NJDOT on Facebook, on Twitter at NJDOT_info, that's at NJDOT_info. And at 511nj.org, 511nj.org. At this hour, NJ Transit rail and bus service throughout Central and North Jersey remains suspended, and Diane will correct this if she's got it differently. Bus and paratransit service will resume at noon, and the rail services will resume on a rolling basis to some extent as we speak. I encourage you to visit, as we said yesterday and always, njtransit.com or on Facebook and Twitter at njtransit for updates on service restoration. Pat, you may have a more updated number than I do, but as of 8 a.m. at least, which is a short while ago, New Jersey state troopers had attended to 207, does that sound right, accidents, and responded to 426 motorist aid calls along the roads under their patrol. I'm certain there were many other similar calls to local and county folks, and we thank all of our first responders up and down the line who spent the storm on the job. Thank you to each and every one of you. As anticipated, there were reported blackouts across the state, with the bulk of those reports coming in from the shore areas where the winds were the highest. There were multiple reports of wind gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour. It was blowing up in a big way overnight in Monmouth County, I can say that. And I think, Joe, you think that there was some outages in the Northwest as well. But at least as we speak at this moment, and there's a couple of reasons to be cautious, the number of customers currently remaining without power is a lot lower than I had anticipated. It is literally, I was going to say around, it is 4,102 statewide. Again, the overwhelming majority of those outages are in the areas nearest the shore. I know Joe and his team at the BPU have spent considerable time checking in with service providers, and he'll be able to give us the latest. And again, we thank the women and men who are out there in the storm overnight working to restore power. And I'd say one other element there, and Joe will have forgotten more about this than I know. We still have the ongoing concern of not only ice, because the temperatures are not going to warm up much today, even as the storm passes out, but also heavy snow, freezing on branches that might cause further power challenges. And also, folks, as you get out this morning to dig out and to help your neighbors, please remember to remain safe at every level. If you see a down power line, call it in, don't go near it. If your power is out, call it in, don't assume someone else will. Remember, we're in a pandemic, so keep social distancing and keep face coverings on as you help your neighbors. And one last time, I want to give a huge shout out to Diane and her team, Pat and his, Joe and all the electric service providers, to the state, county, and local road crews, first responders everywhere, and those working the power lines for their efforts throughout the day yesterday and overnight, and as we speak. They truly represent the community spirit of our state. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our host, the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, Diane Gutierrez-Scicchetti.
You're watching News Now from Fox. That was the latest weather advisory from New Jersey. Switching gears, right now the FDA is discussing emergency use authorization for the Moderna vaccine. So we will bring you all this feed live right here on News Now from Fox.
Hi, I'm Steve Pergan. I'm an associate professor at University of Washington and Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, Washington, and I'm an infectious disease physician by training.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Mike. Mike, can you put the next slide, please? Thank you. Dr. Fuller.
Good morning. I'm Avita Fuller. I'm an associate professor at the University of Michigan in the medical school in microbiology and immunology, and a member of the STEM initiative of the African Studies Center of the International Institute, and I'm a virologist by training.
Okay. Dr. David Kim.
Good morning, David Kim. I'm the director of the Division of Vaccines in the Office of Infectious Disease and HIV/AIDS Policy in the Office of...
And welcome from very snowy Boston. I'm a microbiologist at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, an infectious disease physician at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, and editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. James Hildreth.
Good morning. I'm James Hildreth. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of Meharry Medical College. I'm also a Professor of Internal Medicine and a viral immunologist by training. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Janet Lee.
Good morning. I'm Jeanette Lee. I'm a professor of biostatistics at the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mark Sawyer.
Good morning. I'm Mark Sawyer. I'm a professor of pediatrics at the University of California, San Diego, and Rady Children's Hospital, San Diego. I am a pediatric infectious disease specialist.
Thank you. Dr. Melinda Watson.
Good morning. I'm Melinda Wharton. I'm director of the Immunization Services Division at the Centers for Disease Control, and I'm an adult infectious disease physician by training. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. James Neaton.
Good morning. This is Jim Neaton. I'm a professor of biostatistics in the School of Public Health at the University of Minnesota.
Great. Dr. McInnes, Pamela McInnes.
Good morning. My name is Pamela McInnes. I'm retired as Deputy Director for the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences, one of the NIH institutes.
Thank you. Dr. Patrick Moore.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Moore, Pat Moore, and I'm a professor at the University of Pittsburgh Cancer Institute and also in the Department of Microbiology and Molecular Genetics.
Thank you. Dr. Robert Shuley.
Good morning. I'm Robert Schooley, Professor of Medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases at the University of California, San Diego.
Thank you. Dr. Stanley Perlman.
Good morning. I'm Stanley Perlman at the University of Iowa. I'm in pediatric infectious diseases and microbiology, and I have a long-standing interest in coronaviruses and immunology.
Okay, thank you. Now I will do introductions for FDA staff. I would like to introduce Dr. Marianne Gruber, Director, Office of Vaccines, who will say a few welcome remarks. Dr. Gruber, please turn your camera and unmute your phone so everyone can see and hear you. Thank you, Dr. Gruber.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Marianne Gruber. I'm directing the Office of Vaccines Research and Review in the Center for Biologics Evaluation Research at the FDA. And I would like to welcome the committee members, Moderna, and the public to today's meeting. I want to thank the VRBPAC members for convening again today. We're looking forward to your thoughts and comments regarding the scientific evidence that will be presented by Moderna and the FDA. And we also look forward to your perspective on whether the benefits of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine outweigh its risks to support authorization of the vaccine and an EUA for prevention of COVID-19 in individuals 18 years of age and older. So I look forward to the discussions, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gruber. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Celia Witten, Deputy Director of CBER, and Dr. Philip Kraus, Deputy Director of Office of Vaccines at this meeting, who may chime in as needed at a later point in the meeting. Also, Dr. Peter Marks, our Center Director, will join us shortly after I complete the reading of the conflicts of interest statement to make his remarks. Now I proceed with reading the conflict of interest statement. Thank you. The Food and Drug Administration is convening virtually today on December 17, 2020, the 163rd meeting of the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, also known as VRBPAC, under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA of 1972. Dr. Arnold Montoy is serving as the acting voting chair for today's meeting. Today, on December 17, 2020, the committee is meeting in open session to discuss the emergency use authorization, EUA, of the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine for the prevention of COVID-19 in individuals 18 years and older. The topic is determined to be a particular matter involving specific parties. With the exception of industry representative members, all standing and temporary voting members of the VRBPAC are appointed special government employees, SGEs, or regular government employees, RGEs, from other agencies and are subjected to federal conflicts of interest laws and regulations. The following information on the status of this committee's compliance with federal ethics and conflict of interest laws, including but not limited to 18 United States Code Section 208, is being provided to participants in today's meeting and to the public. Related to the discussions today, all members, RGE and SGE consultants of this committee have been screened for potential financial conflicts of their own, as well as those imputed to them, including those of their spouse or minor children, and for the purpose of 18 U.S. Code 208, their employers. These interests may include investment, consulting, expert witness testimony, contracts and grants, cooperative research and development agreements, CRADAs, teaching, speaking, writing, patents, and royalties, and their primary employment. These interests may include that are either current or under negotiation. FDA has determined that all members of this advisory committee, both regular and temporary members, are in compliance with federal ethics and conflicts of interest laws. Under 18 U.S. Section 208, Congress has authorized FDA to grant waivers to special government employees who have financial interests when it is determined that the agency's need for a special government employee's services outweighs the potential for a conflict of interest. Waivers also may be authorized when the conflict of interest of a regular government employee is not so substantial and deemed not likely to affect.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now we are listening in as the FDA discusses emergency use authorization for the Moderna vaccine, and some of our viewers will see a commercial break, and when we return we will be continuing to listen in.
Under 18 U.S. Code 208 in connection with this meeting. We have the following consultants serving as temporary voting members at this meeting today. Dr. Ovita Fuller, James Hilbert, David Kim, Janet Lee, Pamela McInnes, Patrick Moore, James Neaton, Stanley Perlman, Eric Rubin, Mark Foyer, Dr. Robert Shuley, and Melinda Watson. Among these consultants, Dr. James Hilbert, a special government employee, has been issued a waiver for his participation today to participate at the meeting. The waiver was posted on the FDA website for public disclosure. Dr. Greg Sylvester of Securus Incorporation will serve as the alternate industry representative for today's meeting. Industry representatives are not appointed as special government employees and serve only as non-voting members of the committee. Industry representative of this committee is not screened for financial conflicts of interest and do not have voting privileges. Also, industry representatives act on behalf of all the regulated industry and bring general industry perspective to the committee. Mr. Sheldon Taubman is serving as the consumer representative for this committee. Consumer representatives are appointed special government employees and therefore are screened and cleared prior to their participation in the meeting. They are voting members of the committee. Today's meeting has one external speaker, Dr. Stephen Goodman, who will serve as the guest speaker. He has been asked to disclose any financial interest he may have related to the product before the committee. Disclosure of conflicts of interest for guest speakers follows applicable federal laws, regulations, and FDA guidance. FDA encourages all meeting participants, including open public hearing speakers, to advise the committee of any financial relationship that they may have with any affected firm, its products, and if known, its direct competitors. We would like to remind standing and temporary members that if the discussions involve any other products or firms not already on the agenda for which an FDA participant has a personal or imputed financial interest, the participants need to inform the DFO and exclude themselves from such discussions, and their exclusion will be noted for the record. This concludes my reading of the conflict of interest statement for the public record. At this time, I would like to invite our Center Director, Dr. Peter Marks, to make a few remarks welcoming the committee. Dr. Marks, please could you turn your camera on and the speaker, unmute your speaker phone, and the floor is yours now. Thank you. Go ahead,
So
Dr.
good
Marks.
morning. Thanks, Prabha. Good morning. I'd like to take a moment, first of all, to welcome you all and also to provide a brief overview of advisory committees and the role they play in assuring transparency in FDA's decision-making processes. FDA uses advisory committees to obtain advice from experts who work outside of the government. It does so while working towards an open and transparent government by presenting information under consideration in a public forum and encouraging patients, healthcare providers, and other interested people to share their views during the open public hearing or by submitting comments to the docket. A key part of FDA's mission is to evaluate new therapies and determine which are safe and effective for their intended uses. This complex job often involves many areas of expertise, and sometimes FDA turns to outside experts for counsel, such as for the COVID-19 vaccine under consideration today. Advisory committees weigh the available evidence and provide scientific and medical advice to the FDA on the safety, effectiveness, and appropriate use of products that the agency regulates. FDA advisory committees are just that, advisory in nature. It's important to note that the advice that the FDA receives from the committee does not represent the position of the FDA. Rather, the FDA weighs the advice that it receives when taking actions on medical products. FDA ultimately makes the final decisions on all matters that come before the committee. Also, to set expectations, for today's meeting, we've organized the agenda topics slightly differently than last week's meeting to allow the committee members to have sufficient time for a robust discussion of the questions before them. We invite the public and the committee to review the presentations and recording of the December 10th meeting for more information on COVID-19 epidemiology, vaccine safety and effectiveness monitoring, and operational distribution plans, as those will not be covered in depth today as they were at the last meeting. So as we begin today's proceedings, I want to take the opportunity to thank you all, including all of the advisory committee members, for the insights that they'll provide, and also thank the FDA staff, the sponsor, and those presenting at the open public hearing today for participating. Your contributions are very important in helping us at well-reasoned, science-based decisions. Thanks very much, and we look forward to the meeting today.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Marks. Now I would like to hand over the meeting back to our chair, Dr. Lamont. Dr. Lamont, take it away.
Thank you very much, Prabha. First, we're going to hear from Dr. Doron Fink, Deputy Director of the Division of Vaccines and Related Products Applications at FDA, who will give us a presentation on emergency use authorization. Dr. Fink.
Hi, good morning. If the AC staff could please make me a presenter, then I will begin my presentation. In the meantime, I'll introduce myself. I'm Doron Fink. I'm the Deputy Director for Clinical Review in the Division of Vaccines and Related Products Applications, Office of Vaccines Research and Review, Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research at FDA. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to worsen in the U.S. and worldwide. As of the week ending December 15th, there have been a total of 16 million cases and greater than 300,000 deaths in the U.S. to date, and 1.5 million cases and greater than 17,000 deaths just in the past week. On December 11th, just last week, FDA issued an emergency use authorization for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. This vaccine is authorized for active immunization for prevention of COVID-19 due to SARS-CoV-2 in individuals 16 years of age and older. The EUA was issued after a December 10th VRBPAC meeting to discuss the vaccine, data informing its benefits and risks, and plans for its further evaluation. On November 30th, Moderna Therapeutics submitted an EUA request for the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, otherwise known as mRNA-1273. This, like the Pfizer vaccine, is an mRNA lipid nanoparticle vaccine, and it is administered as a 2-dose regimen 28 days apart. The requested use for this EUA is for active immunization to prevent COVID-19 caused by SARS-CoV-2 in individuals 18 years of age and older. The information submitted with the request includes safety and efficacy data from a large, randomized, blinded, placebo-controlled phase 3 trial. FDA has been conducting a comprehensive review of the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine EUA submission received on November 30th. As with the Pfizer request, our review has been comprehensive and conducted over a short period of time. We have verified clinical data integrity and integrity of Moderna's analyses and conducted our own independent analyses from data sets provided in the submission. We've conducted ongoing review of manufacturing, non-clinical, and clinical assay information, including information that has come in the last few days. We have reviewed and worked on revisions of prescribing information and fact sheets necessary to inform vaccine recipients and healthcare providers. We have had multiple information requests to Moderna to address our questions and need for clarifications. And of course, we have prepared for today's VRBPAC meeting. This will sound like a bit of a broken record, but I say it again because it's important. Today's VRBPAC meeting continues FDA's commitment to an expedited review process that is transparent, scientifically sound, and data-driven. As a reminder from material presented last week, the legal authority for emergency use authorization was established in Section 564 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act and allows for FDA authorization of unapproved medical products or unapproved uses of approved medical products to address public health emergencies related to biological, chemical, radiological, or nuclear agents. HHS Secretary Azar issued a declaration on March 27th justifying emergency use authorization of drugs and biological products to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a necessary prerequisite for issuance of an EUA. Here again are the criteria for FDA issuance of an EUA. The agent referred to in the EUA declaration must cause a serious or life-threatening disease or condition. Again, we know this to be true for COVID-19. The medical product must be effective or must be believed to be effective to prevent, diagnose, or treat the serious or life-threatening disease or condition caused by the agent. The known and potential benefits of the product should outweigh the known and potential risks of the product. And also there must not be any adequate, approved, and available alternative to the product for diagnosing, preventing, or treating the disease or condition. As I explained last week, there is only one FDA-approved product for COVID-19, which is remdesivir, approved for treatment and not for prevention. As I mentioned at the beginning of my talk,
News Now from Fox will return after this break.
The vaccine is now available under EUA for prevention of COVID-19. But it remains unapproved, and its quantity is not sufficient for mass vaccination needed to address the pandemic in the U.S. Therefore, the fourth criterion is still met. FDA explained in guidance and in the VRBPAC meeting on October 22nd our expectations for data and other information to support issuance of an emergency use authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine. This information includes data to demonstrate manufacturing quality and consistency. And similar to the case with the Pfizer vaccine last week, FDA has reviewed the manufacturing information provided by Moderna and found it to be adequate to support issuance of an EUA. We expect clear and compelling safety and efficacy data to support a favorable benefit risk of the vaccine when rapidly deployed for administration to millions of individuals, including healthy people. And finally, we expect plans for further evaluation of vaccine safety and effectiveness, including in ongoing clinical trials, active and passive safety monitoring during use under EUA, and observational studies. Last week I had a number of slides outlining more details of these expectations. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip those today. If an EUA were to be issued for the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, it would specify the conditions of use for which benefit risk has been determined to be favorable based on review of the available data. These conditions include the populations to be included in the EUA, conditions for vaccine distribution and administration, and requirements for safety monitoring and reporting of adverse events. Vaccine made available under EUA will also be accompanied by information for vaccine recipients and healthcare providers by way of prescribing information and fact sheets. These will describe that the vaccine remains unapproved and under investigation under IND. They will describe the known and potential benefits and risks of the vaccine, and will also discuss available alternatives and the option to refuse vaccination. As I explained last week, an EUA that is issued may be revised or revoked for a number of reasons. If circumstances justifying the EUA no longer exist, if criteria for issuance are no longer met, or if other circumstances arise that warrant changes necessary to protect public health or safety. For example, based on new information concerning vaccine safety or effectiveness, vaccine manufacturing or quality, or COVID-19 epidemiology or pathogenesis. I want to pause here to address the issue of anaphylactic reactions or serious allergic reactions following vaccination. While today's discussion is about the Moderna vaccine, at last week's meeting we reported on anaphylactic reactions that occurred in the United Kingdom in 2 recipients of the Pfizer vaccine, which is also an mRNA and lipid nanoparticle vaccine and therefore relevant to today's discussion. Both of these vaccine recipients had a medical history of serious allergic reactions, though not, as far as we know, to any of the vaccine components. Yesterday, as has been reported in the press, 2 healthcare workers in Alaska experienced allergic reactions minutes after receiving the Pfizer vaccine. One of them an anaphylactic reaction resulting in hospitalization. All of these individuals were treated with appropriate medical interventions, and thankfully, all are recovered or recovering. We anticipate that there may be additional reports which we will rapidly investigate. We learned of these cases through established safety surveillance systems that worked exactly as designed. And FDA is coordinating with CDC to further investigate the cases in the U.S. and to communicate our findings in a timely manner with vaccine providers and recipients. FDA and CDC are also in close contact with public health and regulatory authorities in the United Kingdom as they continue their investigations. While the totality of data at this time continue to support vaccinations under the Pfizer EUA without new restrictions, these cases underscore the need to remain vigilant during the early phase of the vaccination campaign. To this end, FDA is working with Pfizer to further revise the fact sheets and prescribing information for their vaccine to draw attention to CDC guidelines for post-vaccination monitoring and management of immediate allergic reactions. This revision will be in addition to the information already included in the contraindications and warnings, including that facilities where vaccines are being administered should ensure that medical treatment for managing serious allergic reactions is immediately available. We will do the same for the Moderna vaccine should it be authorized for use under EUA. Here's the agenda for today's VRPAC. As Dr. Marks mentioned, we have a lighter schedule than last week to allow for more robust discussion. You'll see that some of the presentations from last week are absent because the information is not materially changed. We will have a repeat of Stephen Goodman's talk on considerations for placebo-controlled trial design if an unlicensed vaccine becomes available. I'll explain the reasons why on my next slide. Following Dr. Goodman's talk, we will hear a sponsor presentation of the data for the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. We will then have an open public hearing followed by a lunch break. And finally, an FDA presentation of our EUA review, discussion items, and questions for the committee to discuss and vote. We have just one question today for discussion without a vote. This question is similar to one we asked last week, but we've rephrased it in a way that we hope will focus the discussion. The reason we are coming back to this question is because it's important. A case-driven vaccine trial conducted in the midst of a pandemic that very quickly demonstrates clear evidence of efficacy, at least in the short term, can allow the vaccine to be made available under EUA. On one hand, this has the very positive effect of helping to address the pandemic. On the other hand, widespread vaccine availability can interfere with conducting the trial to completion. To be clear, FDA has never insisted that placebo recipients enrolled in ongoing trials who want vaccine be made to wait beyond when the vaccine would otherwise be available to them under the conditions of an EUA, prioritization recommendations, and available supply. Rather, we have been asking those responsible for conducting COVID-19 vaccine trials to think carefully and creatively about how to continue trials after vaccine becomes available under an EUA, to preserve whatever societal value can be preserved, and to ensure that sufficient data are ultimately accrued to support vaccine licensure. This includes encouraging study participants who are willing to remain in blinded follow-up for the same altruistic reasons that prompted their enrollment in the first place to do so. Later today, you will hear about Moderna's plans for their trial. The question that we would like you to discuss is, in considering Moderna's plans for unblinding and crossover of placebo recipients, please discuss the most critical data to further inform vaccine safety and effectiveness to support licensure that should be included in either ongoing clinical trials with the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine or other studies such as additional clinical trials or observational studies with that vaccine. Following this discussion, which again will not have any vote, we will have a single question for VRBPAC discussion and vote. And that question is, based on the totality of scientific evidence available, do the benefits of the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine outweigh its risks for use in individuals 18 years of age and older? Thank you very much.
A full 20. Thank you, Dr. Fink. We have a full 20 minutes for discussion here. I think we should restrict our discussion to the EUA process and its characteristics. Since we're going to be hearing from Dr. Goodman about some of the other issues, we probably should restrict questions or discussion about that until after he presents. So raise your hands, please, if you would like to make a comment. And Dr. Meisner.
Thank you, Dr. Monto. First, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Fink, Dr. Marks, Dr. Gruber, and their colleagues at the FDA for the extraordinary amount of work that has been put into this issue over the last few weeks and months. I think that all the citizens of the United States should recognize the enormous effort that has been put into this. So thank you. My question is as follows, and it's somewhat similar to the question that was asked, that I asked last week. It's important that we move a vaccine from an EUA to a BLA because there are a number of advantages to have a vaccine licensed and recommended by the CDC. is there any way you can anticipate how soon that might happen? And does the availability of a second messenger RNA, a vaccine with a similar mechanism of action, will that facilitate the decision in any way for the FDA? Over.
Thank you for that question. As I believe I responded last week, we are actively working with the vaccine manufacturers, both Pfizer and Moderna, to arrive at a data package that would support vaccine licensure. This data package would include some additional follow-up from clinical trials, as well as data accrued from use under the EUA, as well as some additional manufacturing information for vaccine that is intended to be produced following licensure. So it is our goal to arrive at a licensure application as quickly as possible as the data allow. And in terms of your other question, certainly two vaccines that are similar in platform, although not exactly the same, will be considered relevant to each other and will inform our assessment of those respective vaccines.
Thank you.
Dr. Carrillo.
Thank you. Doran, I want to make sure that I understood what you said. You seem to imply that the issuance of a second EUA was partly dependent on the fact that there was inadequate supply of the initial EUA for mass vaccination. Is that a criteria that would potentially impact the decision on future EUAs for other vaccines?
So thanks for the opportunity to clarify that question. So actually, the supply of Pfizer vaccine is secondary at this time for considering issuance of an EUA for a different vaccine, and that's because the Pfizer vaccine is not approved. So consideration of available alternatives requires that those alternatives both be approved and adequate. So the fact that the Pfizer vaccine is not approved means that there is currently no approved, available, and adequate preventive vaccine for COVID-19.
Thank you.
Dr. Rubin.
Thanks, Dr. Fink, for that very clear presentation. I'm curious what FDA will do with the discussion item on Dr. Goodman's proposal. Is it likely to end up as an FDA requirement or a strong recommendation to proceed to BLA for the manufacturers?
Well, as I explained before, we are working actively with the vaccine manufacturers on accruing data that would be necessary to support a biologics license application. And this includes discussions around the contours of their ongoing clinical trials going forward. We are hoping that the committee discussion will help to inform those discussions with the manufacturers.
Dr. Perlman.
Yes, so I just have a question about one of the last things you were talking about. So the anaphylactic reactions have clearly been a big deal in the press, and I and probably others get lots of calls about what it means. And I think the FDA recommendations talk about allergies to components of the vaccine, yet the components of the vaccine actually are not obviously, to me, allergenic. So do you have any sense for how the FDA is going to finally make recommendations? The UK has different recommendations than the FDA came out with. So do you know how that's going to play out, and do you know what the components are in the vaccine that could be inducing this?
So at this point, we and CDC are continuing to investigate these cases and consider data. At this point, we don't have enough information to make definitive recommendations one way or another. And as we continue to investigate and evaluate the data, we will consider whether additional recommendations need to be made.
Dr. Pergam.
Thanks, Dr. Finks, for the clarity again and for a short presentation, because I know we have a lot to discuss today. I had a question. You brought up the issues of a couple of separate questions in addition to the main EUA question that we're going to be reviewing related to what other studies need to be done, et cetera. I want to be clear, is this for both vaccines, since we did not get to review those and give those recommendations to the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine? So those discussions for additional studies or additional work that needs to be done, are those going to be relevant for both vaccine candidates?
Well, they certainly will be relevant for both vaccines. We'd like this discussion today to focus specifically on Moderna's plans. But clearly, the ideas discussed will be relevant to both vaccines.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore.
You know, for the long-term safety, meaning beyond years, even decades-long safety for this vaccine and the other vaccines, requires obtaining a centralized resource that allows us to know who was vaccinated and who was not. Is that being planned to be collected for outside of the randomized control trial? Is there a plan to collect that information to securely store it so that you can do linkage analysis with, say, cancer registries or autoimmune registries?
So as discussed last week, the U.S. government is planning a number of studies leveraging healthcare claims databases to evaluate vaccine safety over the long term.
NewsNOW from Fox returns right after this.
Okay, I'm not the expert on those studies, and so I would have to defer comment on the details to those who are spearheading them.
Dr. Fuller.
Thank you, Dr. Amato, and thank you, Dr. Finks, for your explanations. The question, which may be addressed later, but I'll ask you, how will the FDA or CDC or other state health agencies monitor the potential adverse events that happen, like the allergies that you mentioned in Alaska? If it were a continuing clinical study, those would be picked up by the researchers. But in this case, how will that be done? Could you please share a little bit more?
Sure, and this was also explained last week in one of the presentations by CDC that we don't have today, but I'll refer you back to and refer the public back to the recording of that presentation. We have robust safety, surveillance, and reporting systems that have been in place for a long time, including VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. Additionally, vaccine recipients under the EUA will be asked to partake in a program called vSafe, which is an electronic safety reporting system that the government is using to track vaccine safety with use under the EUA.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Neaton.
Thanks, Dr. Fink. My question is actually similar to Dr. Pergam's. Have you considered aligning some of the future protocols for these two vaccines in a manner, and also the current protocols with the purpose of being able to combine the data from the studies, two studies?
Well, yeah, combining or pooling data involves complicated statistical considerations, but what we have done, and we discussed this at our October 22nd VRPAC meeting and also in our guidance released in June of this year, is we have recommended standardized case definitions that will help to evaluate efficacy results from trials of different vaccines. Not necessarily for comparing one vaccine to another, although that is one possibility. We hope that this standardized approach, which, as we explained in October, is not a requirement for the primary endpoint, but a recommendation that we've made for inclusion in all of the phase 3 trials. We hope that this will facilitate the type of broad and robust data analysis that you might be thinking of.
Yeah.
Dr. Gantz.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Fink. I had one question about, I realized today we're entertaining the Moderna vaccine. We've now entertained the Pfizer one previously. And I'm wondering, in the context of other vaccines that are coming to the market, all of which are going to have different adverse events as well as different populations in which they should be used, I'm wondering in the context of equity in terms of how we roll these out. Some are coming to obviously into use before others. And I just worry a little bit about how we should think about that in the context of the broader field of different vaccines that are coming that have different profiles. If you had any thoughts on that, or how the FDA and CDC are thinking about those other vaccine models in the context of this.
Sure. So just to be clear, FDA's responsibility is to evaluate data concerning the benefits and risks of the vaccine in the context of the emergency use authorization request. And once FDA issues an emergency use authorization, then the responsibility falls to CDC and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices to set prioritization recommendations and other recommendations for use of the vaccine, considering its benefits and risks and the populations included in the emergency use authorization.
Dr. Chatterjee.
Good morning. I have a question with regard to the BLA applications that may be coming from the manufacturers. In the past, from my experience anyway, usually a BLA application comes in after the clinical trials have been completed. For these vaccines, is there a plan? I couldn't quite understand from your explanation, Dr. Fink, whether there will be interim data analyses and we won't actually have to wait until the trials are completed before the BLA applications will be entertained by the FDA.
Yes, thank you for that question and the opportunity to provide clarification. So it's actually not unusual for a clinical trial to be ongoing for longer-term safety and/or effectiveness follow-up when a biologics license application is submitted. At this point, we do have interim data for 2 COVID-19 vaccines, one of which we have authorized for emergency use, another of which we are considering today. At this point, the data would not be considered quite sufficient to support a biologics license application, but as I mentioned before, we are working with both manufacturers to accrue the data that would be needed, with the goal of getting these vaccines licensed as soon as the data allow. We heard from Pfizer last week that they are anticipating potentially submitting a biologics license application sometime in the spring of next year, and that plan is certainly within.
All right, everyone, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. Pilar Arias here, hopping back on a mission control. That's what I like to call the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub set. I'm going to take you out to Texas now, where Governor Greg Abbott is speaking about the latest coronavirus efforts. No doubt some vaccine rollout information as well, due to the fact that they have a UPS truck in the background. We will return to this FDA panel meeting a little bit later, right here on News Now from Fox.
Gets a weekly allocation about the number of COVID vaccines the state will be receiving for that week. During the course of that following week, there will be several days during which UPS will be making the initial delivery. Right now, because of the cold chain process that's involved in the Pfizer vaccine, those deliveries are going to about 110 hospitals, from which there can be additional distributions. And then next week, it is fully expected that Texas and every other state in the United States will be receiving not only the Pfizer vaccine, but also the Moderna vaccine. And so right now, the weekly allocations are along these numbers. Before coming out here today, before today, we had already delivered about 95,000 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. Today, an additional 129,000 doses will be delivered across the state of Texas. So that means for this week, we have about 224,000 doses of vaccines that will be delivered. This is going to increase, as I pointed out earlier, next week when we have not just the Pfizer vaccine, but also the Moderna vaccine. And that will allow us to be well over 1 million people who will be vaccinated just in the state of Texas alone just this month. And those numbers will continue to increase as the production continues to increase and as both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines come online. Next month, and actually maybe even beginning next week and later on this month, we will be delivering to not just hospitals, but healthcare centers, clinics, pharmacies, freestanding emergency rooms, urgent care centers, long-term healthcare facilities will be receiving these vaccines later on this month, as well as local health departments, state hospitals, and state-supported living centers. We always want to make clear that vaccines are transformational, but there are some people who do not want them. And so vaccines in the state of Texas are voluntary, never required, but we will have a keen focus on who will be first in line for these vaccines. The last thing I'll mention before I pass things off to Dr. Hellerstedt is that in addition to these vaccines, there is another very important medical treatment that is available that we are strongly urging the holders of these vaccines to be more proactive in providing them to patients who need it. They're called antibody therapeutic drugs. One is made by Regeneron, another is made by Eli Lilly. There was great discussion when I was at the White House earlier this week about the urgency to make sure that these antibody therapeutic drugs are provided to people. They are sitting on shelves in the hospitals and other locations around the state, and that's not being used for the reason which is it is intended. These are life-saving antibody therapeutic drugs that can be put into people who already have COVID-19 and help them recover and help keep them out of hospitals. One thing that we can and must do as we speak right now, and that is to use every tool that we have to reduce hospitalizations in the state. That requires every recipient and holder of these antibody therapeutic drugs to make sure they get them off the shelf into the people who need them, so these people are going to be able to recover and not have to stay in the hospital, and so that the hospitals will be reduced in the capacity that they're dealing with right now. That said, there have been leaders in the Texas strategy to make sure that we have what appears to be the most effective and robust vaccine distribution system in the United States. And that is Dr. Hellerstedt, the Commissioner of the State Department of Health Services, as well as Nim Kidd, the Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. At this time, I will pass it off to Dr. Hellerstedt.
Thank you, Governor Abbott. This is really a great day. This is the day we're seeing the culmination of the science that has been going on ever since the COVID-19 pandemic began. And we're seeing what the power of science can do, the power of our genius, of the scientists and people who are developing these vaccines. These vaccines are proven safe and effective. I think that is something people should never forget. Nothing about the ability to look at the safety and effectiveness of this vaccine was shortcut. Instead, what happened was the government said, if you've got a good candidate vaccine, begin manufacturing it in mass so that we could have the kind of day that we're having today where the vaccine can go out and begin to be administered to thousands of people, and eventually, as the governor said, before the end of the month, a million Texans or more. This is the ray of hope at the end of the tunnel, but we're not done yet. This is a marathon. We're at that point in the marathon, I think, where we're all about to just hit that wall, as they say, and we need an extra boost of confidence and optimism that'll get us across the finish line. And that is the vaccine, in my opinion, as well as the monoclonal antibody therapies that the governor talked about. Both of these are extremely important modalities, and if they can be used to their maximum effectiveness, we will begin to see some amazing trends, some reversals of the trends of COVID disease and hospitalization in our communities. So we should all be very hopeful, but we should also be very patient and understand that eventually we don't need just 1 million vaccinations, we need hundreds of millions of vaccinations, and that's going to occur over the coming weeks and months. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Doctor. Now the Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, Nim Kidd.
Thank you, Governor, and thank all of you for standing out here in the cold. When we started this, we had one tool in our toolbox, and that tool was masks, hand washing, social distancing. As the governor mentioned, the therapeutics that have been out on the streets for weeks now are another tool in the toolbox. We really need to make sure that tool is being utilized. And now with the excitement of the vaccine and our great partners at UPS to help get this delivered, this is a great tool for us right now. Our team will continue to focus on personal protective equipment, making sure all healthcare workers have what they need. We'll continue to focus on testing. There are over 2,500 sites across Texas today to go get a COVID-19 test, and we will continue to push hard to get this vaccine not just to the hospitals or the doctor's offices or to the pharmacies, but into the arms of Texans.
Thank you. So last week I had the opportunity to participate in a summit that provided information to the public across the United States about how the system works. And it's amazing when you look at Operation Warp Speed because it is a true American collaboration across all sectors. You have the best scientists and doctors who have been researching and then producing this vaccine. You have pharmaceutical companies who are able to manufacture it and put it into a position for it to be distributed. You have government operations, whether it be federal, state, or local, to make sure that distribution systems will be set up. But in order to make it work, we had to have the platform available to us so that we could very rapidly distribute the medicine to the locations where it needed to go to. And that's where UPS comes into play. We're so grateful that we have systems like what UPS is able to deliver. And we're thankful for Nick Dandruff for being here and for the leadership role that he and UPS play. Nick.
Yeah, well, thank you, Governor. And I will just say on behalf of the 30,000 UPS employees here in Texas and the 500,000 we have across the world, we are honored and humbled to be a part of this project. And believe it or not, this isn't the beginning of us with the pandemic. We started moving PPE and equipment and testing kits for the state back in March. And so this is just another step, but what we hope will be the final chapter in this pandemic. So I will say I can't thank the leadership enough of Governor Abbott and Chief Kidd. They've worked with us every step of the way since March to make sure that we could operate safely. And I know in terms of what you see to the left of me here, they're working every day to make sure that we are able to deliver that volume freely if there are any issues that arise. So I certainly want to thank both of you for your support for that. And let me just close out by saying this. As the holiday season approaches, this box right behind us here is the most important gift that we can give somebody this Christmas season. And I'm glad to be a part of this. UPS is, and thank you very much for your leadership, Governor.
Sure. So we'll take a few questions. However, why don't you add a little bit more about what is in that box?
Sure. I can tell you right now there is up to 5,000 doses in that box to the left of us, as well as dry ice that is on the top and the bottom. That dry ice has to be replenished every so often, so once the vaccines arrive at a location, we actually have to refill the dry ice every so often. And so that box is it's a heavy box, but as I said, each of those boxes can contain up to 5,000 doses, and there are multiple, as the governor described, of those being delivered today, and it sure is a great day for the state of Texas.
Great.
Governor, there's been calls for teachers to be moved up in the queue, also prisoners to be moved up in this queue to get the vaccine. What's your opinion on that? Should they be moved up?
So listen, teachers, for example, play such a pivotal role in our society, and I consider teachers to be frontline workers. And part of restoring normalcy in our state is to make sure that we get our kids back in schools in a learning environment that is best for them. And part of achieving that goal is to make sure that we will have teachers in a safe, secure situation, vaccinated, able to be in a classroom teaching without fear of getting COVID-19. And so I urge and hope that teachers will be near the front of the line in receiving this vaccine. So first, I disagree with your timetable about when people will be receiving these vaccines. Remember, there's really one element that necessitated any type of rollback whatsoever, and that is overwhelming hospitalizations that would make it impossible to care for people. Remember that 99% of the people who get COVID face minimal challenges whatsoever. The only time we run into challenges is when we start running out of hospital beds. What this vaccine will be able to achieve is in the short run, be able to treat the types of patients who would be most likely to need a hospital bed and most likely to lose their lives. And so I think that you will see very significant results coming from that. Second, one thing that has been clearly apparent, and that is there's been no governmental leader anywhere who's been able to figure out how COVID works. One thing that we've seen, for example, is we've seen these massive shutdowns of businesses in California that have led to only a greater spike in the spread of COVID-19. California has some of the toughest shutdowns that we have in the United States of America, and yet they are skyrocketing and leading the United States in the number of cases. Oftentimes, when you do have shutdowns, you have people going to homes, and one thing that we've learned now is that one of the places where COVID-19 is spreading the fastest and causing the greatest problems is in the home setting. So the fact of the matter is, it is time to put behind us shutdowns. No more shutdowns. We need to focus on opening up businesses. One thing that we know today is that every adult in the state of Texas knows exactly what COVID-19 is. They know how to protect themselves from it. They know how to prevent spreading it. Every adult in Texas has the responsibility to follow the safe practices as we continue to work our way out of this. If they do that, we can contain COVID-19 while we continue the process of vaccinating our fellow Texans and continue to open up. People's lives have been crushed, and their pocketbooks and their ability to pay the rent and put food on the table has been harmed because of the shutdowns. And so, no, we will not have any more shutdowns in Texas. I do think the Capitol should be reopened, and the Capitol will be reopened.
Great. Thanks, guys. The governor has to go, but sorry, guys.
All right, everybody, that was the latest from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He was at the COVID-19 vaccine distribution at the UPS distribution center there in Austin. He was joined by Texas Division of Emergency Management Chief Nim Kidd and Texas Department of State Health Services Commissioner John Hellerstedt there in Austin, Texas. Looks like he might be answering one more question. Let's listen in.
And so, yes, there's going to be a lot of people. The public includes school teachers and people like that. Yes, there will be widespread distribution because remember this, both Pfizer and Moderna will be increasing the volume of production that they have. But also, we do expect that before we get to March, there will be additional vaccine providers, including Johnson & Johnson, which is a one shot. Is Johnson & Johnson one or two shots? I can't remember.
It's
two shot. So there's Johnson & Johnson. There's another one, and maybe it's AstraZeneca. That's the one shot. There will be multiple vaccines available to us by the time we get to March, and we will be providing far more doses of vaccines than what we currently have. I do have to be giving formal remarks in 15 minutes, so I'm going to have to go. These people right here will have plenty of answers to all of your questions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, everybody, again, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias, coming at you live from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. Brand new, beautiful studio that I cannot wait to show off to you when the time comes. So again, thank you so much for being here, everyone. We really appreciate it. This storm, the nor'easter, has impacted millions of Americans. Here's a live look at radar right now. It's moving on out from the northeast, but it's certainly impacted a lot of states: Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, Vermont, Massachusetts, dumping lots of snow. There was high winds. Unfortunately, there was a fatal pileup in Pennsylvania, so lots to get up to speed with, right? So I'm going to take you out next here to Pennsylvania, where the governor is holding a nor'easter update. You're going to watch it live right here on News Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute break. We will be in Pennsylvania when you return.
From Interstate 180, the interchange in Northumberland County, to 178 to the Lock Haven interchange in Clinton County due to this crash. Traffic is being detoured at the I-180 interchange and directed to follow Interstate 180 west to 220 south. And right now, preliminary reports indicate that the Interstate 80 will be opened around noon to 2 o'clock this afternoon. Troopers are still currently on scene, and the investigation is still ongoing as to what exactly occurred throughout the wreckage. Also on Interstate 80, there were other multiple commercial vehicle crashes that occurred in Jefferson, Clarion, and Mercer counties with multiple injuries. And finally, on the Turnpike, yesterday at around 3:50 p.m. in the afternoon, westbound at mile marker 139.3, there was also a 2 commercial vehicle crash right now with minor injuries that shut down the Turnpike for approximately an hour. And we'll now turn it over to the governor's office and open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you, Corporal. Let's open this up for questions now.
Thanks,
Sarah?
everyone. Thanks, Governor. So our first reporter, and we are going to go with questions on the storm, please. Sam Zern from PLS. Go ahead, Sam.
Good morning. Thank you for doing this. It was mentioned that some folks were put up in emergency housing or hotel rooms. I'm wondering, can we get numbers on how many individuals that was?
I can handle that. I do not have numbers right now, but we can actually work with the county to be able to ascertain those numbers and get back to you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Sherry Melnick from PLS Reporter.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. Next, we have Sam Dunklau from WITF.
Good morning, Governor. This is for anybody who's just got some info on this. To your knowledge, were there any delays or difficulties reported in transporting the COVID vaccine to distribution points, whether that be yesterday afternoon or evening?
Let me start with that, and I'll turn it over to Director Padfield. But the vaccines that were scheduled to be delivered yesterday, as we all announced yesterday, went out before the storm hit. And the vaccines that are scheduled for delivery today will be delivered on schedule. Randy, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure, Governor. So we've been tracking this overnight, and we've actually had communication with UPS because there were concerns regarding the ability to be able to deliver those vaccines. And I'd probably clarify that it's really Operation Warp Speed and their responsibility to be able to move the vaccine from the Pfizer warehouses to the final endpoints. So we've been coordinating with them. They have procedures in place to be able to hold the vaccine shipments, and we've been tracking that. So the Secretary of Health will be doing a press conference a little later on today, and she'll have further clarity on anything that was scheduled for today. But we've been working this with them. It looks like there may have been one delivery already today, but there are no other scheduled deliveries that we see right now, but that may change at any point in time. So the Secretary of Health will have updated information in her press conference.
And her press conference is scheduled, I believe, for 1:30 this afternoon.
Thank you.
That's correct. Thanks, Sam. Our next reporter is Tyler Pratt from WLBR. Go ahead, Tyler.
Good morning, Governor Wolf. I have a question about storm impacts in PA, but I figured I'd start off by asking, how are you feeling? It's been roughly a week since you tested positive for coronavirus.
Yes, I'm feeling great, and I've had a test since then, and I have tested negative. So I'm out of quarantine, so I feel fine. So thank you for asking.
Absolutely. So I want to talk about storm impacts on PA. This dropped a lot of snow on the ground, and it's probably going to impact, restaurants and businesses. They can't do outdoor service right now. And, there's a Facebook group going with a lot of people that are opposed to your orders, and some flagrantly showing indoor dining, some saying that they can't even afford to shut down. So I'm just saying, what can you say to people and restaurant owners right now to get through the next 3 weeks of these orders until we get to the new year?
Yeah, I'm frustrated, and I understand and certainly sympathize with the frustration. But the fact is that virus does quite well when people gather together in groups indoors. So it's not that we have a good choice or I think an option here. If we really want to keep people from contracting that disease, we've got to try to reduce the chances that they're going to get together. And as I said, that obviously hits the restaurant and bar industry especially hard. Which is why I think what we need to do is figure out ways to address the financial hardship that is so focused on those industries. And my hope is that I tried to do that with the state, was unable to convince my colleagues in the General Assembly of that. I'm hopeful that the compromise deal working its way through Congress in Washington, D.C. Will actually address that and provide these funds. And there is I think a good bill in the Congress. I'm not sure where that's languishing right now for $120 billion of relief targeted to the restaurant and bar industries. Small businesses in general have been hard hit by this pandemic, but none, I don't think, harder than restaurants and bars. And so what I have to say is I will continue to look for ways to address those financial hardships. At the same time, I think all of us are grateful for the special burden that this industry is facing, trying to keep us safe from a disease that seems to be so contagious and does so well when people get together.
Thank you, Governor. Next up, we have Dennis Owens from ABC 27. Go ahead, Dennis.
Well, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to get some clarity on what Trooper Miller said about the fatalities in that accident on I-80. I believe he said there was one fatality at the beginning of the event, accident, one fatality at the end, accident, and then there was a medical emergency fatality. Do I have that correct? So that was, and I don't see him on my screen all of a sudden, so I don't know if he's there or not. Oh, there he is. Right, Brent?
That's correct, Dennis. You said it exactly right.
Okay, so my question then is, what is the status now? I mean, I'm obviously thinking back to that Valentine's Day situation in 2007. I don't know if any of you remember that, but a number of people stranded for days. Did we learn any lessons from that, and have we avoided that kind of situation where we are right now there on I-80?
And Dennis, Go ahead, Governor.
Go ahead, Randy. I think let me just kick this off, and I'll hand it over to the experts. But I think it was the St. Valentine's Day massacre. It was called on I-98 back in 2007.
I-78. That's right.
I-78. Yeah, I think we all PennDOT, FEMA, the state police, local folks. We all learned a lot from that, and have tried to, and so far have avoided anything like that happening. So I think what happened in Route 80, and what the state police, what PennDOT and others did to create as quickly as possible alternative routes, close down entrances and exits, and then make sure that buses were used to rescue people who didn't want to stay in their cars, and came up with emergency shelters. So all these things we learned from the I-78 issue. We also had an issue, you recall, Dennis, in 2015 on Pennsylvania Turnpike. And so we've learned, tried to pick up from that, which is where the 511, the alerts, letting people know what's happening. I think we've learned lessons. I'm sure we made mistakes. There's things that we can still learn, but I think the I-80 situation is a lot better because of what we learned from those other incidents. So, Randy, you want to start with this?
That was a good lead-in, Governor. So the governor hit all the salient points, Dennis. What I wanted to bring out is that we continually learn from these incidents, and we have a comprehensive framework that we actually socialize with our county emergency managers, and they actually train and provide that information to the public safety responders and public works personnel that respond to these incidents. So it really takes a look at a timeline, and it really takes a look at different lines of effort to be able to really focus on the life safety concerns. So if we take a look at the 78 incident that occurred in 2007, there were folks that were stranded out there for many hours on end, and we realize that that is not good because we don't have the ability to be able to maintain their health and safety out there. So there are concurrent lines of effort. When we have a major incident like occurred on 80 overnight, the goal is at any point in time, if we can actually open up the roadway to be able to allow the folks to continue on, that takes care of that issue. If we're unable to do that, then usually at about 2 hours, we start health and safety checks on each one of those vehicles, understanding that people may have different medical conditions, they may have young children or anything like that. And we're getting that information in from, as Secretary Gramian talked about, the 511 PA Connect system using the wireless emergency alert. So they have the ability to be able to give us information of where they're at, and that is actually populated on a map when they sign up to be able to receive those updates. So it's really taking a look at those technologies and linking the first responders up with that. And then it is, being able to provide them what they need. Last night is a classic example on 80, especially in Clearfield County, where the fire department personnel were taking fuel out to people so they could actually keep their cars running, so they could stay warm while they were working to be able to kind of relieve the obstructions and the vehicles that were in the roadway to be able to reestablish flow. And then usually the last thing we take a look at is actually evacuating folks from the roadway. But if we get to that point and we know, such as the incident in Clinton County, that the roadway is not going to open for an extended period of time, there may be multiple vehicles that are in that trapped queue that are non-drivable. So we want to evacuate those folks off of that system, and we'll get working with the emergency.
Unfortunately, there were very serious driving conditions in the state of Pennsylvania as a result of the nor'easter that blew through yesterday into today, and it's still traveling up the northeast coast. My name is Pilar Arias. Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you when you return.
We analyze these incidents because there are a lot of different variables, and we improve the process every year.
But we evacuated people yesterday or today, last night, yesterday, we had to evacuate people from 80?
Correct. In Clinton County, their emergency management coordinator was involved in that, along with the public safety personnel, and on that specific responders of, can we turn the passenger vehicles around. In that situation up there, there was a significant band of snow that went through that really prohibited a lot of those. So it's really taking a look at all of our tactical options and then figuring out what the best plan is. And sometimes it's working 2 or 3 different lines of effort concurrently to be able to, and the whole goal is to make sure people are not out there for extended periods of time, because that just exacerbates the situation and really puts their health and safety at jeopardy.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Director Padfield. We have time for one more question today, and that's from Mark Scalfaro from the AP. Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, perhaps this is a question best directed at Secretary Gramian, but you've talked a fair amount about the response to the storm out there, but you know, these sort of multi-vehicle accidents in heavy snow, especially on rural sections of I-80 in north central PA, I know that has happened repeatedly. Is that something that, you know, that there's a engineering solution to prevent or to ameliorate, or is that just considered the cost of having a interstate in a rural area during a snowstorm?
I think it's both. We look at it scientifically, and we also look at it based on the experience and everything that Randy just covered, what we did in the past. Our staff were fully engaged prior to storm. The day before, we had a conference call with the entire team, PSB, PEMA, all the district executives to just go over the weather report we've received, the amount of precipitation that's coming down, the timing of it. We also put some tiered restrictions in place at what time, what kind of a restriction we should apply to different counties based on the amount of snow and also the wind factor and everything else that we take into consideration. And we also continuously talk to our partners. We co-locate at the PEMA building. We had calls every hour, every 2 hours as needed, you know, during the storm. Every 2 hours, we huddled, we talked about the conditions. So there is a lot of effort that goes on. And I think the fact that we're all working together with PSB, with PEMA, with the emergency team on the site, boots on the ground, our workforce at the district level, we try to make the best decision for the ever-changing condition, I have to say, because sometimes, you know, we get some kind of a forecast on the weather and how much snow we're going to get in certain areas, and it turns out to be much more than what we expected, as we saw in the case of Clinton and Clearfield County last night on I-80.
Right, but there's a number, I mean, but the plain fact is that we still had a 60, 70 vehicle crash. Is that something that, I mean, so in that sense, it was not successful. Preventing that, is there nothing to be done in terms of the road design or, you know, I don't know, I mean, you were meeting ahead of time. Is there any decision you could have made that in retrospect might have been a better approach?
Well, again, as I said, our staff were fully engaged. We had speed restrictions. The plows just gone through the area. The incident occurred in mid-afternoon, so we didn't encounter a dark situation. We did not have vehicle restrictions in the time based on the weather condition. There were various incidents with small crashes in the area. A detour was implemented to take the traffic off. We closed down the eastbound to be able to move some of the cars away. You mentioned if there is something we can do on the design side of the roadway. Yes, I mean, obviously, I mean, on Interstate 80, you know, when you talk about design, you know, all the speed restrictions and lifting the trucks to the right lane, these are part of the activities that we take to minimize the impact, you know, during the storm. There were 11 cars and 51 trucks, you know, running into each other. And actually, the roads were relatively clear at the time. As I mentioned, you know, the plow truck just went through that area, and the area was pretty cleared. But, you know, unfortunately, this kind of accidents do happen.
Let me just add, Mark, I think those are absolutely the right questions. And after all of these incidents, we sit down and try to figure out what we can do. Sometimes you just have, not to make a pun here, but a perfect storm. and the things that I think happened on Route 80 make it very difficult to figure out how to respond. But we will sit down.
We're going to switch gears here on News Now from Fox, and that's because this nor'easter still slightly impacting New York City, at least a little bit more than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is kind of in the aftermath phase, as you can see by the radar on the right-hand side of your screen. So we're going to listen in on Mayor Bill de Blasio right here on News Now from Fox Live. Some of you, though, are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be in New York City when you return.
So this is a reminder, please help the sanitation department, help the good men and women doing this work. Get out of the way of the plows. So the best thing you can do, don't be out on the streets. Don't drive until we get through the plowing today. Tomorrow's going to be a much better day. Help out our good friends at sanitation by giving them the freedom to do their job. Stay off the streets to the maximum extent possible today. Now, alternate side parking update. They'll be suspended through Saturday, December 19th to help continue the snow removal. And let's talk about schools as well today. Schools closed today. We announced that early afternoon yesterday. It's a remote learning day, obviously a new reality for our kids. Look, our kids need the chance to keep learning. They've been through so much this year. They have lost ground in terms of their learning. We need to help them. We have the ability to keep learning going today because of remote learning, so all kids have the opportunity to do that. There'll be a chance after school. Obviously, kids love being out in the snow, so they can go out and have a great time. Some sledding, maybe some snowball fights, whatever they can do after school. But I want to make sure everyone knows tomorrow school will be back in session in person. We are good to go for tomorrow. Friday school will be back in session in person. Okay, let's turn to outdoor dining. A lot of concern about making sure that the mom and pop restaurants out there and all the people who work in the dining industry have their jobs tonight, and so many people rooting for them. Here's the update. It's going to take a couple of different stages to get the final answer today. What we can say with assurance is that in Manhattan right now, Manhattan did pretty well in this storm. In Manhattan, we're going to have outdoor dining up and running tonight. And obviously, that's where a lot of the restaurants and jobs are. So we can tell you right now, through the great efforts of the sanitation department, we'll have outdoor dining up and running in Manhattan tonight. For the other 4 boroughs, we're going to have an update by about 1 o'clock today. And it could be different by borough. Obviously, different boroughs had different amount of snowfall, different conditions, different realities. We're going to speak to that later on today after sanitation has a chance to do some more assessment and come back with the latest updates. So we will keep the public posted, and we'll keep our colleagues in the restaurant industry posted as we get that information over the next few hours. Okay, with that, to give you further updates, I'm going to first turn to our emergency management commissioner, and she and her team have done a great job dealing with all the issues around this storm, as they do with every major weather event and every challenge the city faces. My pleasure to introduce Commissioner Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you covered a lot of it, but I'll just reiterate a couple of really important points. The bulk of the storm has moved through the city, but there still is a winter storm warning in place until 1 p.m. We didn't get as much snow as we thought we were going to get, but we did get a wet, heavy snow, and so that's making for some pretty messy conditions out there. And so with that, I want to encourage everybody, as you're going out and you're shoveling today, really take care of yourself, make sure you're staying hydrated, and take breaks in between shoveling, because it is going to be a little bit draining for you because it is a heavy snow. One of the positive things about this is we did not have as many power outages or downed trees that we thought we might have because of the wet snow and the wind. And so because it was not as much, we didn't have the significant outages. And so that was a really good piece of the storm. It is going to remain breezy today, though. As the snow starts to fade away by 1 p.m., you're going to see winds go through the evening. And as the snow melts a little bit, the weather isn't going to get much warmer. And with that wind, you're just going to see it turn back into freezing conditions later tonight. And so I want to just caution all New Yorkers, please take care. Please stay off the roads if you don't have to be on them. And if you're out walking around as these conditions may turn icy again later this evening, please take extra caution. And as always, please look out for your neighbors, take care of one another, and stay safe.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thanks to you and your team for a great job. And now also With tremendous thanks, turning to our acting sanitation commissioner and everyone at sanitation. I love what these guys do. I am so proud of their effort, and they're doing it again right now out there, getting the city back on the feet in record time. Amazing work they do. My pleasure to introduce Sanitation Commissioner Ed Grayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the mayor said, and as Deanne went over, we have definitely had a major storm event. We saw some depths that we haven't seen in a few years. And more important, the makeup of the composition of the storm and some sleet mixing in. This makes it for a difficult plow storm. However, throughout the overnight and continuing today, we have basically plowed every street in the city. We're continuing with salting operations, and we will continue with plowing operations to get our streets safe and clear for everyone. Mother Nature, however, is not being very kind on the back end of this storm. So while we're seeing some clearing, we're going to have really cold temps. So what we want to make sure everybody's doing is heeding the warnings. If you can stay off the road, please do that. We will be continuing our plowing and salting operations continually throughout the rest of the day into tonight. Looking ahead, as the mayor said, we will be giving some guidance later on for the remainder of the decisions on outdoor dining structures. The outdoor dining structures did well structurally for the most part from our frontline reviews, from what we saw, and our operators did well navigating around them. So that means that the messaging worked, and we can't thank the restaurant owners and small businesses enough for doing their part, and we'd like to thank all the residents who did their part by not parking near them and giving us the room we needed. We ask that to continue. Our goal today and for the remainder of the day is to continue widening streets and salting, and we look to do that. Tonight, for those who are enjoying some outdoor dining after the final decisions are made, all I can say is this: it might not be a night to wear your good shoes, only because there's going to be a lot of slush out there, because our job is to continue throwing salt down. We have to do that because of the rate of the cold weather coming in behind this storm. Also looking ahead, I'd like to let everybody know that tomorrow we will be employing emergency laborers. So the shift will be 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're going to do that Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. We've pre-registered over 500 laborers. All consider this the first notification, although you will be formally notified to come down. And for anybody else interested, you can go to nyc.gov/snow to find out more information. We would certainly take all the help we can get, because we're about to move into a manual operation starting tomorrow to get some of these catch basins and crosswalks and hydrants cleared to make sure that we're all healthy and safe in the wake of this event. Once we finish clearing everything, we're going to be out there, as I said, all night for the remainder into tomorrow. We'll talk about where we're going to be on refuse and recycling. We will continue to be delayed. The snow response will take all of our efforts for a while, and we hope to update shortly on where we'll be. So that is our update for the storm. We've done a great job. The men and women continue to do a great job, and we'll be out there for the rest of the day. Thank you, sir.
I want to say our sanitation commissioner, he's doing a lot for us here. He's doing a great job, and also telling us not to wear our fancy shoes tonight. I thank you. That is very good guidance. That's news you can use, everybody. Couple other things. So obviously it's going to be cold the next few days. Code Blue's in effect. That means making sure that any homeless folks who need shelter, we go out and quickly give them assistance. If you see anyone in need, call 311. Obviously, it's urgent. Call 911 right away. And most importantly, everyone, look, you heard the warning from Commissioner Criswell. Be careful about shoveling. Don't overdo. If you got someone who needs help in your neighborhood shoveling, if there's a senior that maybe you can chip in with, or get someone to help them out, that's really great. Look out for your neighbors. Look out for someone that has any special need. New Yorkers do an amazing job looking out for each other. It's going to be cold. You know, we're going to be dealing with the snow and removal of the snow next few days. Let's be there for each other, as always. And that's a segue to what it means to be there for each other. Well, New Yorkers do it all the time, but our colleagues in Washington are not doing such a great job. There's a discussion going on right now on the stimulus, and this new stimulus proposal simply falls short. It's just not going to do enough to help New York City and New York State. We are not going to recover without help. We didn't create the coronavirus. The federal government has an obligation to New York. We were the epicenter of this crisis, has an obligation to help us. They simply haven't helped us enough. So what do we see right now in Washington? Endless discussion, that now is leaving out all state and local aid. That means the city government, state government will not be able to get back on our feet and serve our people. It just doesn't make any sense. If you sideline local aid, you sideline the recovery. There won't be a recovery. So right now, I don't know how on earth these discussions are leaving out local aid. I don't find this package acceptable. It's not going to get us where we need to go. What is in the package that at least I can say is a step in the right direction, direct payments to everyday New Yorkers, everyday Americans. Of course we know we need that. That is one of the things that has sustained us to the degree we have been able to keep going. We also need to see, obviously, school funding. Keeping schools going has been a huge challenge, keeping them safe and healthy. We need school funding. We need transit funding. The MTA is in dire shape. We need to keep it going. That's urgent. And FEMA aid. This is the most obvious of all. We bore the brunt. We put out a huge amount of money to keep people safe, keep them healthy, keep them fed, keep a roof over their head. We have done extraordinary things in this city. Federal government should reimburse for those direct COVID-related costs when you think about things that came from the coronavirus, not something that this city ever could have been prepared for. Those are federal obligations. So FEMA reimbursement should be at 100% to make us whole, help us back on our feet. That's something that still could get done here. That would be crucial for New York and so many other places that have borne the brunt. So really, really unhappy with what I see, but if they are going to do a deal, at least get it right on the things that they're talking about now and help us keep going. But we're going to need a much bigger stimulus than this. We're going to need local and state aid as part of it if we're serious about helping people and getting back on our feet. Okay, let me go to our indicators. Number one, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report, 174 patients. We want to be under 200. Today we are. It's been tough in some of the last few days, but at least that's a little bit better number for today. But the number that's not good, hospitalization rate per 100,000. Today's number is 3.06. We want to be under 2, so that is not a good sign. New cases, this number keeps just getting bigger and bigger. Probable cases and confirmed cases get at 2,739. We want to be under 550. We got a long way to go, and everyone needs to be a part of turning it around. And then the percentage of New York City residents testing positive on the 7-day rolling average. Today's report, 6%. Again, that's an unacceptable number. We need to get under 5 and keep going down from there. So 6% is not acceptable. We got a lot of work to do. Okay, let me do a few words in Spanish. La primera nevada.
All right, everybody. Again, good morning. You are watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias, coming at you from our East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. I hope you all are having a great morning. We will continue to listen in to New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio here in just a few moments. I want to let you know we are about 15 minutes away from passing things off to our friends and colleagues at the News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. I do believe Mike Pace will be taking over at the top of the hour. So I wanted to say goodbye for now, but me and Regina Gonzalez will see you right here from the East Coast hub tomorrow. Have a fantastic day. You know you can trust us for all of your live and breaking news, top stories, weather coverage right here on News Now from Fox. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow.
Commissioner of Social Services Steve Banks, Deputy Mayor of Operations Laura Anglin, and Senior Advisor Dr. Jay Varma. With that, we'll go to Gloria from New York One.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Gloria.
Sounds like it could have been worse, and it's not that bad. So I think everyone is feeling good about that.
You are right. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you and the commissioner as well. I believe he mentioned nearly every street in New York City has been plowed. So I wonder if he could go into that a little bit more. And does he have an update? I know usually we see trouble with side streets and smaller streets in some of the other boroughs in places like Queens and Staten Island that take a little bit longer to get cleaned up. So do you have an update? And what is the, if we could get a refresher for those who need it, since we haven't had snow in such a long time, the proper snow removal etiquette, where does it go?
All right, we got you. Let's stay there. There's a lot of pieces there. Okay, Commissioner, take it away.
Yes. So with regard to every street is seen a plow, we've been plowing and salting, and every one of our salt trucks is equipped with a plow for, all through the overnight. So yes, we've seen a plow and we've seen a spreader for most of the city. And what I mean by that is every street has seen a plow by now. What you may have is residual snow left in the roadway. We do not plow to blacktop, so clearly we're going to have plenty of people out there who are saying, I need a plow. You sure do, and we're coming back. So we've completed our plow schedules. We're going to rewrite all plow schedules to re-widen streets, and we're going to get to salting even into the harder residential streets. That's why we have all that investment over the years, thanks to the administration and the small equipment and the small haulsters. And we're going to get out. We're going to get salt to everybody. We just need the time to do that. With regard to snow removal and what you should do, we definitely need, once the snowfall stops, and if we get a clearing and you can get out there, we definitely want you to do your part if you're a property owner and you have to go out and do some shoveling. And we're looking for everyone to do a 4-foot path so we can account for all travelers and all pedestrians. Get out there, do your shoveling, take your time. This is a heavy, wet snow. Do your part to give us some clear sidewalks for the people who have to come by. And make sure when you're doing that, though, please don't pile the snow in front of the hydrants. We need those clear for any other emergency access. Also, don't pile onto the catch basins, because what we want to do is if we ever do get a relief from some of this weather with the cold, we need it to go and drain towards the catch basin in the streets. So there's my update on that.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. Go ahead, Gloria.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I wanted, if you have an update, I know you had to shut down COVID testing sites for the storm. When will they reopen? And did any of them sustain any sort of damage that might, I know because some of them are outdoors. So is there any damage to any of the testing sites? And when can people expect to be back to get a test?
I'll start with what I know and then see if Dr. Katz or Dr. Choksi knows anything different. I have not heard of any damage to a site. Obviously, mobile sites and sites we set up temporarily, they're easy to take down. I think that's what happened as far as I could tell. And the original concept yesterday was have them up and running at around 12 noon. I don't think anything has changed, Gloria. I think that's still true, but let me confirm and see if Dr. Katz or Dr. Choksi want to add.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you have it right. All the tents were taken down. I want to be clear that testing still went on in all our hospital emergency rooms. So that testing itself did not stop, and we do anticipate, based on the weather and the site, that the sites will reopen sometime between noon and 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Next is Rich from WCBS Radio.
Good morning, and well, I guess it wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be, so that's good, right?
Well, you know what? We finally catch a break around here, Rich.
Well, I'm wondering...
Some of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
That they were, that it was a slower rollout than they had hoped, because it was a little more complicated than they had thought. Is the pace of getting the vaccines out everything that everybody wants at this point? Or I know you're talking about a continued acceleration, but are there any complications?
I'll start, and I'll turn to Dr. Choksi and Dr. Katz. Rich, I'd say this is just the beginning of something that's going to be huge. And the first few days, everyone's being methodical and careful to get it right, to really make sure they understand exactly how to handle this vaccine, which is unusual. It's different. We haven't had one like this before. But I think it's going to be just a steady uptick. And when we really build out, we're going to be all over the city simultaneously, serving all different kinds of New Yorkers. So I think this is just a natural sort of steps it takes to get started. But Dr. Choksi, Dr. Katz, jump in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, you're exactly right. I was at Elmhurst yesterday morning. I was at Maimonides in Brooklyn in the afternoon, and Montefiore in the Bronx in the afternoon as well, checking in with their teams on the logistics, checking in with their pharmacy teams about what they have to do to get the vaccine out of the vials, into syringes, and into people's arms, checking in with the medical teams, to understand their protocols as well. And overall, everything is going smoothly, across all of those dimensions. But as the mayor said, this is a complicated and a dance that we want as well choreographed as possible, given that it is a new vaccine. It's one that requires this ultra cold storage and some special steps in handling as well. So overall, things are going smoothly. I expect the pace of vaccination will start to tick up in the coming days as more appointments are able to be booked at several of the hospitals that I visited yesterday. They started their vaccination clinics as early as 6 o'clock in the morning and had a night shift going until midnight. And so I think all of those things will result in additional healthcare workers getting vaccinated over the coming days.
Great. Go ahead, Dr. Katz.
I would just add, I think Dr. Chotsky did an excellent job. I'd just add that we're all very careful to not waste any of the vaccine. And it's because they're in multi-dose vials that can only be out of the freezer for short periods of time, that especially at the beginning, we have to be super careful. But, today for us is just, the early part of day 2. And we're going to start, doing way, way more in the coming days as the procedures get easier and easier.
Excellent. Go ahead, Rich.
And I was just wondering, I wondered yesterday, I thought I heard Dr. Katz say that they might get everybody vaccinated in these hospitals within 3 weeks. And is that true? And what about these adverse reactions we're hearing about? A couple of people.
Hospitals, and anything you want to say on that report from Alaska, and then if Dr. Choksi or Dr. Varma want to jump in, they should as well. Go ahead, Dr. Katz.
I'll do the H&H and let Dr. Chotsky and Dr. Varma talk about the cases in Alaska. Yeah, we are committed to within 3 weeks getting everybody who is in the hospital vaccinated. We believe that we can do that. So you can be sure it will happen.
And Mitch, just clarify for everyone, you're saying across your 11 hospitals?
Yes, and all of the staff in all 11 hospitals will get vaccinated within 3 weeks.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, on the Alaska cases, go ahead, Dr. Choksi, then Dr. Varma.
Thank you. This is an important question, with respect to the more serious side effects that may occur. But let me start with the big picture, which is that the Pfizer vaccine was shown in clinical trials to be safe and effective. It was reviewed by leading scientists at the FDA and the CDC. The study that was done, the big study of the Pfizer vaccine, involved 44,000 people, and there were no serious safety concerns identified among those 44,000 people. However, it's possible that there could be some adverse reactions, including allergic reactions that can occur in very, very rare cases. We're talking about, 1 in a million type of cases as the vaccine begins to be administered to more and more people. That's why we take extra precautions when the vaccine is being administered, including an observation period of at least 15 to 30 minutes. And the event that occurred in Alaska was actually during that observation period, which allowed her to get medical attention very quickly. We have not heard of any serious adverse reactions like that in New York City, although we will continue to monitor for them and work in coordination with the CDC, which has a system for these types of serious side effects to be reported. And so we're checking in with them about it regularly as well.
Great. Dr. Varma.
Nothing else from me.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next is Marcia from WCBS.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I hope you're enjoying the snow, and maybe you got out to do a snow angel or two in the snow today. My first question is sort of a follow on what the sanitation commissioner said about clearing sidewalks. We're wondering if you're going to be finding restaurants that are already closed, code violations for not being able to shovel the streets in front of their restaurants during the storm, or are you going to stop doing that?
Marcia, unless I'm getting this wrong, and the commissioner will answer, the obligation is the property owner Most restaurants obviously are renting the places where they are, but the property owner has to keep sidewalks clear so people can get by. And the commissioner said, you know, and I know this from my own experience, you've got to make enough space for people to get by. Folks are depending on it, you know, and so I think that's where the responsibility lies in this place, probably not the person who runs the restaurant. Go ahead, Commissioner.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We need everybody to clear their sidewalk. The responsibility does fall to the property owner. We're very cognizant of the climate with regard to businesses that are struggling, people that are struggling, and also very cognizant to the climate of the pandemic and social distancing. However, we need the sidewalks and rights of way for the pedestrians clear for those critical workers and essential workers like nurses who also may be walking to work.
Exactly right. Go ahead, Marcia.
Mr. Mayor, my second question has to do with the stimulus being negotiated in Washington right now. My understanding is that Senator Schumer and other officials from New York are trying to negotiate to get some money for New York City as a bridge to when they could get to the Biden administration, which might not happen until February or so. I wonder what kind of a bind that puts you in terms of developing your own budget. I think you have to have a fiscal plan sometime in January, or are you planning on pushing that up as well to see what happens after the Biden administration takes office?
No, a very important question, Marcia. Thank you. We're going to present the preliminary budget in January, regardless of what happens with the stimulus. And we will adjust according to whether they have achieved something in the stimulus for this city or not. We'll show people what we have to do, but it's going to be on the facts as we have them. We're obviously going to make reference to the fact that there could be more stimulus, but I want to caution, part of why I'm so agitated about the current negotiations is I don't have a guarantee there's going to be another stimulus. We don't know what's going to happen in the elections in Georgia. We don't know what is going to happen in the Senate. We do know Mitch McConnell consistently has been standing in the way of aid to localities. So there's cities, counties, states all over the country that are suffering, and Mitch McConnell keeps blocking help to them. And I'm very worried about that. So I don't know when the next stimulus is. That's why I want to see this stimulus actually help us get back on our feet. But whatever comes of this, we will reflect the outcome in the January budget, and we're going to put a budget on the table that reflects the reality. Go ahead.
Next, we have Andrew from WNBC.
Andrew, can you hear us?
Andrew, are you there?
I think he's there, but he's not hearing us. Andrew Sif, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
As Andrew braves the elements, we're going to go to Nolan from the New York Post.
That's live. That was exciting, dramatic audio of Andrew in the elements. Okay, we'll come back to him. Who we have now? Nolan. Okay. How you doing, Nolan?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Good, but I'm not hearing you very loudly. Can we get that volume up? Try again, Nolan.
Is this better?
There you go. There you go.
I'll just yell.
No, don't yell. Don't yell. You're all good.
All right. So to follow up on the questions about the stimulus, it doesn't look like there's going to be much in the way of aid for cities and states at this moment. You banked your 2022 budget around getting a lot of aid. What's the plan if it doesn't show up? Mitch McConnell's answer to we need to plow the streets is cities and states should go bankrupt. Like, what's your plan B if the aid doesn't show up?
Nolan, such an important question. Look, first of all, the current negotiations aren't over. So I'm expressing my strong views, but I also want to be fair. It ain't over till it's over. Second of all, I have no doubt in my mind that President Biden will work intensely for a real stimulus. He believes in state and local aid. He also knows a hell of a lot about how to get something done with the Senate. Third of all, we don't know what the results of the election in Georgia will be. So what I'm going to do in January is present a budget based on all the facts. When I present that budget, we will know the results of the Georgia election. And we will know whether there has been a stimulus achieved by the end of this Congress right now. And we'll present what we got to do. We all know there's lots of tough options that we can turn to if we have to, but they would have horrible impact on the life of the city. You know, it would take away the services people need and the things we need to recover. But it's not time to project that yet. It's time to see what comes of this and then make the adjustments accordingly. Go ahead.
Secondly, with the stimulus package still in flux, you are asking Governor Cuomo, and you've suggested to Governor Cuomo that it's time to impose additional restrictions at some point in the near future here in the city. Those restrictions would shut down outdoor dining. And with so many restaurants already hanging on by just the slimmest of threads, what can the city do to bolster restaurants if outdoor dining does close again? Is the city considering offering emergency loans through its bonding authority, for instance?
Nolan, we've been working with a whole lot of small businesses, including restaurants, to get them loans that are available and other forms of assistance, and we'll keep doing that. There's a lot of businesses hurting, not just restaurants, a whole lot of businesses hurting. Look, the challenge we have now is, let's go back to just the beginning here. Let's go back to the core of it. It's COVID. And the infection rate keeps rising. That's a big problem. That could lead to more and more stress on our hospitals. That's going to lead to more people losing their life, God forbid, but that's what's going to happen if we can't stop this. And it's going to end up shutting down the economy more and more anyway. So what I'm saying, I've had this conversation with the governor, and he and I have been very much of the same view on this, is if we don't turn this around quickly, the restrictions are the thing that stop the situation from getting worse. We know that from the spring. We know that from the fall in Brooklyn and Queens. The restrictions stop the situation from getting worse and allow us to link up to when the vaccine has been spread around the community much more and reaches more and more people. So that's the thinking. But no one wants restrictions, and I feel for every single small business and everyone who's depending on the job. Even under restrictions, of course, restaurants will continue to have takeout and delivery as they did even in the spring, in the worst of things. But look, if we want to avoid restrictions, and I keep saying it, if people want to avoid restrictions, I do. I want to avoid them. If you want to avoid them, anyone wants to avoid them, wear a mask, practice distancing, do not travel, do not have large gatherings. Be tough, be disciplined. That's the best way to try and avoid the restrictions and help us move forward till we get the vaccine to as many people as possible. Go ahead.
So we're going to try Andrew Siff again.
Okay. Andrew. Andrew? Okay, it's happening again. This is a
Andrew, we hope you're
winter interlude. Okay.
We hope Andrew's okay, but we're going to go to Melanie.
Tell Andrew to try someone else's phone because something's not working here. Well, let's come back to him. Who you got?
Melanie from the Wall Street Journal.
Melanie.
But I think our...
Melanie?
Good morning. This is a question. Yes, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good morning. This is a question for Dr. Katz. Is H&H planning to suspend elective surgeries anytime imminently? And if not, what are the benchmarks that would trigger the suspension? And then can you please give us an update on the surge and flex planning for hospitals? The governor has repeatedly said in recent weeks that hospitals need to create plans to make sure no one hospital is overwhelmed, and has specifically cited H&H hospitals as needing to have those plans.
Yes, happy to answer all parts of that. So I'm going to go backwards first in terms of level loading, which is something that we all agree with. Health and Hospitals has already level loaded over 100 patients across our facilities so that none of our hospitals are overwhelmed.
Mitch, would you define, I'm sorry to interrupt, define that for everyone, just because that's a term you're used to using, but help people understand what it means.
Yes, thank you, sir. My apologies. Level loading recognizes that patients go to the hospitals they trust, to the hospitals in their neighborhood. That's what happened with Elmhurst last March and April. It's the only major hospital in central Queens. That area of the city was harder hit than any area of the city in terms of early infection rates. Elmhurst being so well trusted in the immigrant Black and brown communities among low-income uninsured people, so everybody went there. But the hospital then became too full, and when that happens, what you want to do is to move patients from the hospital that is full to your other hospitals. It's not an easy procedure, especially if people are sick. It's not simple to move someone, especially if they're in respiratory distress. That was a major problem in March and April. Now it's easier because the patients that we're seeing are not as sick in general as they were in March and April, and we're moving them earlier in the process. So we're making sure that every hospital maintains adequate reserve beds. So to answer the middle question, we currently have occupancy about 65% in both ICU and in regular medical surgical beds. So a third more patients than the patients we have would easily fit in without opening any extraordinary spaces. And yes, we have suspended elective procedures. We've made it clear that the only surgeries that we will be doing are those surgeries that come in emergently, such as car accidents or surgeries where somebody's health is directly affected, such as when somebody has an infection secondary to gallstones and they're doing poorly because of the infection and the gallbladder has to come out. So we're doing the necessary surgeries and the emergency surgeries, but we have, consistent with the governor's request, we have canceled elective procedures, and we do have the extra 25% capacity the state has asked us for.
Thank you. Go ahead, Melanie. Melanie?
Thank you so much for answering the question. So when did you suspend elective surgeries? Is that a recent decision or is that an imminent decision?
Go ahead, Mitch.
No, it's already happened. It was, we worked on how it would, the procedures over the weekends, and they were canceled as of Tuesday of this week.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next, we're going to Ravane from Hamodia.
Good morning. I have a question for the doctors. Pfizer has announced that it is going to unblind the study so that people who got the placebo can get the vaccine. I'm wondering whether you agree with this decision. Does the study then lose the benefit of the 2-year element, and whether in New York people who were part of the study will jump the line, the ones that got the placebo will jump the line for the vaccine now?
Dr. Choksi or Dr. Varma, you want to take that?
Sure, I can start on that. Well, first, let me just acknowledge that we wouldn't be here with the safe and effective vaccine were it not for the volunteers in the study, including volunteers who received the placebo. So we should all acknowledge their dedicated contribution to advancing science for all of the rest of us. With respect to unblinding the study, what I will say is that I think there are some complicated, values that are at play here. Certainly, we want to make sure that that people that did contribute to the study in that way also received the vaccination at some point, and to balance that against the benefits of additional follow-up and the scientific understanding that we can get. So this is a conversation that is primarily being had between Pfizer and FDA officials, and I know they'll be balancing the benefits and the harms in that way.
Thank you. Dr. Varma?
Yeah, I would just want to emphasize what Dr. Choksi has just said about the courage of the people that participated in this clinical trial. When you participate in a clinical trial, you are making a sacrifice, not for yourself specifically, but for the sake of society. You're choosing to the possibility of getting an injection that may have no benefit to you whatsoever, being monitored continuously over months and months, without any guarantee that this is going to benefit you personally. So depending on the outcomes of what Pfizer and the FDA agree, I would never, ever argue that these people are jumping the line. In fact, they took a courageous risk, and there's a lot of ethical grounding in the notion that people who participated in a clinical trial and got the placebo should be among the first to receive a medication or a vaccine if they participated in that trial and it's known to be effective.
Well argued. Thank you. Go ahead, Ruben.
Okay, I also wanted to ask, I know it's hard to predict exactly how many companies will have vaccines and when they will, but is there a target date by which you expect all New Yorkers who want the vaccine to get it, to have it?
Look, I'll start and let the doctors jump in. I think, though, a healthy way to think about this is between now and June, just to give you an initial sense, we would like to reach the maximum number of New Yorkers. Now, let's be honest, we know some New Yorkers, no matter what we say to them, will not choose to take the vaccine. But I do believe that number is going to be small. I think the more people see it working and the more they see family and friends take it, and they see the positive impact on bringing down COVID, I think more and more people will want to. We're going to move aggressively. But I think if you're talking about, millions upon millions of people and reaching the whole city pervasively, I think June is a good working assumption right this moment. That could obviously change as we go along, and we can do it faster. We would love to. Doctors, anyone want to add?
Sir, I'll just add to it briefly to say I think that that is right. The unknowns that Ruvain pointed out in his question are, will we have additional vaccines? We hope the second vaccine, Moderna, which is being considered by the FDA Advisory Committee as we speak, could be authorized as soon as tomorrow. And there are 2 other vaccines that are in advanced stages of clinical trials, and we'll get readouts of those hopefully in the beginning of 2021. That really matters for us to understand just what our options are with respect to expanding vaccination. And then the second part is knowing the supply, even for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, which are most likely to be authorized this year, and making sure that we have enough supply for New Yorkers. With those unknowns, the mayor has given us a very clear charge, which is to ensure that we're doing everything that we possibly can along 2 dimensions. The first is to make sure that vaccination is smooth and as rapid as possible so that we expedite for people who do want the vaccine for them to get it as quickly as possible. And then the second is almost equally important, getting the word out, spreading the messages about how important vaccination is, particularly to reach those communities and those people who may be initially hesitant to get the vaccine so that we can have those conversations and advance vaccination along that dimension as well.
Excellent. Go ahead.
We're going to try Andrew Sif one more time.
Third time's a charm. Here we go. Andrew.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, folks, for your patience. I was actually on the air broadcasting at 11 a.m. for News 4 New York, and delightedly surprised to find out that you called on me. I'm happy to be joining you now.
Andrew, where were you? Because we were hearing like outdoor sounds. Where were you?
I was in Jackson Heights, Queens, reporting on the fact that the children had to log in and do their Zoom school today, and that they will be able to return to in-person school tomorrow. And also, segueing to my question here, reporting on some collapsing outdoor restaurant structures. This may have been asked, but I did wonder whether you've compiled sort of how much that has been a factor all across the city, structures that weren't taken down, that got knocked down. Is DOT out helping folks with that? Are restaurants on their own there, or what happens?
Okay. I'll turn to Deputy Mayor Anglin and Commissioner Grayson, but let me emphasize that, first of all, I think we had a lot of communication to the restaurant community to get ready for the storm, bring in everything they could bring in. We got a lot of cooperation in that. Generally, we have not heard of many problems with those structures. So if there are some, of course, we want to try and be helpful in every way we can. But generally, we didn't hear about a lot of problems. But Deputy Mayor, you start, and then Commissioner.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did track through the night, and it looks like the structure is actually upheld pretty well. We did give clear guidance to try to keep them clean, especially at the tops with snow, removing snow from them. So we certainly will work with sanitation, DOT, and SBS to help any restaurants that need assistance there. But we do not think that there is a lot of widespread damage.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I concur with that. Right from the boots on the ground as we drove past them, most of the restaurateurs that had outdoor dining structures that were tarpaulin-based in roof or tented roofs, they were removing them or leaving a stress point open for the accumulated weight. We did have some localized reporting, so it didn't seem like a widespread problem, and for the most part they held up, but I am sure that there are some throughout the city that we just may not know about at this time.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
And then on the issue of whether there's a pause or a shutdown, you had been mentioning right after Christmas, the governor yesterday talked about the possibility of January. I'm just wondering whether you've adjusted your own thinking timeline-wise, or whether you're still thinking it's right after Christmas.
Yeah, look, I've been talking to our healthcare team throughout. Everyone's very concerned about the increase in the number of cases. We report it to you every single day very openly. The number of cases is too high, the infection level is too high, the number of hospitalizations is too high, and unfortunately it's just growing. I don't like restrictions, none of us likes restrictions, but I think we need them sooner rather than later. So we'll keep working with the state, they make the final decision, but I think it's something that has to be put into effect soon based on the very consistent information we're seeing, and certainly right after Christmas is a natural moment when the world kind of slows down a little bit. But we'll keep having that conversation with the state to figure out exactly how they want to proceed. Go ahead.
Last, we'll go to Sonia from 1010 Wins.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to go back to some of the questions about rules on snow, since it's been a couple years since we dealt with this much of it. For those property owners who neglect their stretches of sidewalk, specifically repeat offenders, like sort of neglected properties, what happens there? And for people digging out their vehicles, what should they know about where to shovel that snow?
This is news you can use. I appreciate the question, Sonia. Commissioner, help people know exactly what they should do with the snow they're shoveling in front of their home or their property.
Thank you. With regard to repeat offenders, so to speak, it's been a pretty long while since we've had a snowfall of this magnitude. So what we want to do is make sure that all property owners are just aware that you should begin shoveling and try to get that done as soon as you can tonight. You don't, not only for fines, just for traction. It's going to get really, really cold. The sooner you get out there when it's safe for you to do that, the better today. Naturally dress warm. Try to clear a path that people can use, especially those who are mobility challenged. And with regard to digging out your car, well, just try to think, you don't want to throw it directly back into the roadway, because when we come back down to resurface it with the plow, we're going to push it kind of back towards where you dug it out from. You want to look for some space probably in between the cars, leave it in the roadway. As the mayor mentioned, alternate side has been suspended for a few more days. There is supposedly a light at the end of the tunnel with some end of the week warming into the weekend. So look for a place that we're not going to push it back towards your car or where you removed it from. Don't block any hydrants, don't block any catch basins, and most importantly, try to look for a safe place to put it, but definitely do your job as early as you can, as safe as you can, to clear the sidewalks.
Very well said, Commissioner. Thank you. Sonia, go ahead.
Oh, just to follow up on that, just the consequences for fines, et cetera, for not shoveling that snow. Obviously, it gets worse, it gets packed down if it's not shoveled immediately, but what are the other consequences for property owners who don't do it?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
If you pass the thresholds for removal time, there could be fine issuance. At this moment in time, most of our personnel, we're actively engaged in snow fighting. So if it's something that's dramatically egregious and it's something that's causing quality of life or do harm, there is the chance that you could be issued a summons if you pass that threshold. However, right now, what we're hoping for is that people understand. We've been putting out solid messaging. Right now, it's about caring for one another. The mayor said it. Now's the time to go out and think about everyone who has to be out there, the essentials and the criticals who have to take those routes, who are trying to take an open air approach to it and be outdoors. So bundle up, try to get out there and make that happen. Right now, our goal is not enforcement. We want compliance. We're never looking to write a summons for that. I want everyone to shovel.
Nicely said again. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Hey, everybody, let's conclude with this important point. We're seeing New York City at our best. Here we are in the middle of a pandemic. And then here we get the biggest snowstorm we've had in almost 5 years. A lot of other places would be thrown off the game, not New York City. We just keep going, and that's because of the strength and resiliency of New Yorkers. So I want to thank everyone. You keep fighting back. That's who we are as New Yorkers. Look around the city today. So many good public workers out there stepping up for their fellow New Yorkers. Sanitation doing an amazing job. A city is coming back strong today. And as I said, the vaccine is being delivered to the hospitals. People are getting vaccinated today. It's amazing how much is happening all at once to bring this city back. So I just always want to offer a vote of confidence and a real thank you to all New Yorkers, because you literally handle whatever is thrown at you, and that's the beauty of this place. So everyone, let's get out there, let's clean up, let's stay safe, and we're going to keep moving forward. Thanks, everybody.
And that was your update from New York City. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Welcome to News Now, as we continue to always bring you live feeds when they are available across the country. Always great to be here with you, everyone. Let's take a look at the storm that a lot of people are going to be talking about today. We even heard the mayor there talking about the nor'easter that continues to impact New York City, and then it just goes up that eastern seaboard as well right now. So we will continue to get updates for you worldwide right here on News Now from Fox as they do become available. When we come back here on News Now, we'll take you out to a live FDA hearing on the Moderna vaccine. That's coming up next here on News Now from Fox.
To monitor for adverse events of special interest and other concerns associated with vaccines in general. We will, of course, look for AESI patterns in bears, but we will also actively monitor AESI in real-world healthcare data, as I'll explain in a moment. With respect to safety in the event of vaccine exposure during pregnancy, a developmental and reproductive study was completed in December 2020 with no adverse findings. Given the limited human exposure to date in the phase 3 trial, we will establish a pregnancy registry that includes a cohort recruited from the general population. Our second broad goal is to monitor long-term vaccine effectiveness through a study in an integrated healthcare delivery system. Third, we will identify and assess unanticipated safety signals as rapidly as possible, again by monitoring adverse event reports from the U.S. and from other countries. But in addition, using real-world healthcare data, we can add any unanticipated safety signals to the vaccine monitoring system, as I will describe. Given the recent events in the United Kingdom, we know that an active surveillance system using a large data source is critical to capture rare adverse events. We will identify expected rates of AESIs prior to vaccination using a cohort of 45 million adults from a large linked healthcare claims data source. In this scaled visual, you can see how the sample, with women in red on the left and men in blue on the right, closely matches the U.S. population. This cohort complements, but does not duplicate, the large electronic health data surveillance systems operated by the FDA and the CDC. Next, capture observed rates of adverse events post-vaccination. We will follow new vaccine administrations, providing data updates every 2 weeks. This will enable analyses comparing observed to expected rates. We will also include linked open claims data for early visibility on vaccination that can be connected to subsequent adverse events. In addition to AESI, we can rapidly add new safety signals to this monitoring program for assessment. In conclusion, I'd like to point out that collaboration is key to a successful global vaccine safety monitoring program in a worldwide pandemic. Moderna's global pharmacovigilance and risk management plans are currently being reviewed by the FDA as well as by international regulatory agencies. We will interface with vaccine safety stakeholders to learn from their safety signal detection programs and to share information. These will include the US FDA and CDC, as well as international regulatory and public health agencies. Working together, we can enhance public confidence in the vaccine through robust collaborative safety monitoring. I will now turn the lectern over to Dr. Lindsay Baden, who treats COVID-19 patients and will share his clinical perspective on the ongoing phase 3 trial.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can, sir. Thank you. So I'm Dr. Lindsay Baden. I'm a physician investigator at Brigham and Women's Hospital and the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. I'm an associate professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, a medical journal editor, and one of the 3 co-principal investigators of this trial. As co-principal investigator of this study, I am funded by the NIH for this work. I have received no funding from Moderna. I share my views, but they are informed by many discussions with colleagues at NIH, NIAID, CoVPN, Moderna, study PIs, site staff, and study participants, among others. The efficacy data from the 2 large, well-done phase 3 trials are compelling and are not lost on many of our study participants. How many more severe illnesses in the placebo group will we have, and we have about 2 to 3 per week, do we need to convince ourselves of the short-term efficacy? It's important that we carefully consider the volunteers' viewpoint as we navigate fairness, equity, trust, transparency, as well as the larger societal interests. Without them, clinical research cannot function. We have a unique obligation to handle this study properly, as these are likely the last large-scale data from a high-quality randomized allocation process. Future observational work will be invaluable, but will have methodologic issues that require challenging analytics to get correct. There are many ethical challenges in trial conduct, and a core one is that study volunteers should not be disadvantaged. Principles of research require our informing participants of new information, such as a clinically available 95% effective vaccine, especially one that can prevent severe illness. By doing this, we build trust in research broadly. We need to communicate with our study participants in a clear and understandable manner. They are intelligent and informed. They will vote with their feet. We are currently, since the EUA authorized last week, having substantial dropout from study participation given the increasing availability of vaccines. This dropout undermines the data integrity and what can be learned. We must be proactive to ensure that the best choice is for our participants to remain in the study. They will continue to make sacrifices for us to gain knowledge as they have done, but we must ensure our ask of them is reasonable and respectful. This requires moving with haste and ensuring that all are treated fairly. Should those who are more health and health system savvy and vocal be treated differently than those who are more passive in the process? The study enrolled rapidly, especially in Caucasian and healthcare provider communities. Given efforts to enhance diversity, participants enrolled later in the study were from more diverse communities. Should the communities enrolled earlier in the study be treated differently than those communities enrolled later in the study? A majority of those in this trial, as already mentioned, would fall into CDC priority groups 1A through C. These numbers on this image need to be interpreted carefully, as groups 1A and B are mutually exclusive, but they are not with group 1C. In any case, this reminds us that the majority of our volunteers have substantial risk for suffering significant health consequences from COVID-19. Maintaining the volunteers in the research trial, not just for the next few months, but for the next 18 months, is of value. To this end, my Moderna colleagues, as Dr. Zaks mentioned earlier, have informed us, that they have residual research-labeled vaccine product, which is due to expire soon, which could be used for an open-label crossover redesign of this study. This vaccine product is unlikely to be available for any other purpose given timing and regulation. This next image shows, well, there are many possible paths forward, including maintaining the original double-blind design for at least 6 months, unlikely to be successful due to volunteer dropout, a double-blind crossover, and an open-labeled crossover as seen in this image. I want to comment a moment on the double-blind crossover, as Dr. Goodman raised that in some detail, and that is my favorite design, and I am a co-author on that paper and have discussed it extensively with Dr. Folman and others as we have thought about redesigning the path forward since efficacy data emerged from the DSMB meetings a month ago. The problem is it's impractical at this point in time, in my view. And if we lose our volunteers, then the ability to learn anything further will be substantially impaired. So we must carefully consider the merits and risks of the different paths forward, but we do have to choose a path forward, one that hopefully builds participant trust and enables us to gain more knowledge as to how these vaccines work. So in this image, as a pragmatic path forward, what one sees is reconsenting of all volunteers, informing them of the new EUA-associated information, obtaining a serology, this exit serology from the double-blind RCT component of the study, will allow us to make an assessment of the vaccine on asymptomatic and subclinical infection. We need high compliance with this data point. At this time, the volunteer can choose to stay in the study as designed, double-blind placebo-controlled, or cross over to an open-label format with placebo recipients now being vaccinated. All will be followed as per the original study design, including assessments of safety, immunogenicity, and efficacy. All will continue in a randomized research study, so research continues. This is not clinical application. This is a continued research study evolving to an open-label format from a double-blind format. And the volunteers are now early versus late vaccine recipients, which will allow systematic knowledge to be gained, including a potential identification of a correlate of protection. By using vaccine research supply, there is no impact on clinical EUA vaccine deployment. Of note, about 2/3 of volunteers would make it to the 6 months of double-blind placebo-controlled follow-up in March. Crossing over to an open-label format in the next month or so would lose about 2 months of volunteer-blinded follow-up. We must carefully balance the value of collecting data from a double-blind format with the ethics and participant interests, which will translate into study retention or loss to follow-up, and the impact on data and knowledge that can be gained. In the proposal on this slide, all volunteers are treated fairly and equally. The research enterprise continues to build and maintain the trust of our communities, and society gains knowledge. The proposed design balances obligation to both the volunteer and society. Next image, please. We must continue to learn from those who are in this RCT and are 4 to 6 months ahead of the rest of us. There are many more questions over the next months to years that these volunteers can help us answer, but only if they stay in the study. If the volunteers leave the study, particularly for non-random reasons, then future knowledge will be fundamentally undermined. I would like to now turn the lectern back to Dr. Zaks.
Thank you, Dr. Baden. I just want to let you know you're already over time. I will briefly conclude. Thank you. In conclusion, the data from Study 301 supports the emergency use authorization, and we expect the data to support full licensure. The safety and reactogenicity have been well characterized and will continue to be characterized, as you've heard, both on trial and using passive and active surveillance during real-world deployment. We're grateful for the ongoing collaboration with the NIH and the clear and timely guidance of FDA, and we look forward to the opportunity to prevent COVID-19 with mRNA-1273. We also appreciate the efforts of this committee for reviewing your data, and we look forward to answering your questions. Thank you for your attention, and I'll turn it to Dr. Miller to moderate the Q&A session. I think, Dr. Miller, I think I'm the one who's supposed to be moderating the Q&A session?
No, absolutely. I'm just helping out with coordinating on our side. Of course.
Okay, thank you. There won't be very much time to do it right now. We have just a few minutes for the start of the Q&A. I just want to remind everybody that the open public comments is a fixed part of this meeting. We'll start at noon Eastern time and go on for an hour. We also need to have a short break before that time, especially for technical reasons. So we can only have a couple of questions now. We'll circle back. I'm sure you will all remember the questions that you have stored and have the question session starting at 1 Eastern. So a couple of questions now. I see many hands raised. I'll just do the first few right now and we'll put the rest of them off until 1 o'clock. Dr. Offit?
In the 11 breakthrough cases, you showed data that you clearly have sera that were collected at following dose 2. So what I'm trying to understand is the characteristics of those 11 cases. I mean, it may be that there's an immunological correlate for protection, which Dr. Baden correctly said it would be really important to know. So it would be great to have those data, but it sounds like you don't have them yet. Is that true?
That is correct, although we expect them in January.
Okay, and then was there anything else about those 11 patients, any characteristics of them that distinguish them from those who were protected by the vaccine?
Nothing in particular, Dr. Offit.
Okay.
These were cases that were split relatively evenly given the small sample size between males and females. 3 were Hispanic, 8 were white and non-Hispanic, and they ranged in age from 29 to 72.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Gans?
Thank you very much. Thank you for all those illuminating presentations. I had a couple of questions.
And we will be taking a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. Worldwide, as always, for you, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Protection, as he suggested. I noticed one of my questions, and it alludes to the breakthrough, is that T-cell immunity was only evaluated, actually, it looks like, not in phase 3, and I don't know if those samples are also being included and particularly relevant to the breakthrough disease. My other question, which you can either handle now or later, is what about other adverse events like Bell's palsy, which we did note and of interest because that seems to be a signal not only with this vaccine but the other.
Thank you, Dr. Gans, for those 2 questions. And maybe I'll address your second question first. So given the review of last week, we have looked carefully into the data. We have 4 cases of Bell's palsy that have been reported. 3 of them occurred in the vaccine group. 1 of them occurred in the placebo group. And this will be part of our post-marketing safety surveillance. So in addition to continuing to monitoring through the phase 3 trial, as the vaccine is hopefully authorized for EUA and expanded, this will be one of the key safety endpoints that we will be looking for in our signal detection. And then your question about the T-cell immunity. So indeed, our T-cell work was done in collaboration with the NIH in our phase 1 clinical trial. And in terms of looking for a correlate of protection, so our search for a correlate has focused up until now on the neutralizing and binding antibody responses. So you mentioned the breakthrough cases that we've observed will go towards that analysis, and as we continue to accrue data in the trial, additional breakthrough cases will be added to that analysis. The samples in the phase 3 trial, as they require very special handling for T-cell immunity, and as we were implementing across 100 U.S. sites, the T-cell immunity was not part of what we instituted in phase 3. So the correlate work that we're collaborating with the NIH on will really focus on the binding and
Dr. Moore.
Thank you. So also, I want to really thank you for presenting the data, even though it was interim data on the asymptomatic infections, because I just feel that's so strongly important for control of this epidemic, and it could determine the widespread use of one vaccine versus another vaccine. Although asymptomatic infection is a surrogate measure for transmissibility, it's a common sense measure of transmissibility, or shedding at least. So if you break blinding, you anticipate re-swabbing all of the participants beforehand, and what are your plans for a second swab? I know that you measured them right before your second dose. Is there plans for having another nasopharyngeal swab from these patients, from these participants?
Thank you for that question. So you're correct that it was the predefined swabs at both pre-dose 1 and pre-dose 2 that enabled us to be able to do that analysis. And a pre-transition swab could certainly be implemented into the phase 3 study. The way we predefined our surveillance for asymptomatic infection was actually through serology against the anti-nucleocapsid protein. So it's a serologic evidence of immunity to non-vaccine antigens. But to your point, swabs really add a lot of important additional data. Some further data that were not available at the time of the EUA also includes swabs we obtained frequently from subjects who were found to be COVID-19 positive. And so the intent there is really to look at the viral shedding and the burden of shedding comparatively between groups. So we should have some additional data on.
Can I just ask, did you sequence that virus? Do we have any idea of whether there's virus escape, antigen escape from what you vaccinated?
So we are deep sequencing the virus as part of the surveillance of the breakthrough cases, and I am going to ask Dr. Darren Edwards from our.
Can we have time for exactly one more question. We'll circle back. I'll call on you again to answer the sequencing and the breakthrough question, which is a very big one. Dr. Hildreth, your final question.
Yes, I was concerned about the lower efficacy in the older age group, and I wondered if you had some thoughts about addressing that either with a higher dose or an additional injection. Any thoughts about that?
Yes, so speak about the older age group. I want to mention, let me bring up the slide, that efficacy was really based on a relatively small sample size with a wide 95% confidence interval. So the confidence interval completely overlaps with the confidence interval for the overall efficacy. You can see that that was based on 33 cases. If you were to evaluate efficacy in those above 75 years of age, so at even greater risk, there were 7 cases, all of which were reported in the placebo group. And I think it highlights, certainly it's very helpful to look at all of these subgroup analyses to ensure that we're not seeing dramatic differences. I think we do have to keep in mind that there weren't multiplicity adjustments for the multiple endpoints. And so our view is actually that the efficacy in the elderly is indeed consistent with the efficacy in the overall population.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks to Moderna, and don't forget you have to come back to answer our questions at 1 o'clock. Now we have a break until the open public hearing, which starts at exactly noon Eastern Time.
And as you can see there, they're taking a quick 15-minute break. We're just only going to take 2 minutes here on News Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll get you out to some other news of the day. And then, oh, yes, we do have the Peach State Showdown coming up as Vice President Mike Pence will be at 2 campaign rallies today for the GOP side. And then there will be rallies on the Democratic side for the U.S. Senate race. We'll have it all for you on News Now from Fox all day today. In the meantime, let's get you the very latest from Dr. Mike, always breaking it down for us during this pandemic time.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano joining us from Penn Medicine this morning. Great to have you with us, Doc.
Always a pleasure, Paul.
Let's start with where we are at this stage. We're now 3 weeks past Thanksgiving, more than halfway through December. We're seeing about 200,000 new cases a day. I have more than 110, I think it's 113,000 hospitalized, about double what it was before Election Day. And sadly, we lost 3,500 souls yesterday. It's about 2,500 a day average. What's your take on where we are right now?
Well, I think what's happening right now with these surging numbers is that we are seeing the effects of Thanksgiving and pandemic fatigue. The other thing is, like the East Coast, we just went through this big snowstorm. People are indoors. When it's really cold and really inclement weather outside, that drives people in. That means closer contact. That means less face mask wearing, and you're going to end up with more spread of the virus. And I'm seeing it in my own practice. I'm seeing a significant uptick in the numbers of people with COVID-19. So we've got to be on our guard because of the impending holidays with Christmas. We're in Hanukkah now. I'm very concerned about the first couple of weeks of January. I am fearful that we're going to see even higher numbers.
Yeah, this ongoing surge looks a little different than the ones we had in the spring. Reports of more deaths occurring in rural areas, the South and Midwest, more so than Northeast and West. California had 50,000 cases yesterday. Having the surge that spread out, not concentrated, talk about some of the challenges that's going to pose for the medical community.
Well, unlike the beginning of the pandemic where the cases were focused on the East and West Coast, you're now seeing it throughout the country. It's pervasive. And so now we have the challenges of resources, not only materials like personal protective equipment, but also the fact that there are limited numbers of healthcare providers that are skilled at intensive care unit setting care. And so there's only a limited resource, and many healthcare workers have gotten sick. Many are suffering from fatigue, post-traumatic stress disorder. It really is a mess. The only glimmer of hope, and a big glimmer, I might add, is the fact that vaccinations have started, and they are going to get a big boost when we have the Moderna vaccine available, and that is being analyzed as we speak. So when we get more vaccinations available, the more people get vaccinated, we are then on our way out of the mess of COVID-19.
Some people get emotional watching those videos of healthcare workers and others getting those first doses. I think it's a real turning point, and people see it as that. There was some news yesterday about the vaccine having extra doses and that maybe making more available to the public. What can you tell us about that?
Well, the issue is accessibility. Never in the history of a country have we had such a task in front of us, and that is to immunize an entire country. So the more doses, the better. We need to get more so that we can start to immunize everyone. The big concern I have, and I still see it, people are hesitant to get the vaccine. I think when they start to see more and more people, even people in high profile positions like President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris getting the vaccine, they will realize that, hey, we're all in this together and we need to get vaccinated.
Yeah, I think Vice President Pence is going to get the vaccine very soon. I think President-elect Biden says he'll do it next week on camera also. In terms of testing, the FDA just signed off on an at-home test that isn't widely available yet. It may cost about $30 when we do get it in stores. What do you know about that?
Well, these are rapid tests that can be done at home. And the significance of that is ease of getting it, and you get results quickly. Now, the issue with rapid tests that I've seen in my own practice is accuracy. It's one of accuracy. The gold standard is the PCR test. But basically what we've done, we've taken a very sophisticated test and tried to use it in a way that it was probably never designed for, and that is mass use. So it would be helpful to get people the ability to get tested very quickly and easily, rather than going and getting a swab, waiting 12 to 24 hours, all of that. That is onerous, but I am concerned about accuracy. What may end up happening is if someone has symptoms and they turn out negative, or if they get a positive test, they may want to then get a confirmatory PCR test. That may be one way that we see how this plays out. But the bottom line is, anyone in my practice with any kind of symptomatology, whether it be GI with loose stools, diarrhea, whether they have a head cold, whether they feel congested, whether they have loss of taste or smell, this virus is a chameleon and it can really hide. And so anyone with any type of symptomatology gets tested in my practice.
Yeah, the U.S. Surgeon General made that point last week. He said that as soon as you see any symptoms, it may be COVID-19, to go get tested, because then that allows for treatment, the antivirals that are coming out, that those could be administered early in your sickness. That's a bit of a change from what they were saying earlier, right?
Well, there are some treatments like monoclonal antibodies, and that is for people who earlier on in their illness don't seem to be doing all of that well. That is a change. We've not had anything other than simple things like getting people to lie flat down and taking deep breaths and holding it. That's called proning. And we've not had anything other than remdesivir and